Recorded Books and RB Digital present Mind Game by Iris Johansen. Narrated by Elizabeth Rogers. Chapter 1. Lake Cottage. The woman's face might be beautiful, but it was also the stuff of nightmares. And Jane McGuire just wanted it to go away. She jerked upright in bed, her heart pounding. She closed her eyes, her hands clenched into fists. She wouldn't do it again. Not again. There wouldn't be any change from the last time, and if there was a change, what could she do about it? It was only a nightmare. She sat there in the darkness, every muscle of her body stiff and unyielding. Accept it and go back to sleep, she told herself. But she found herself reaching for her sketch pad on the nightstand, even as she gave herself that very excellent advice. Okay, just do it. Get it over with. She turned on the bedside light and started quickly sketching the woman's face. Same dark flowing hair, high cheekbones, pointed chin, same huge brown eyes, intense, burning eyes, hauntingly familiar eyes, in a face she didn't ever remember seeing before. Just focus. Don't think of anything else but the face you're drawing. Then it would be over and she would be able to go back to sleep. Maybe. Because it wasn't quite the same face. The eyes were still intense, but they held despair. And this time, there was blood. The lower lip of that beautiful mouth was split as if from a hard blow, and a trickle of blood was running from it and down her chin. It was done. Now leave me alone, damn it. Jane tossed the sketch pad on the bed and drew a deep, shaky breath. But there was no question that she wouldn't be going back to sleep any time soon. She got out of bed and threw on her robe. Okay, get a glass of water and then go out on the porch and get some air. She padded barefoot to the bathroom and turned on the light. As she drank the glass of water, she noticed her face in the mirror was as strained as that of the woman in the sketch. Her red-brown hair was rumpled and her jaw was taut, and her stomach was still churning as she remembered the blood running from the lip of the woman in the sketch. I don't need this. It isn't fair. Find someone else. She turned on her heel and strode through the house to the front porch. A moment later, she was standing looking out at the lake. If she'd hoped that staring out at those clear, serene depths would soothe her or give her perspective, it wasn't happening. All she could think about was the blood. Problem? Eve was standing behind her in the doorway. You should be sleeping. Your flight leaves at 8 a.m. I can sleep on the plane. She turned and smiled at Eve. You're the one who should be asleep. Michael is the most challenging 2-year-old on the planet. Between taking care of him and doing your forensic sculpting work, you need all the rest you can get. Nonsense. Michael may be a challenge, but he's pure joy. She came out and stood beside Jane and said quietly, You didn't answer me. Problem? It wouldn't do any good to try to lie to her, Jane knew. From the time Eve Duncan and Joe Quinn had adopted her off the streets when she was 10 years old, she and Eve had been so close that anything but total honesty was out of the question. Eve was one of the foremost forensic sculptors in the world, but she was also Jane's best friend. They had been through tragedy and joy together, and now that Eve had given birth to a son, Michael, Jane had been privileged to share that with Eve and Joe, too. Nothing that I can't handle. She made a face. Maybe I'm a little sad to be going back to Scotland and leaving you and Joe and the baby. 3 weeks wasn't long enough. Jane, it's the truth. She grinned. But I was getting to the other. She glanced out at the lake. I grew up here on this lake, and I thought the familiarity would be soothing. It appears not to be happening tonight. Why not try me? I'm a hell of a lot better than that lake in the soothing department. Her arm slipped around Jane's waist. "I've been told I have excellent credentials." "Yes, you do." She felt a rush of love as she looked at her. Eve's face was always intelligent and intriguing, but these days she seemed to glow. "But I'm out in the real world with a career as a budding artist these days. I was trying not to bother you with something that's—" She shrugged. "I just feel helpless. I don't know what I—" "First, you're not a budding artist. You're totally brilliant," Eve said firmly. "Second, you know there's no such thing as bother when it's family. Talk to me, or we'll be out here all night." She meant it, Jane knew. Family was everything to all of them. She drew a deep breath. "Dreams. I've had dreams for the past 6 nights." Eve went still. "Syra?" "No." But it was natural that Eve would jump to that conclusion. At 17, Jane had experienced a period when she had dreamed constantly of a young actress from ancient Herculaneum. She had even been so obsessed that she had researched and found evidence that the young woman had actually existed. "Not Syra, but it's a woman," she frowned. "Or girl. At first I thought she was younger, but now she's different." "You're not being clear, Jane." "She's not being clear," Jane said in frustration. "At least when I was dreaming about Syra, I had a story. I knew what was happening in her life. The dreams unraveled, telling me her story. I might have believed I was crazy and it was pure fantasy, but I knew. I don't know anything about this woman. All I have is a face. I go to sleep and then her face is there before me. Then I wake up and I have to sketch what I've seen. I have to do it." She moistened her lips. "And I think she's scaring me." "Scaring you? Why?" "Because I think she's afraid. Oh, she's fierce and angry and bold, but I think she's afraid. And this time, there was blood." She swallowed. "And I think I know her. She's familiar." "You sketched her every time you had the dream?" She nodded. "I had to do it. It was a compulsion." "May I take a look at them?" "Why not?" She turned and went back to her bedroom and snatched the sketchbook from the bed. When she got back to the porch, Eve was curled up on the porch swing. Jane turned on the porch light and handed her the sketchbook. "Here she is." She sat down beside Eve. But I feel as if I should know her name." "She's that familiar to you?" Eve was slowly going through the sketches one by one. "She's lovely, full of fire and boldness." She gazed more intently. "And you're right. The first sketches appear to be of a girl who is younger than in the later sketches. But the background is the same." She raised her eyes to meet Jane's. "You only mentioned the face, but you sketched an entire background scene. Snow-capped mountains, garden." "I didn't pay any attention to the background. I was only concerned with her face. Why can't I remember her? Did I know her when I was a teenager? Is she familiar to you at all?" Eve's gaze narrowed on the sketch in her hand. "Not really. Perhaps a hint." She shook her head. "Nothing is clicking." She turned to the last sketch and froze. "Blood. I told you. But you didn't tell me that she thinks she's going to die." Jane inhaled sharply. "Why do you say that?" "Because you drew it right here, Jane," Eve said soberly. "I told you that you were a brilliant artist. It's here in front of you. Look at it again. That's why you're so frightened." Jane lost her breath as she looked down at the sketch. The fear was stark and raw on that face. Boldness, defiance, and fear. Her hands clenched. I'm afraid because I don't know anything. I'm afraid because I'm helpless to do anything. Why do I keep dreaming about her? Why me?" Her voice was shaking. "For all I know, that woman died centuries ago, just as Syra did. Or maybe she didn't and is trying to reach you." "Why me?" she asked again. "I'm not even sure I've ever met her." "How do I know? Strange things happen. People are chosen. You know that I believe there's a plan for all of us. At times, the plan seems unbearably painful, like when I lost my little daughter, Bonnie. Like the night Trevor, the man you loved, was shot. But sometimes we get lucky and have the chance to make the plan a little brighter for ourselves or someone else." Eve closed the sketchbook. "Maybe you're the only one this woman could reach. You were sensitive to Syra, but she was gone centuries before you were born, and there was nothing you could do for her. Perhaps it's your turn to reach out to someone you can help." "You know, I've never been entirely sure that I had any actual connection to Syra. Those dreams could have been figments of my imagination." "Because you're stubborn and a realist who hates to admit anything that she can't see and touch," Eve smiled. "But those dreams of Syra have dominated you in so many ways. I believe she's as much alive to you as the rest of us in your life, even when you fight acknowledging that Syra actually existed and reached out to you. You're still drawn to everything connected to her. You spent months on the internet and in libraries tracking down references to her. When you discovered she might have fled from that erupting volcano in Herculaneum to Scotland, you tracked her down to a connection with the Macduff clan." She reached out and touched Jane's cheek affectionately. "And you've been at Gaelcar, Scotland, with the Macduffs for almost 2 years, trying to find Syra's treasure. Not because you want the treasure itself. You just want proof that your Syra exists." "But I don't have that proof yet." She looked at the sketchbook. "And if I don't, then maybe I'm just nuts, and I need to see a shrink." "But what if you don't have time to wait for proof?" Eve asked. 6 nights in a row, and each one of these sketches shows an escalation. Something's happening to make her more afraid every time she comes to you." Jane moistened her lips. "Maybe it's already happening. Maybe she's not even alive, Eve." Eve was silent. "It's possible, I suppose. Do you believe that, Jane?" "No." The rejection came instantly. "I don't want to believe it. She wants to live. She's out there somewhere. But I could be wrong. Or you could be right. And what am I supposed to do about that? Look in your crystal ball? All I see is her face. And the background. She makes sure that she's giving you the background with every sketch. Study them and see if you can come up with something. Research. Go on the internet, as you did when you were tracking down Syra. It was easier to do research on Syra. That was history. And this may be a matter of life and death," Eve said quietly. "Stop being stubborn and do your job, Jane. Isn't that what you were going to do anyway? You're out here fretting and giving yourself arguments pro and con when you know you have to see if you can help her." She paused. "So what's your first move?" "Eve." "The internet?" Jane sighed. "No. I can start doing that on the plane while heading back to Scotland. I'd like to ask Joe to take one of the sketches to the precinct in the morning and run it through the missing persons database and see if he can come up with anything. She was hurt in that last sketch. Someone struck her. It might be a stranger or a supposed friend or a member of her own family." Her lips twisted. "Who knows? How many times have you run across the murder of a child caused by people who should have been taking care to keep the child safe, Eve?" "Too many. But this isn't a helpless child. This is a woman who is fighting back." She got to her feet and handed Jane the sketchbook. And you're fighting back, too. What's the next step? Identify that mountain range in the background. National Geo might help. Eve chuckled. Listen to you. This has all been simmering in your mind for how long? I told you. I really didn't notice the background. Or did I? Jane wondered. She wasn't even looking at the sketches, and that mountain range was before her, down to the last detail. Well, maybe I did. Maybe you did, Eve said softly. Choose the sketch you want to give Joe. I will. She made a face. But he'll probably think it's a waste of time. No. You know Joe better than that. He's a realist, too, but he went through that Syra business with you when you were 17, and since he's a police detective, he realizes that black and white can sometimes end up gray, or even scarlet. He'll get you what you need. Eve leaned forward and kissed her forehead. And now I'll say good night. If we keep talking, neither of us will be able to function in the morning. She started to turn away, and then stopped. You said you needed to know her name. It's bothering you. So, give her one. What? Give her a name. Do you remember when I was pregnant with Michael that I felt I had to know his name so that I could be closer to him? I believe this is a little different, Eve, she said dryly. It doesn't have to be her true name. I give my reconstructions a name before I begin working on them so that I can form a connection with them. I know you do. She had grown up watching Eve work on those pitiful skulls and had known that every one was personal and special to her. But she may not even exist. She'll exist for you if you give her a name. I think she exists for you now anyway. She turned away and headed for the door. Good night, Jane. Good night. Thank you, Eve. I'm sorry to disturb your night. I hope I didn't wake Michael. You didn't wake him. Eve turned and smiled at her. Who do you think sent me out here? He was already restless. I believe Michael was worried about you and sending out vibes. He'll sleep better now that I've done something about you. And you'll sleep better, Jane said. The closeness of the bond between Eve and her son was remarkable and far beyond the ordinary. Jane wasn't sure that she knew the full extent of that tie, but she was just grateful that Eve had been given this special child after all the heartache she had gone through after losing 7-year-old Bonnie all those years ago. Between the two of you, I feel as if I've been railroaded. Eve's brows rose. Do you? No, just kidding. As usual, you've managed to cut through all the fog and clarify. You and Michael are a great team. With a great deal of help from his father. Eve blew her a kiss. See you in the morning. The next moment, the door closed behind her. Jane gazed after her for a moment before she looked down again at the sketchbook. She'd been telling the truth. She did feel clearer and more focused now that she'd talked to Eve. Yes, she still had doubts that this dream was anything but pure imagination. But Eve was right. She had to explore before she could take a chance on dismissing those dreams. So, research. But don't become obsessed. Look upon it as an interesting exercise. A name. Eve had wanted her to give the woman a name. Why not? She opened the sketchbook and looked down at the first sketch. In this one, the woman looked younger than she did in the later sketches, maybe only 18 or 19. Still intense, still burning and bold, but somehow more youthful. A name. Lisa. The name came out of nowhere. Not bad. She looked at the second sketch. Lisa. She flipped to the third sketch. Lisa. Whatever. She wasn't going to sit here all night and try to think of names when her mind seemed to be stuck on that one. It didn't matter anyway. Okay, Lisa it is. She closed the sketchbook and got to her feet. Now either let me go back to sleep or tell me what I'm supposed to do to help you. She moved across the porch and went inside the house. I'll take a stab at finding you tomorrow, but I can't promise anything. But she could still see that drop of blood trickling from Lisa's cut lip, and she could see those huge dark eyes staring out at her with fear and a knowledge of her own mortality. Well, maybe I'll spend more than just tomorrow, she murmured. But help me, damn it. Eve was smiling as she passed Michael's nursery. Satisfied? Satisfied. Jane really can take care of herself, you know. She didn't need us. She would have worked it out for herself. But you would have gone to her anyway. More than likely. Now go to sleep, Michael. I will. Only waiting for you. He was gone, slipping away into sleep like the healthy toddler he was. And thank God he is that healthy, she thought as she opened the bedroom door and glided over to the bed where Joe was sleeping. Though no one could call her son exactly normal, he was healthy and caring and possessed joy, serenity, and an occasional mischievous streak that was wonderful to be around. Okay, so he seemed to sense emotions and disturbance in those around him, and could still link with her as he had when she had been pregnant with him. It had been almost as if they were aware of each other's thoughts, as if they were truly one entity. That might fade in time, but for now she cherished that closeness. She slipped out of her robe and slid into bed beside Joe. "Everything okay?" He rolled over and took her in his arms. "Michael?" "In a way." She cuddled closer. It was really Jane. Her lips brushed his bare shoulder, and then she rubbed her cheek on the warmth of it. "She's been dreaming again." He stiffened. "Syra?" That was my first question. No, someone else. A woman, but Jane doesn't have any idea who she is. She's going to ask you to take her sketch to the precinct in the morning and try to identify her. Long shot. But you'll do it. I'll do it. He made a face. Maybe we'll get lucky and she'll stop dreaming about her. That might not be so lucky for that woman Jane is dreaming about. She may be in trouble. She cuddled closer. It's not as if this happens that often. Syra has always been the main event, and our practical Jane fought tooth and nail against admitting that dream had any basis in fact. She's fighting this one, too. She paused. But she's disturbed. She thinks she might know her. I don't want her worrying, Joe. It took Jane a long time to come back after Trevor was killed while trying to save her. She loved him so much, and it scared me that I couldn't seem to help her then. I don't want her spiraling down again. You did all you could. Jane just had to have time. He gently stroked the hair at her temple. And I'll do my best to find this mystery woman as quickly as possible. Definitely no dragging of feet. I just wanted to explain. I knew you'd do it. Of course. There was no question. Jane is family. Family, Eve repeated softly. I've been thinking a lot about that lately. No surprise. It's been less than 2 years since you gave birth to Michael. You'd be likely to be very family-centric. No, that's not it. Or maybe it is. I just feel as if I want to make sure that everything is tight and safe for everyone I love. I want everything that touches them to be just right. Not entirely possible, he kissed her. There's a little thing called fate that we have to look out for. But everything that I can do will be done. He lifted himself on one elbow to look down at her. And I'll wrestle fate if it comes our way and we don't like it. Anything for you, Eve. You're joking. I mean this, Joe. I'm not joking. I wouldn't dare. but his face was alight with humor. "I'm just having trouble worrying about the future when I'm so damn happy." He buried his face in her throat. "It's good, isn't it, Eve? Better than ever before," he said thickly. "So don't borrow trouble." Her arms slid around him. "I'm not borrowing trouble. I feel as if we've been given gifts, and I want to protect them." "Tell me how." So that he could go out and battle her dragons as he'd always done since the first day she'd met him. "I'm still thinking about it." She kissed him and whispered, "But I promise you'll be the very first to know when I do." "It's time for you to leave, Jane." Eve opened the door of Michael's nursery and ruefully shook her head as she saw Jane sitting cross-legged on the floor with her son. "You have a plane to catch. Joe's waiting in the car." "Just one more minute," Jane said absently, as her pencil flew over the sketch she was doing of Michael. "I can finish this once I get to Scotland, but I want to catch—" Her voice trailed off as she concentrated on getting the curve of Michael's mouth just right. "Jane." Okay. She reluctantly closed the sketchbook. "But children change so quickly at this age. I just came in to give him a hug goodbye, and I saw the sun coming in the window, and his hair looked more red than dark chestnut like it usually does. And then he smiled, and I was lost." She got up and knelt beside Michael and held him close for a moment. "See you next time," she said softly. "You take care of your mother and Joe. Do you hear?" He cuddled closer to her. "I hear." His small hand touched her cheek. "Jane." She moved her lips and kissed his palm. "And take care of yourself, too, young man. We can't do without you." She sat back on her heels and looked down at him. So beautiful, with the satin skin that all very young children had. His wide-set eyes were the same tea color as his father's, but his hair was a shade between red and chestnut that seemed to gather light. He was wearing blue jean overalls and a blue shirt this morning. She had to remember how that blue set off his coloring. She'd only had time to draw his face and hair this time. She gave him another kiss, released him, and stood up. "I'll be thinking about you." He nodded. "Me too." His smile lit his face with a special radiance. "See you soon, Jane." Adorable. She wanted to go back and scoop him up again. "Jane," Eve said. "Coming." She turned quickly and left the room, followed by Eve. "It's your fault, you know. You produced that heartbreaker." "Did I?" "Joe and I aren't sure how he showed up on the radar. We just thank God for him. When you finish that sketch, I want it. If I don't decide to make it a painting instead, then you'll have to wait until I finish it and put it on exhibition for a few months. I think this one may turn out to be something special. He's looking up at me so inquiringly, and yet you'd swear that he had all the wisdom of the ages. Maybe he does. Maybe all children do before their vision becomes clouded by life. Nah, it's Michael." She grinned at Eve over her shoulder as she reached the porch. "And it's going to make a hell of a portrait. Which will please my agent, since she's not been getting much of anything but landscapes from me for the last year or so. She says that lake in Gaelcar, Scotland is very picturesque, but she's ready for something different." Hasn't she ever heard of Monet's water lilies? I think there are way over 200 of those. And that lake is mystical. I loved it when I was there. "I do too, when I'm not frustrated." She made a face. "I might have given up trying to help Macduff find the treasure that Syra brought from Herculaneum if that lake itself wasn't such a puzzle. A lake that never loses its mist? That's totally impenetrable? You're the one who had a dream that led Macduff to think that Syra's gold might be near that lake. You're entirely to blame for Macduff's being so obsessed." "Macduff's been obsessed about finding the treasure for years. He didn't need an excuse. He's been searching all over the world for light systems that could pierce that mist on the north bank, but he hasn't found any yet. The only reason that I was able to come here and spend the last 3 weeks was that he was going to Perth, Australia, to some lab that's supposed to have had a breakthrough. And did it? I'll know when I get back. I figured that it was time that I let you and Joe have Michael to yourselves. She smiled. I get too comfortable here, and I have to remind myself that I have a life and career of my own. That's crazy, Eve frowned. Every moment you spend with us enriches us. We need you. You also need your space. In a way, you and Joe have started a new life for yourselves. You have Michael, and you also took Cara Delaney into your home. I know she's here as often as she can manage to escape from her classes at Juilliard. Which isn't that often, Eve said ruefully. The trouble with bringing a violin prodigy into your life is that everyone wants a piece of her, including her music teachers. We get her for holidays and some weekends when they don't have her doing special concerts. But Cara calls us every other night, and that's good. Juilliard is in New York. She couldn't study closer to home? She could. She wanted to do that. She shrugged. But I couldn't let her. It's all about the music with Cara. She had to have the best. You can understand that, Jane. You've heard her play. Yes, she's magnificent. I wonder what she'll be like when she's a little older. Time flies. She's almost 14. Eve made an impatient gesture. But that has nothing to do with the fact that you've mentally set me up with a family that doesn't include you. Not going to happen. We're all family, and that's the way we're going to stay. I wouldn't do that. I'm not that much of a masochist. You're stuck with me. But I will give you space, whether you like it or not. She gave Eve a hug and then started down the steps. I'll call you when I reach Gailcar. I'll let you know if I have any more dreams about Lisa. Lisa? Lisa. Jane glanced over her shoulder. It seemed right. Then it probably is. Changing the subject, Eve said, You mentioned Macduff and Jock Gavin several times since you've been here, but not a word about Seth Caleb. Has he dropped by Gailcar since you went back there after Michael was born? I've seen him once. She tried to make her tone casual. He and Jock have become good friends. Jock wanted him to look into something for him, and he flew in for the day to talk about it. She saw Eve's expression and answered the unspoken question. Not for me, Eve. He barely spoke to me. Caleb is very cool to me these days. Caleb is never cool, particularly not to you, Eve said dryly. I can see him simmering. I can see him burning. I can see him plotting. I can see him waiting for his chance. Never cold. You must have really pissed him off. Yes, she had, but she didn't want to talk about it with Eve right now. You might say that. And he might have deserved it. But I'm having trouble condemning him for anything these days, not since the night he saved Michael's life. She added quietly, I'll always be grateful to him for that, Jane. So will I. Her lips twisted. But you have to be careful about being grateful to Caleb. He's fairly ruthless about collecting on his debts. I haven't found that to be true so far. I just thank God that Caleb has that weird ability to control the flow of blood in everyone around him. It saved Michael. She met Jane's eyes. It even saved you once, Jane. That's 2 people I love he gave back to me. So until he proves me wrong, I'm going to consider I owe Seth Caleb big time. She smiled. Now go get on that plane. I can see Joe is beginning to fret. You'll be lucky if you don't miss it. Right. She ran the rest of the way down the steps. I'll try to get back here for Michael's birthday. Oh, I think I might see you before that, Eve said. You heard Michael. He said he'd see you soon. Michael is usually fairly accurate. From the mouths of babes? I've never thought of Michael as a baby except for maybe that first week. He's just... Michael. Eve called to Joe as Jane opened the car door. "Stop and bring home Chinese for lunch, Joe." "Right," Joe said. "And Jane may join us if she doesn't get in the damn car. Stop talking to her, Eve." "Sorry," Eve said. "She said it was Michael's fault she was late, and then I had to ask about—" "Bye, Eve." Jane was in the car and swinging the door shut. "Love you." Eve nodded and waved as the car pulled out of the driveway. Jane watched her as long as she could see her. "She's so happy, Joe. She glows. I've never seen her like this before."
"Neither have I. I believe it's her turn. I just pray it lasts, because then it's everyone's turn who loves her."
He covered her hand with his own and changed the subject.
"Dreams, Jane?"
She grimaced. "Yeah, but I'd rather think about Eve. I don't believe that woman I've been dreaming about is anywhere near as happy. I don't even know if she's a real person. Eve thinks I have to treat her as if she is." She handed him the sketch she'd put into a large envelope. "Thanks for the help, Joe."
"What's family for? Now sit back, relax, and take a deep breath. I'll get you to the airport on time. I just want to take one quick look at the mystery woman."
He took the sketch out of the envelope and glanced at it.
"Very pretty, but I'm not seeing."
He broke off, his eyes narrowing.
"What the hell? Maybe you're right. Familiar. Damn familiar."
Chapter 2. Delta Flight 1037. It was no use. Jane rubbed her eyes and then impatiently shut down her computer. She'd been combing through search engines and sites for the last 4 hours since boarding her flight and had come up with zilch. What had she expected? That formal garden could have belonged to any house on the planet. The steepness of the mountains reminded her vaguely of the Alps, but she could be wrong. Even if she was right, the Alps were close to 700 miles long, and it would be almost impossible to locate a house near them without some kind of clue. She leaned back in her seat. "I tried, Lisa. I'll keep trying. Maybe Joe will be able to help." "Help me do what?" she thought ruefully. She didn't even know why she was having these blasted dreams. Sometimes people are chosen. Eve had said that and believed it. It was clear that she thought Jane might have been the one chosen to help this time. Heaven knows how or why. So stop being impatient with yourself and frustrated with Lisa and try to figure it out. Banish the doubts and try to accept that somehow you have a job to do. Okay. Assume that Lisa is trying to get in touch with you for some reason of her own. It would be logical to believe that she is doing it because she can't get help from anyone near her. She has to reach out to a stranger. She is terribly alone. And both Jane and Eve had received the impression of the danger surrounding her. Why had Lisa been able to reach out to her? Jane knew psychic power was rare, but she believed it existed. She had known people who possessed it. But why Jane, when the only unusual thing about her were the dreams she'd had of Syra? She had told Eve that Lisa was vaguely familiar. Had there been some kind of connection between them that had made it possible for Lisa to contact her? She opened her sketchbook and studied Lisa's face. It was the eyes, she decided. Slightly tilted, maybe a little exotic. She flipped open the computer again and accessed a search engine that would allow her to check her yearbooks from both high school and the university. 30 minutes later, she exited the program and shut down the computer again. 0. If she'd ever met Lisa, it hadn't been when she was in school. Maybe it will come to me, she thought, discouraged. Sometimes, if you focus too hard on something, you ended up putting up roadblocks. But you'll have to do a little more than show me your face, Lisa. You may think I'm a prime candidate because of Syra, but she was a hell of a lot more helpful. Don't be stupid. She was dead. I'm not dead. It's different. Jane went rigid. That thought out of nowhere had been defiant and angry and come as a complete shock. Lisa? Nothing. Imagination? Maybe. Jane knew she might be so tired that she was putting words to the faces in those sketches. She'd been talking to Lisa all day as she'd been working, but she'd certainly not expected an answer. But it might be that Lisa was becoming desperate and trying to break through to her. So concentrate and try to send a message to her, too. Which one, Lisa? Imagination or desperation? Nothing. But that single bolt of thought had been as if Lisa was monitoring her thoughts and knew all about Syra. And she had expressed one other thing that was filling Jane with profound gratitude. I'm not dead. It's different. Somewhere deep inside her, the uncertainty that Lisa might possibly be dead had been tormenting Jane. That was a bit rude, Lisa, but I'm glad you set me straight. Anything else? Nothing. Okay. Have it your way. She closed her eyes. I have a couple hours before we land in Edinburgh. I'm going to try to take a nap. You work on it and find a way to let me know what you're trying to tell me. San Leandro. Bitch! Lisa's head jerked back at the force of Santara's blow. Pain.
Did you think you'd get away?
Leon Santara wiped the blood from his wrist where she'd just bitten him.
You can't last, you know.
He hit her again.
You'll have to give in and make the damn call.
She hated him. She shook her head to clear it of the dizziness. I almost did get away. Next time I will. She glared at him. And you're wrong. I'll never make that call. I don't care what you do to me.
You'll make it.
He jerked her to her feet and pushed her ahead of him through the hall and up the stairs.
I have my orders, and even if I didn't, do you think I'd let a vicious little snake like you get the best of me? I don't know why they don't let me just cut your throat.
You know why. You're afraid. You're all afraid. He muttered a curse as he jammed her hard against the wall while unlocking the door.
You're the one who should be afraid, he said through his teeth. You're nothing. You're just a weak, stupid girl who's going to end up dead if you don't keep your mouth shut. I don't care if you make the call or not. I'll tell them you killed yourself climbing down that cliff.
No, you won't. Her eyes were blazing. Because then they won't pay you. Who's stupid, Santara? He hit her again. Darkness. Lisa was vaguely aware of him pushing her into the room and slamming the door behind her as she fought to remain on her feet. For an instant, she couldn't breathe. Her heart was beating hard. Stop it. She couldn't let them make her afraid. That would be a victory for them. She was strong, and she would only show them strength. So stoke the fierceness and the rage that will keep any fear at bay. Remember every moment of how they have tried to subdue and weaken you since you've been here. She looked down at her wrists, which were raw and bleeding from the ropes with which Santara had bound her to drag her back up the cliff, and the healing rage returned in full force. She would kill them all. No, she couldn't do it. She'd been forbidden to do it. It was against the rules. What did she care? He wasn't here. She was alone. She was always alone. He'd made her promise, and then he'd left her. Didn't she have the right to do what she had to do to stay alive? It would be so easy. Why should he care if she broke the rule? They wanted to kill him, too. This was all about him. It had always been about him. But he'd forbidden it. She'd given him her word. So she couldn't kill them. Yet, she thought grudgingly. She had to find another way, and that meant trying to reach out again to that Jane McGuire and make her understand what was important. It was frustrating, and she didn't always know what she was doing. The frustration alone made her impatient and angrier. "You listen to me, Jane McGuire. Hear me, or I'll have to break my promise." Done. Jane drew a deep, shaky breath and dropped her pencil on the drink tray next to her airline seat. She sat there, gazing straight ahead. She didn't want to look at the sketch she'd just drawn for a moment. As usual, she needed to catch her breath. And she was afraid of what she'd see. When she'd awakened from that short nap, it had been like being caught up in a tornado. "Hear me!" The compulsion had been far stronger, more violent, more demanding than the other times. "Oh, I heard you, Lisa. And now I have to see what I've heard." She slowly looked down at the sketch. She flinched. Darkness, anger, fierceness. And the background was no longer a sunlit garden. She was inside a room that was also dark, with only meager light coming from a window across the room. Wooden shelves, books. It appeared to be a library, some kind of ebony artifact on the wall. A distressed, rough wooden table in the very forefront of the sketch. She looked back at Lisa's face. Passion, fire, darkness, and pain. She had been so shocked by the force and fever of the woman's expression that she had not noticed that there were ugly bruises on her left cheek. First the cut lip, now the bruises. "What have you gotten yourself into, Lisa?" she murmured. And then her gaze moved down, and she saw the words written in blood in small block letters on the wooden table in front of Lisa. "He must not come. Only you." Fine. Nothing like responsibility. Where was she supposed to go? And who the hell was he? Well, she probably wasn't going to be told anything more by Lisa until the next contact. It appeared that Lisa wasn't able to reach her unless she was sleeping, and it wasn't as if Jane could drop off by sheer will alone. But at least Lisa was trying to be more forthcoming, if that message was any sign. However, she was not being overly diplomatic about it, demanding and angry, not asking, but commanding. What was she thinking? She was being too hard on a girl who was obviously being abused. And how would she have behaved if she'd been faced with a situation fraught with violence like Lisa's? She'd always had trouble asking for help, even from the people she loved. What if she'd had to beg a stranger to believe her, perhaps even save her? Not easy. She might not have been quite so rude, but she could identify with the frustration. Eve had always said, "Don't judge until you walk in someone's shoes." And maybe this Lisa had never had an Eve or anyone like her. What would Jane have been like if Eve had never come into her life? She instinctively reached for her phone and started punching in a number. 2 minutes later, Joe Quinn picked up the call.
"You can't be in Scotland yet, Jane."
"No, about 40 minutes out of Edinburgh. I just wondered if you'd been able to access that database yet."
"Give me a break. It takes time. I'm working on it."
He paused.
"But I keep looking at that sketch, and I see what you mean. I feel as if I know her."
"I thought you might. You deal with facial recognition all the time in your job. It's part of your training. But you didn't recognize Lisa?"
"No, and she has a very memorable face. It's beginning to bother me."
"I'm going to email you another photo. It has a different background with a strange-looking wall decoration. Could you maybe add that to your file?"
Send it, he said, then added, This is really worrying you, isn't it? Kind of a surprise. I know you'd want to help regardless, but in that sketch, she doesn't come across as being full of sweetness and light. Certainly not someone to touch the heart. But evidently she's managed to touch yours. You have to remember we can only do so much, Jane.
I know that. She was silent for a moment. But I was thinking about her and realized if I hadn't had you and Eve, I might have been as defiant and angry as Lisa is. I was already on my way down that road by the time you took me in.
No, you weren't. You were always tough, but not belligerent. You survived the streets and would have come out on top regardless of who you had in your corner.
Bullshit. I was incredibly lucky. Now it seems I have to give back. She added lightly, Eve thinks I was chosen. So help me find this girl so I can do what I need to do. Okay? He chuckled.
It shall be done. Send me the new sketch. Bye, Jane. He hung up.
She took a photo of the sketch and emailed it to Joe. Then she sat there looking down at that face. Definitely not sweet or gentle, as Joe had commented, but the more she gazed at it, the more she found herself drawn. All that fire and passion and defiance. Warrior. Lisa looked like a warrior who had been attacked, taken down, but never surrendered. Only you. Her finger traced the words on the sketch. Okay, it's a deal. I'll help you out, but you'd better work on an attitude adjustment. Understand? Edinburgh Airport. Jock Gavin was waiting when Jane walked out of customs. His smile lit his face as he gave her a hug.
The Laird asked me to come and pick you up. I think he was afraid that you'd go running back to your gallery in London instead of coming back to Gaelcar. Macduff is sure that he's found the right lights this time. It's some new space-age technology.
Macduff had been trying for years, without success, to find a lighting system that would pierce the heavy mist on the north side of the lake and permit them to explore and hunt for the treasure in that area. And what do you think? He shrugged.
I hope it's true. You know Macduff needs the money. It takes a fortune every year to keep Macduff's run a private residence and not have to turn it over to the National Trust.
He picked up her 2 suitcases and headed for the exit.
We'll set up the lights tomorrow and check them out, but he wants you there in case we move forward along the north bank.
I might not be of any use, Jane said. I've always told him that, Jock.
Aye, but he thinks you're his lucky rabbit's foot.
Jock's face was full of mischief as he turned to her when they reached his car. Though, I've always thought that concept a little unpleasant, and certainly unfair to the poor rabbit. Ever since the two of you discovered each other when you were both doing research on Syra, the founder of Macduff's clan, he's been sure you're kin to one of his ancestors. I'm no such thing, she said flatly. I'm very happy with who I am, and that's not Scottish aristocracy.
Be who you wish to be, Jock said as he stored her suitcases in the trunk, as long as it's my friend.
He slammed the trunk shut.
I won't give that up, Jane.
He opened the car door for her.
Now get in, and I'll see if I can find a good place to have tea on the way to Gaelcar. Airplane food is generally ho-hum at best.
He was smiling again, and she found herself smiling back. It was almost impossible not to smile at Jock. He was possibly the most beautiful human being she had ever seen. She had thought that when she had first met him as a young boy, and he was even more riveting now. He was a tall, lithe young man with fair hair and silvery blue eyes, and there was a strength to his symmetrical features that doubled their high impact. I'd like that. If you don't think that Macduff will be too impatient about showing off his space-age lights.
He needs to be kept under control, Jock said lightly. Everyone kowtows to the Laird, and I consider it my duty to make him realize that even an earl has his limits. He started the car. There's a small tea room on the grounds of a castle on the way.
Jock was joking. No one loved Macduff more than Jock Gavin. They had been friends for years. Jock had been the son of the housekeeper at Macduff's Run, and he had grown up running in and out of the castle. And though Macduff had been older, they had become like brothers. They still were, and there was nothing Jock wouldn't do for Macduff. Did you go to Australia with him? He shook his head.
I wasn't needed. I decided to go to Macduff's Run and check it out while Macduff was gone, he added grimly. And then I went on to New York to make sure that the investments Macduff and I had funded there were being handled properly. The broker was being careless, and I had to make certain he wasn't also being criminal. I wasn't about to let Macduff lose money. He shrugged. But it only took one meeting to straighten him out. There won't be any more problems.
I'm sure there won't, Jane said dryly. He had probably terrified the man. These days, Jock could be everything that was warm and charismatic on the surface. It was only when he was angry or upset that he became the Jock that she had first met all those years ago at Macduff's Run. He had run away from home to see the world when he was 15, and the world he'd seen had been a horror story. He'd become the subject of mind control experiments conducted by Thomas Riley, a terrorist who was trying to develop the perfect assassin. In Jock, he had reached his prime goal, and the body count had been horrifying. By the time Macduff had found Jock, he was in a sanitarium after trying to commit suicide and could barely function mentally. It had taken years for him to come back to something close to normalcy, and Jane was aware that buried deadlines might be unearthed at any moment. And did your broker turn out to be a crook?
Marginally, Jock smiled. But after our discussion, he made restitution to Macduff and me and 7 other clients out of his own accounts.
Did you fire him?
No, he's brilliant. He's going to make us a pot of money. The reason I set up the portfolio was just in case Macduff doesn't find Syra's treasure. It was insurance. I can't let him lose Macduff's Run.
And you'd rather deal with someone who came close to cheating you?
Close is the key word. It won't happen again.
He met her gaze, and his silver eyes were ice cold.
He understood the consequences. I explained that I'm very protective of my friends.
Did Macduff know what you were doing?
It wasn't necessary. Why bother him with something that I could handle myself? It would only have worried him.
She nodded. Because Macduff is protective too. His lips twisted.
And he likes to keep me away from temptation. He's never sure if I'm going to break the chains he's hammered to keep me in check.
He cares about you, she said gently. You're worth caring about, Jock.
Am I? I suppose I do have a few valuable qualities.
His smile was suddenly brilliant.
Or you wouldn't waste your time being my friend. I'm glad you're back, Jane. It's time we wound up this search for Syra's gold. Macduff needs to get on with his life.
And what about you?
I keep myself busy. I have a few degrees behind my name these days. That makes Macduff happy. He knows where my real talent lies, and he's always hoping that it will be submerged by higher learning. He shook his head. Now stop frowning. We both know that I'm right. I accept it. I am what I am.
You don't know who you are yet. She paused. When you were in New York, did you visit Cara at Juilliard?
Of course. He shot her a glance. I knew you'd tongue-lash me if I didn't. I took her out to lunch, and then we went to Central Park and spent the afternoon.
Good.
Not so good. I found out when I took her back to school that she'd skipped a full day of classes and was going to be put on detention. She didn't mention any of that when I picked her up in front of the school."
Oops. She made a face. But I'm sure she thought it was worth it.
"Maybe. But I shouldn't have done it. I told you that I should let Kara drift away from me now that she has Eve and Joe and a new life.
And I told you that couldn't happen. The bond of friendship between that 11-year-old girl and Jock Gavin had been unique. Jane had never seen anything like the closeness that had been born during those few months when Eve had brought Kara to Scotland 2 years ago. Jock had saved Kara's life, and she was totally devoted to him. She wouldn't have understood, and she wouldn't have let you go, she added. All her life she's been on the run and never been able to count on anyone. If you want her to have a normal life, you can't reject her.
I won't reject her. I just think it's healthier for her not to have me for a friend. I've been trying to distance myself.
Too late. You should have thought of that before you became so important to her. You're her best friend. You saved her life, and anyone can see that she's not going to let you walk away from her. Now you're stuck with it. She studied his expression. And you couldn't stand it anyway. You have to know she's well and happy. I bet you've been keeping a close eye on her from that distance you spoke about. He was silent. She nodded. I thought so. She waved her hand as he started to speak. You'll have to work it out for yourself. But don't hurt Kara because you think that you should fade into the background. She's lost enough. Her entire family murdered, her whole life spent trying to escape the same murderer. She can't lose her best friend, too.
She won't lose me.
He was parking in the lot of a quaint tea room with mullioned windows.
Though I'd think that you'd realize I'm right about this. She needs a normal life now. There's nothing normal about me.
Bullshit. Normal is overrated anyway. He suddenly chuckled.
Now you sound like Seth Caleb. That's something he'd say.
Caleb? The sudden mention caused a ripple of shock to go through her. Her glance slid away from him. Consider the source. No one can call Caleb normal. He doesn't want to be like anyone else. He was born with that weird talent of being able to control the blood flow of the people around him, and heaven knows what else. He's arrogant as hell and thinks he rules the world. Compared to him, you're practically angelic. He gave a low whistle.
That was a surprise. You're usually more non-committal about Caleb. It must have been building up.
He got out of the car and ran around to open her door.
And Caleb would laugh if he heard you describe me as an angel, unless it was Lucifer.
He helped her out of the car and slammed the door.
He's probably all you say, but I'd rather have him in my corner than anyone else I can name. The other doesn't bother me at all.
It bothers me. She paused. But he hasn't been around much at Gaelcar in the last months, so I guess it doesn't matter.
He's been out of the country. But Macduff may have called him and asked him to come to the lake when we set up the lights. He's never liked strangers on the property, and he trusts Caleb.
A smile tugged at his lips.
We all respond to our own needs when it comes to Caleb. He appears to supply whatever makes him invaluable in any given situation.
Then maybe he's the one who's cloning Lucifer. She grimaced. Listen to me. I'm overreacting. Caleb has that effect on me.
I've noticed, he murmured. Do you want me to talk to Macduff and ask him not to ask Caleb to come?
No. That would have been a defeat in itself, and it would probably amuse Caleb when he heard about it. I don't care. She strode toward the door of the tea room. Now let's get a bite to eat, and I'll tell you all about Michael. Eve said you hadn't been by to see them since Cara left for school. He's perfectly adorable. I spent half the time I was at the lake house sketching him. I'll show you the last one I did before I left today. Loch Gaelcar.
It's going to work, Jane.
John Macduff strode up the incline to meet them as she and Jock walked from the road where they'd parked the car. His arresting face was alight with excitement.
Carlyle showed me a demonstration of those lights that knocked me on my ass. He's got contracts with 3 of the major airlines for his light system, but I persuaded him to let me have the first shipment.
He grimaced.
Though it didn't take too much urging after I told him the possibility that I might be able to find Syra's legendary treasure on that north bank. Providing I could pierce that mist that no one has ever been able to do in all of Scottish history. I think he's regarding it as a challenge.
And that's probably exactly the way you presented it to him. You're no fool, Macduff, Jane grinned. There was no way you were going to come back without what you went there to get if you believed there was a chance.
Aye, I've waited long enough.
His blue eyes were suddenly twinkling.
Let those airlines get to the back of the line.
Not as if that's not your philosophy anyway, Jock said. Everything has to stop for the pleasure of the laird. He turned to Jane. See, I told you that we have to keep him under control.
Jane has no trouble embracing that mantra. She's possibly the most stubborn woman on the planet, Macduff said dryly, and I'll thank you not to encourage her to defy me, Jock. I've had a hard enough time keeping her here at the lake these past months while I was experimenting.
I wonder why, Jane said. I should be absolutely wild about camping out in a tent in the middle of the Highlands, ignoring my career while you try to pull rabbits out of your hat.
Nonsense. You didn't ignore your career. An artist can work anywhere, and you turned out some damn fine landscapes. And you're just as obsessed as I am about finding Syra's gold. Perhaps not for the same reason, but she called you and you came.
He smiled.
True?
I guess you might say it's true. In a way. She smiled back at him. Now you only have to address camping out in the middle of the wilds.
Who wouldn't want to be surrounded by all this beauty?
He gestured expansively at the lake and the mountains.
And didn't I have a fine shower house built for the camp? What else could you want?
I can't imagine, she said gravely. It was true that he had made the tent camp as comfortable as possible for them. Since Gaelcar Castle, the original home established by Syra and her family, was some distance away and in ruins, there had been no real choice. Not that Macduff would have been inclined to let them go too far away from this lake anyway. But I'll think about it and let you know.
You've had a long flight, Jock said. Go to your tent and rest, and I'll bring your cases down. He turned to Macduff. Come to the car and help me. Let her get her breath before you start inundating her with all your plans and that overpowering enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is contagious, Macduff said, and healthy. Not when it's mixed with jet lag. He nodded at Jane. I'll see you at supper.
Macduff hesitated and then followed Jock.
I'm not doing this because you're right, Jock. I just need the exercise.
Of course that's the reason, Jock said. Everyone knows that you're never wrong, Macduff.
Bastard,
Macduff muttered. Jane smiled as she watched the two of them walk back up the incline. It warmed the heart to see a friendship that close, so different, and yet forged of experiences and self-sacrifices that had almost melded them into one entity. She had known them both for years and considered them her friends as well, and she had never lost her appreciation for who they were, both apart and together. But she was glad that Jock had given her this short time apart from them. It was always a little overwhelming to come back here to Gaelcar after being away. She turned and started back down toward the camp, her gaze on the deep blue lake. As usual, it took her breath away and drew her toward it. Loch Gaelcar was surrounded by rugged green mountains that plunged down to meet the glittering water on three sides. But the north bank was always blanketed by a heavy mist that swirled and shifted but never revealed what lay beyond. It was the stuff of which legends were woven. The locals, who had lived with the lake all their lives, said that it was the place where creation either began or would be destroyed. Anyone who saw it found it mysterious and fascinating, and even a little frightening. Jane could see why Syra had settled in this part of the Highlands when she had fled from Herculaneum. It had been a wild, challenging country where the strong could carve out an empire. Syra had never hesitated facing any challenge. She had been born a slave and fought her way from poverty to become a successful actress at the theater in Herculaneum. She'd been tough, sometimes ruthless, but honest when she could be. Life had been hard for her, but she'd kept her humanity when everyone around her had tried to use her. It was no surprise that she'd managed to triumph even over the devastation of the exploding volcano. The treasure chest with which she'd escaped after the eruption had been filled with gold and silver coins, and one very special coin said to be the payment Judas was given to betray Christ. It would be worth billions in today's market. But there had been no record of what happened to the treasure chest after Syra had arrived in Scotland. Jane had reached the bank and dropped to the ground and linked her arms about her knees as she gazed out at the mist. "Is your treasure really out there, Syra? If it's not, why did I have that damn dream that hinted that it was? Macduff is banking that you were trying to tell me something that could save the family you founded all those centuries ago. I'm not so sure. You were passionate about family, but you saw nothing shameful about struggle." The sharp wind was blowing over the lake, stirring the mist, as it probably had when Syra had walked these banks. Sometimes Jane felt as if Syra was just beyond that mist, and if she stared hard enough, she would be able to catch a glimpse of her. Crazy. But most people would say that her dreams of Syra had been crazy from the beginning, and this was no different. Screw them. She had her own doubts, but no one had a right to impose their opinions on her. If she didn't find the treasure, then perhaps it would prove that she was a bit off-kilter. If the treasure was somewhere in that mist, then maybe the years of dreams and research had some kind of meaning. She had to smile as she realized how defiant she was feeling at this moment. It reminded her of the defiance she'd portrayed in Lisa's face in those sketches she'd done of her. It could be Joe was wrong about her not being as belligerent as that girl. Apparently, it only took the right subject to bring it to the forefront. Two of a kind, Lisa? She got to her feet and stood there looking out at the lake. "It's good to be back," she murmured. "I've missed you, Syra. Now please, be cooperative with Macduff about his lights. You're driving him crazy with this darned mist." She turned toward the tent area. "But I should tell you, I've learned a greater appreciation for you after dealing with this Lisa who's been plaguing me lately. I don't know how she hijacked me, but if you have any influence, you could help her to clarify a bit." Of course there was no answer but the sound of the water lapping against the bank. She was just lucky Jock or Macduff hadn't heard that one-sided discourse with Syra, she thought ruefully. Jock would have teased her unmercifully, and Macduff would have used it to convince her that she was even more on board with this treasure hunt than she admitted. Okay. She'd greeted Syra and this strange world of Gaelcar, and now she was ready to go to work. For some reason, she always felt as if Syra was waiting for her to return when she left this place. Maybe Macduff was right about her having a family connection with Syra. Not that she'd admit that to him. Eve and Joe were the only family she wanted or needed. Even thinking about them gave her a sense that all was right with her world. She turned and headed for her tent. which reminded her that she had to call Eve after she took a shower and tell her she'd settled in again. Chapter 3. Joe showed me the photo of that last sketch, Eve said soberly when Jane connected with her a couple hours later. Not good. He said that you were pretty upset. Understatement. I don't like feeling this helpless. Messages written in blood scare me. It's like something from a horror movie. She paused. And I'm almost afraid of going to sleep and finding out what else Lisa has in store for me. But I'm more afraid of not knowing and then not being able to stop it. I can see it. You certainly never had that kind of pressure when you were dreaming about Syra. No, she hesitated. I believe Lisa may be trying to reach me in a way outside the sketches. When I was on the plane, I was thinking something akin to that comment you just made. I received a bolt of very impatient and uncomplimentary feedback regarding my comparing her to Syra. Really? Intriguing. Bizarre, Jane substituted. But I'll take it if it means that I can get to the bottom of this any faster. I need to get her safe and take my life back. Or at least your nights. It felt like more than that to Jane. She was noticing that every subject that came to her mind seemed to drift, swirl, like that mist on the lake, until it had some connection to Lisa. Whatever. She's definitely a distraction. She changed the subject. And speaking of distractions, how is Michael? After supper, I'm going to try to finish his sketch. It will be a relief to concentrate on something that has nothing to do with anything but hope and youth. He's fine. Are you going to give me that sketch? I think you've lost out. I'm going to do it in oil. This time next year, you'll get it. Okay. You'll probably do a dozen sketches of him between now and then anyway. Eve paused. I've been thinking I'd like to have one of him beside Syra's lake. What? Just a thought. I spent so much time beside that lake when I was pregnant with Michael, and you were helping me to hide Kara away from the people who were hunting her down. I feel as if that lake is part of both of us. She added quickly, Never mind. As I said, just a thought. You said you're going to start putting up those lights tomorrow? So Macduff said. It's kind of a complicated installation and may take a while. He can hardly wait to dive into that mist again. He's had so many trial and errors that he should have it down to a science by now. I can remember Macduff, Jock, and Caleb working to put in those light poles on that north bank. Macduff was so disappointed when the infrared lights didn't work. She paused. Is Caleb going to be there to help? Probably. I believe Macduff called and asked him to come. She kept her tone casual. You know how Macduff dislikes any strangers around when they're working on the north bank. He doesn't mind his sentries guarding the perimeter of the property, but he doesn't want any of them near the actual hunt area. But he trusts Caleb, Eve murmured. I'm sure you have trouble understanding that. So did you for a long time, she said. For God's sake, you saw him kill a man before your eyes. That man was a serial killer, and Caleb was never charged. He didn't touch him. He didn't have to touch him. You told me Caleb was able to send a rush of blood to his organs that caused him to bleed to death and finished off with a massive heart attack. Jane added impatiently, At the time, you didn't want me anywhere near him. But Caleb wanted to be near you, Eve said ruefully, and he's a law unto himself. We couldn't seem to stop it, so we had to trust you to use your own judgment. You seemed to be able to hold your own with him. And sometimes it had been like dancing on hot coals. For years he had moved in and out of her life, and every encounter had been disturbing and electric and filled with an overpowering sexual tension. Of course I held my own. I'm an adult. I didn't expect you to treat me like a child who needed to be protected. I was always wary of him. She paused. It's just that everything got complicated when I realized I was in love with Trevor. He was everything that I wanted in a man. Loving, gentle, intelligent. She swallowed. Everything that I wanted, Eve. I know, Eve said gently. And Caleb wasn't the White Knight. He was the Black Prince. Anyone could see that he was about to explode whenever he was around the two of you. Trevor actually liked Caleb, or maybe he just understood him. Caleb can be persuasive. It's one of his talents. She took a deep breath. But there's no use talking about Caleb. He is what he is. And I told you I barely talked to him the last time he was here. But you didn't tell me why he's pissed off with you, Eve said. And since it's obvious you don't want to do it, let's drop it. Hey, it's time I gave Michael his dinner. Let me know how Macduff's lights work out. I will. Give Michael a hug for me. Bye. She hit the disconnect button. She sat there for a moment. As usual, she felt a reluctance to break the tie with Eve and Joe. Even when the conversation was charged or conflicted, it was a comfort to share it with the people she loved. And talking about Seth Caleb was always charged and disturbing. Put the thought of him behind her. She'd face him when she had to do it. She rose to her feet and headed toward Macduff's tent, where they usually gathered for their meals.
So, you enjoyed your time with Eve and Joe Quinn?
Macduff asked as he was walking her back to her tent after supper.
I'm always afraid that you're going to insist on staying with them when you head for Lake Cottage. Eve is a magnet for you.
Can't deny it, she smiled. But that's love, Macduff. You ought to try it sometime.
Someday. Too busy right now.
His gaze went to the lake.
We're going to find Syra's gold this time, Jane. I feel it.
And that's why you were so anxious about my coming back here. Why? I'm not really that important to this hunt now.
The hell you're not. I've been looking for Syra's treasure for most of my life, but I never really had much hope until you came on the scene.
With my crazy dreams about her? Or was it my passion to prove to myself that I wasn't as crazy as I suspected I was? She asked wryly. You must have been pretty desperate to believe that I could be of any help at all. No proof, Macduff.
But there may be such a thing as racial or ancestral memory. The portrait in my gallery of my ancestor Fiona could be your double.
Coincidence.
Really? And yet that last dream you had about Syra led us to this lake.
And if I've led you here, you don't need me any longer.
Yes, I do. Syra must have wanted you here. I'm just an invited guest. I'm not going to risk that you might wander off and spoil everything. He added lightly, All the stars must be aligned.
She chuckled. When we get deep into the mists, we won't even be able to see our hands before us, much less the stars.
But my new lights are going to take care of that.
He stopped in front of her tent.
Have faith, Jane.
You have faith. I have hope. She looked up at him. And that dream was far from specific, Macduff. It just seems logical Syra would choose to hide the treasure in one of the caves in that mist.
Then we'll go with that unspecific but entirely hopeful dream.
He gazed at her inquiringly.
Unless you've had a more recent one to update us.
She shook her head. No dreams of Syra. His gaze narrowed on her face.
You hesitated.
She had no intention of telling Macduff about Lisa. He wouldn't be able to help, and he was totally focused on Syra anyway. She repeated, No dreams of Syra. You know I can't dream on demand. Sorry, Macduff.
Oh well. Maybe once we get through the mist.
Maybe. She impulsively took a step closer and kissed his cheek. I want this for you, Macduff, and I'll keep coming back here until we find out if we're right or wrong about the mists. She grinned. Though I may have to take an occasional break to go back and see Eve's baby, Michael, now and then. They change too quickly at this age, and I want to catch every phase.
Deal, he said gruffly, and gave her a quick hug. But you may not have to take any breaks after this week. The lights are going to work, and we're going to find that treasure chest. He turned on his heel. Now get to sleep. I'll see you at breakfast.
Jane watched him walk away. Macduff was always so full of vitality that was impossible not to be caught up in whatever project he was embracing. And when it came to his obsession for finding Syra's treasure, there was no question that she would be swept in the center of the torrent. She started to turn to go into her tent. Then she stopped. It was all very well for Macduff to tell her to get to sleep, but that wasn't going to happen for a while. She was on edge about what was going to happen in those mists tomorrow, and she was dreading going to sleep and facing what might have been happening to Lisa over these past hours. And, admittedly, she didn't want to lie there and think about seeing Caleb again. So she decided to give herself time to relax and unwind. She turned and moved down along the bank toward the point where the mist started to form on the lake. She stopped as everything around her began to disappear and shift into the mists. Better not go any farther. She was not afraid. Somehow she had always felt comfortable here in the midst of the fog. But one false step and she could end up in the lake and have a cold swim back to shore. She dropped down under a tree a few yards from the lake. Dampness, darkness, mist. You could become disoriented in only a short time in conditions like this. That was all right. She liked the sensation of being in another world. Syra's world. Only it hadn't really been Syra's world. This had been the domain of her young son, Marcus, who had played here all his young life. Syra's world had been the castle some 10 miles from here. But Jane's dream had not been of the castle. It had been of these mists.
Are you sure you want to do this, Syra? Antonio moved to stand behind her. He put his hands gently on her shoulders and whispered in her ear, You don't have to say farewell to him here. We can go back to the castle and have the priest give the gods blessings and bury him near us. No. She looked down at the small casket she'd had the carpenters craft with such care. I want it to be here by the lake. Marcus liked it here. She could feel the tears sting her eyes. He told me someday he was going to go into that mist and bring me gifts of gold and jewels fit for a queen. I told him not to be foolish, that I had all the riches I could possibly want already. She looked over her shoulder at Antonio. It's true, you know. This is a hard, wild land, but we've made it our own. I have everything I ever dreamed about in those days when I was a slave in Herculaneum. I have a husband I love who gave me 5 strong sons and 2 daughters who may be even stronger. You would think that. He kissed her temple. You did not feel love for me when you were going through those birth pains. It just seemed unfair that a woman has to bear all that pain. But I can see why the gods didn't entrust having children to men. We do it so much better. Whatever you say, love. She could feel his tears on her temple and knew he would not argue with her at this moment. He was feeling her pain at the loss of Marcus as well as his own. Marcus, 8 years old, beautiful as the sun, who had been ravaged by the fever and fallen into darkness. She couldn't stand here looking down at that small casket any longer.
It was time to say farewell and send her son to take his final journey. She stepped away from Antonio and gazed into the mist. We're lucky, you know, to have had him this long, to have him the only one of our children whom the gods wanted with them.
It doesn't seem lucky to me.
No. At first I wanted to rage and beat my head on the stones. But then I started to think of Marcus. And I was still angry, but there's a kind of comfort in knowing that he'll be here, where he wanted to be. I can ride down here and imagine him running out of the mist and telling me how he'd just been hiding and playing in the caves and had great adventures to tell me. The tears were running down her cheeks. And now I believe we'd better go take him into that mist so that he can begin those adventures. Then we can go back to the castle and tell our other children that they must stop grieving and start living. Does that not sound like a good plan?
A fine plan,
Antonio said thickly as he touched her damp cheek.
A magnificent plan. My own Syra.
Jane felt her throat tighten and tears sting her eyes. The memory was as fresh and poignant as it had been the night she'd had that painful dream. She looked out into the mist. She could imagine that sad journey that Syra and Antonio had taken to Marcus's final resting place. Is that where you put the treasure that was to protect your family? Did you give it to your Marcus to guard until it was needed? No one could know. It was what Jane had thought was likely. It was what she thought Syra would have done. Syra had been part of her life, part of her youth. There had to be some reason why Syra had let Jane get to know her so well. Why else would Syra have given her that final dream? Jane could only guess and follow Macduff when he went deep into the mist. She took a deep, shaky breath and straightened against the tree. Time to get out of this mist and away from that heartbreaking memory of Syra and her Marcus. She had come seeking isolation and another world, but that world had been too painful tonight. Go back to the real world and face... Her cell phone rang, and she glanced down at the ID. Seth Caleb. Shit. He was more reality than she wanted to face right now. But she wasn't going to avoid him. As she'd told Eve, she was an adult. She just didn't feel like it all the time when she confronted Caleb. He managed to dominate effortlessly if she wasn't on guard. Even now, when she hadn't even answered the phone, she could see him before her. Olive skin, high cheekbones, dark eyes, dark hair with that thread of white, the faint indentation in his chin, that beautifully sensual mouth, and that aura of fire and power that always seemed to surround him, even in his most casual moments. Answer the damn call and get it over with. She punched the access button. Hello, Caleb. Jock tells me that you're coming to help Macduff tomorrow.
That's why I'm calling you.
His deep voice was faintly mocking.
I want you to have a good night. I didn't want you to be tense or on edge when it wasn't necessary.
How kind. But I doubt if your intentions were entirely without another agenda.
Of course not. We both know how self-serving I can be.
He paused.
How are Eve and the baby?
She could feel the muscles of her shoulders stiffen. Fine. Wonderful. Michael is totally exceptional. She waited, but he didn't speak. She forced herself to go on. She was just mentioning before I left how grateful she was that you were able to save him when all the doctors didn't think he'd survive that poison in her system when he was in the womb.
Really?
He added mockingly.
Then you must not have discussed the arrangement you offered to get me to do it.
She didn't answer.
No, Of course you didn't. You wouldn't want to tarnish anything to do with Eve and her child. Everything has to be perfect for Eve.
Yes, it does. I love her.
And I like her. The mockery was gone from his tone. She's a unique human being. I was very happy for her when I heard she was pregnant.
You never said anything.
Would you have believed me? I'm always under your microscope. You're never sure if I have an agenda, just as you aren't sure tonight. Deny it?
She couldn't deny it. Caleb was too volatile, and he had too much power and magnetism. She'd never been able to discover what lay beneath that mystique that surrounded him, and she was too wary to explore it. I never know what you're thinking. I don't believe that you actually want me to know. Maybe you don't want anyone close enough to find out what you care about.
Very perceptive.
The mockery was back.
So I rely on being a challenge to you. That should be enough, right? Understanding is so tame compared to sex.
There was the faintest edge to his tone as he added,
"That's why you came to me and offered to let me screw you if I'd just try to save Eve and her child."
I was upset. I was desperate. She moistened her lips. I shouldn't have done it. I should have just asked you to help her.
Oh, you mean as you would have asked anyone else who knew and liked Eve? But I'm not like anyone else, am I? I'm not one of the good guys. God knows, I accept that. You couldn't trust me to give her that gift, to give you that gift. That's not how you think of me.
It was a mistake. I know it made you angry.
Why should it? I took you up on it, didn't I? When you offered me a deal, I said yes. It wasn't the way I wanted it to happen, but the opportunity was too good to miss. It's what I've wanted since the moment I met you. But it did sting. That's why I decided not to call in the debt until I had time to get over it. I wasn't certain what I'd do to you. We both know I'm not altogether civilized.
His voice became silky soft.
It's what you've wanted too, if you'd admit it. But you've been too afraid of me to take that step.
I'm not afraid of you, she said fiercely. Look, I admitted I made a mistake, but I'm not the only one to blame. What do you expect? You're not like anyone else. You can do that thing with controlling blood flow. You can save lives, but you can kill too. And damn it, sometimes you can use that blood flow to the brain to alter perception and persuade people that black is white, she added.
People? You mean you? And you enjoyed it, Jane.
And yes, I've seen you. Wild. Damn right it makes me uneasy.
Have I ever hurt you, or anyone you cared about?
No.
Even when it came to your wonderful Trevor, who should have been very high on my list, I actually tried to save him after he was shot.
I know you did, she said wearily. None of that changes the fact that you're not what I want in my life. You'd turn it upside down.
Probably. But you'll never know until you let me in.
He added recklessly,
or I break down the doors, which is what you expect.
I never know what to expect from you. That's why I made that mistake. I'm going to say goodbye now and go back to camp. This conversation isn't going to make me sleep any better, if that was really your intention.
It wasn't. I like the idea of your lying there thinking about me. I just wanted you to know that I'm not going to ask you to meet your obligations while I'm at Loch Gaelcar this time. I intend to take my time with you, and I may have to leave right after we finish setting up those lights. I have a commitment I can't put off. Relieved? He paused. Or disappointed? He didn't wait for a reply. Never mind. I can't expect an honest answer in your present mood. Where are you? You said back to camp.
I'm on the North Bank. I needed a walk after supper.
And you needed to go into the mist and touch base with Syra again.
Perhaps. He was silent.
But it made you sad.
How did he know that? She lived a full life, and sadness was part of it.
Oh, I approve of everything about Syra. I think she approves of me, too. She'd have no objection to a little wildness, would she?
The words brought back the memory of Caleb over her on this bank, his hands on her, his mind building erotic fantasies in the mist. She could feel her heart start to pound. Heat. Back away. I'm going to say goodbye now, she repeated.
Be careful, going back. I wouldn't want my upsetting you to cause you to take a dip in the lake. I'll see you tomorrow, Jane.
He hung up. As usual, he took the initiative away from me, she thought, with annoyance, as she shoved her phone into her pocket and started to walk down the bank. But what did it matter? She was probably just on the defensive, as she usually was around Caleb. Actually, she was glad that he'd called tonight. Now everything was out in the open. What she'd done that night at the hospital had hung over her like a dark cloud for many months. She'd wanted to blame Caleb for striding away from her and not letting her say anything more after that terse and sardonic acceptance. But how could she have when she'd been in the wrong? She'd realized it almost at once. Because she'd thought she'd actually seen hurt when Caleb never showed hurt. But he'd armored himself so quickly that she hadn't been certain. Forget it. For heaven's sake, she was worrying about hurting his feelings when he'd taken advantage of what she'd done and still expected her to jump into his bed the minute he snapped his fingers? Nothing was ever completely as it should be between Caleb and her. If Caleb had his way, there would be plenty of other opportunities for both of them to heal or hurt each other. And she wouldn't give him the satisfaction of being right about her lying awake in her bedroll and thinking about him. She'd been doing more than enough of that on this walk back to the campgrounds. She stopped and took one last look at the lake before she went inside her tent. The mist. And Syra. That's all she should be thinking about tonight. But Caleb had intruded and, as always, had disturbed any tranquility she might have experienced. Oh well. Syra had never liked tranquility anyway. She had wanted to live every minute. Jane ducked into the tent and lit her lantern, then started to undress. She saw her sketchbook on the canvas table and continued to gaze at it as she put on her nightshirt. It seemed to be waiting for her. Lisa? Or not? But Jane knew that she wouldn't be able to forget that sketchbook even after she turned off the lantern. Nor should she. She got into her bedroll, pulled up the blanket, then she turned off the lantern and plunged the tent into darkness. She closed her eyes. The mist. Syra. The sketchbook. Lisa. Sorry, Caleb, you'll have to stand in line. They're way ahead of you tonight. Hurry! I'm trying, Lisa. Jane was fumbling desperately with lighting the lantern, even as she reached for the sketchbook on the table. Stop nagging and let me work. She had the lantern lit now and was flipping through the pages of the sketchbook. You should have had it ready. I wouldn't have been able to sleep with it staring at me. She was drawing now, closing everything out but the pencil and the paper before her. Her pencil was moving at top speed. Don't think. Let it flow. Let her flow. Lisa. Don't try to tell the story. You don't know it. Let it come. 15 minutes later, she threw the pencil down, breathing hard. Done. The sketch is different this time, Jane thought immediately when she pulled herself together enough to gaze down at it. Lisa was standing at a tall, narrow window, looking down at the cliff below, which towered above a crashing surf. No view of her face at all, just her dark hair tied back, her slim body dressed in pants and a peasant blouse, one hand resting on the windowsill, which appeared to be smeared with a few drops of dried blood. It appeared to be the same dark room, its dimness lightened only by the single window. "You wanted me to see the cliff?" she murmured. "What else?" Impatience. "And that island in the distance. Pay attention to it. It's a way out. I almost made it." Jane went still. The thought had been clear and unmistakable. She tried to gather her thoughts together and send a message back to her. "You're answering me. And now that I think of it, you were nagging me and trying to wake me. Why didn't you do that before? I do what I can. I'm not good at this. I've never been taught. I'm having to learn everything by myself. You're certainly no help." "Did you happen to get my message about attitude adjustment?" "Yes, but you'd help me anyway." But far more enthusiastically, with a little politeness thrown in. "I don't have time for it. I can only get through to you for a short time after you do the sketches. You're not strong enough to hold me." Jane could sense the desperation behind the words, and it frightened her. "Then connect with someone else who is strong enough. I'll do everything I can, but you're obviously in danger. I don't know anything about this kind of thing. Don't fool around with trying to reach me, Lisa." "I can't do it. You have the connection. It has to be you. Now pay attention. The shore at the bottom of the cliff is rocky, but maybe a boat." Silence. Then she said desperately, "I can feel you fading away from me." Jane quickly tried another way. "Then tell me where you are. Tell me how I can get to you." "Not yet. Not until I know I can trust you to keep your word. Not him. Only you. It has to be only you." "Then tell me your name. If it's some kind of kidnapping or something like that, maybe I can reach your family." "You're not listening to me. Only you. And I told you my name. Lisa." "Big help. Please, your full name?" No answer. "Lisa!" Nothing. Evidently, Lisa's time had run out. Crazy. The entire thing was bizarre and beginning to be terrifying. The bruises, the message written in blood, the smear of blood on that windowsill that Lisa had probably been clutching before she climbed down to the cliff below. The desperation, the frustration, the vulnerability that Lisa was trying so hard to hide. Just the fact that she was trying to hide both that desperation and vulnerability touched Jane. What would she see in the next sketch? She swallowed and reached for the bottle of water on the canvas table beside her bedroll. "If you're still around, I hope you know you scared the hell out of me. I don't know why, but like it or not, I'm beginning to care about you. Now help me to help you." Nothing. She drank half her bottle of water and then gave herself a moment before she took a photo of the latest sketch and texted it to Joe. Then she got up and went outside the tent and took a deep breath of the chilly night air. She gazed down at the lake and watched the mist move over the water. Tomorrow the lights would arrive, and she would be down there helping to unpack them, getting ready to explore Syra's world. So different from Lisa's bewildering, terrifying world. "But you'd probably understand Lisa, Syra," she murmured. "She might be a little like you. Not as seasoned, not as savvy, but she's a fighter. You'd appreciate that in her." She turned to go back into her tent. I do. The truck with the Australian lights and transformers arrived at noon the next day. The boxes were carried down from the road by 4 of Macduff's sentries and deposited on the shore leading to the north bank. Then Macduff sent them away, and for the next 4 hours Jane, Macduff, and Jock unpacked the contents, which resembled the light assembly on a high-tech movie set. Complicated. Very complicated, Jane thought as she paused to wipe her forehead. I hope these came with instructions, Macduff.
A few. Macduff grinned. We're lucky they're in English. Since I refused to let Carlyle come and set it up himself, he felt no qualms about making it hard for me. He did agree to accept my phone calls.
Thank heaven for small favors, Jock murmured. He began to load the first of the lights on a dolly.
I'll take these back to the north bank, to that rock formation where we set up the poles.
For those other super-duper infrared lights that failed miserably, Jane said dryly.
But look on the bright side, Macduff said. We already have the heavy work done. All we have to do is set up Carlyle's power source and attach it.
After you figure out how to do it, Jock said.
There is that small hurdle, Macduff admitted. But it's going to work. If you say so, Caleb said as he came down the bank toward them. But I hoped you'd have a little more accomplished by the time I got here.
Jane went still, and then forced herself to turn and look at him. The same. All force, all power, the same mocking smile and riveting charisma. We might have accomplished more if you'd been here to help. As usual, you managed to bow out of the manual work, Caleb.
Hello, Jane. That dew of perspiration on you is very attractive. Sort of a glow. He smiled. And you know my expertise lies in other areas. Anyone can do common labor. He turned to Macduff and shook his hand, though I did mean to get here a bit sooner. I was out of the country.
He looked at the dolly Jock was loading and sighed.
But it appears that I'm still going to be forced to do my part. The poles by the boulders?
Jock nodded. You take the dolly, and I'll finish unpacking that final crate. I'll do it, Jane said. Take another dolly and both of you go, Jock. You'll be able to unpack them faster and get back for another load. It's starting to get dark, and we'll want to get the rest of this stuff off the bank and where it's supposed to go. She glanced slyly at Macduff. We wouldn't want a random crow flying around to grab one of Macduff's miracle lights to line her nest. Macduff flinched.
Sacrilege!
I'll make amends by going back to camp and putting on the coffee while you're all bustling around in the mist. Caleb looked over his shoulder as he reached the trees.
That might not be an intelligent division of labor. You're so good in the mist, Jane.
The mist surrounding them, the cool dampness beneath her body. Caleb over her, his hands on her breasts, no breath in her lungs, wild eroticism everywhere. She met his eyes. Yes, I am, but it's my choice if I want to go there. She bent over the crate. I'll see you all back at camp.
Pity.
Macduff glanced at her as Jock and Caleb disappeared into the woods.
I'll finish unpacking that crate. You can go back to camp now. You've worked hard today. That's not why I want you here.
No, you want my invaluable vibes to soothe Syra. She smiled. But I don't mind pitching in. You may not get much work out of Caleb.
You'd be surprised. He works hard when he chooses. That pose just amuses him. And he's right. His talent lies in other areas. I just needed another man I trust to help with these lights, and Jock and he work well together.
His lips twisted.
They're on the same wavelength.
It's a wavelength you've been trying to keep away from Jock since you found him in that sanitarium. She shivered. He was an assassin, Macduff. I would have thought you'd try to discourage him from being around a man like Caleb.
Jock runs his own life now, and there are no other men like Caleb. They're both deadly. I just have to hope that they're not too explosive together. He shrugged. Hell, I'm only asking them to help me with those damn lights. It will be fine. Caleb shouldn't be here too long. He warned me he couldn't give me that much time.
Then all the more reason I should finish here before I go back to camp. Jane pulled out another lamp from the box. Now hush, while I work up some more of that glow Caleb was so sarcastic about. It was nearly 10 that night when Jane saw Macduff and Jock come out of the forest and walk toward the campfire. She tried to make her tone casual as she hurried toward them. It's late. I was beginning to worry. What happened?
Nothing,
Macduff smiled.
We just got caught up in the moment. Or should I say ours?
We got caught up in Caleb, Jock interjected dryly. He was in a fever, and we became infected. He went to the fire and picked up the coffee pot. We only meant to start the job, but then we thought, why not? So we went at it full speed. He poured coffee in his cup. As full speed as possible in that mist and dark.
We got a lot done, Macduff said. We finished the attachment on the first pole, and Caleb almost finished the second himself.
And where is Caleb? She handed Macduff a cup of coffee. He said he only had a little to finish on the second pole, and for us to go back without him. Jock finished his coffee. Now, I'm going to grab a sandwich and then hit the shower. Should you have left him alone?
What's going to hurt him? We've never run across any wild cats or any other large animals.
Macduff grinned.
And if Caleb did, I'd bet on him. He's one of the most nimble men in the forest I've ever seen. Almost like an animal himself. And if he fell in the lake, we'd just laugh at him. No, he'll be fine.
He's undoubtedly right, Jane thought. She was being foolish to worry about Caleb. She had seen him on the hunt in a forest in the Alps years ago, and she knew what Macduff meant about him resembling a wild animal. Wild. But things could still happen. That mist remained a complete mystery to them. There could be sinkholes and underground currents in that lake. Agile or not, he could fall and break his stupid head open.
He'll be fine,
Macduff repeated as he munched on a bacon sandwich.
Trust me. I wouldn't have left him if I'd thought there was a danger.
His eyes were twinkling.
I might need him too much in the next couple days. He truly swept us along with him tonight.
He finished his coffee.
Now, I think I'll follow Jock and try to get this mud off me. It was a good first day, Jane.
He was moving away from the campfire.
If you and Syra have a nocturnal get-together, you might tell her about it.
But the day wasn't over for Caleb. She stared at the mist rising from the forest. Good God, she actually wanted to go after him. How dumb that would be. Caleb was no child and could take care of himself. He would only be amused if he knew she was worried about him, and she would want to slap him. She should go to bed and forget about him, as Macduff and Jock were doing. But she would only lie there and not sleep. That would amuse Caleb even more. Okay, she told herself, stay here by the fire and wait until you're sure he's safe. He'd told Macduff he wouldn't be long out there in the mist. It wouldn't look weird for her to stay up a little longer and enjoy the fire. She got another cup of coffee and settled down to wait. Caleb didn't come out of the woods for another 2 hours. She smothered her relief as she jumped to her feet and started to leave the campfire and head for her tent. "The coffee's hot," she called. "You should have come earlier if you wanted anything to eat."
Stop right there.
He was running along the bank and barred her way.
I'm damp and I'm cold, and evidently I'm going to starve, but I'm not going to do it alone. You're coming back to the fire and keeping me company while I dry out.
We said what needed to be said last night.
You don't have to talk. I might prefer that you don't, but I always like to look at you. Come on.
He turned and headed back toward the campfire. She hesitated. Then she slowly followed him and dropped down on the ground before the fire while he poured a cup of coffee. There might be some rolls and cheese in that metal saver over there.
That you weren't going to offer me, so I don't have to starve?
He shook his head as he sat down and crossed his legs Indian fashion.
I'm not hungry. The adrenaline is still pumping. I find it interesting that you're annoyed with me, but that you still waited up until I came back.
I wasn't sleepy. I wasn't waiting for you. He tilted his head and gazed at her appraisingly.
I think you were.
Tell me,
were you afraid Syra would strike me down out there in the mist? She wouldn't do that. I told you. She likes me.
Why should I be afraid for you? As Macduff said, he'd bet on you against anything you might run into.
But you still stayed up and waited. He nodded. I'd do the same, only I'd probably go after you.
Finish your coffee. I'm not going to sit here and chat. You should have been back hours ago.
I told you. I don't have much of a window to do what Macduff needs me to do. He and Jock have time to play with those lights. I've got to help set them up and get out of here.
Why? She shook her head. Never mind. One of your commitments. It doesn't matter. I never know what you're doing. It's none of my business.
And you like it like that?
He took another sip of coffee.
So do I. Most of the time. But I liked it that you made it your business to sit here, worrying about me tonight. It made me feel warm. I think it might have erased that lingering bit of anger I was feeling toward you.
And that's supposed to make me feel all soft and fuzzy?
He chuckled. Heaven forbid. There's nothing soft and fuzzy about you, Jane. But it should make you feel a good deal more secure. I really did want to punish you.
Bullshit.
But it's gone now. Do you want to know what's in its place?
Lust. Heat. Erotic fantasy. No, I don't. She got quickly to her feet. I'm going to my tent. Will you still be here in the morning, or did you finish tonight?
I have a few more things to do, but I'll be out by noon.
She started toward the tents. Have a good trip.
I'll walk you to your tent.
He rose to his feet.
You're in escape mode, and you might be conveniently busy tomorrow morning. I consider that I deserve a prize for interrupting my business to help Macduff. We've already discussed the fact that I'm not one of the good guys.
And I'm the prize? No way, Caleb.
Not the grand prize, though I do think I deserve it. I just want to see you smile at me. I didn't realize how much I'd missed seeing it during these last months. He grimaced. Though you were never very generous with me in that regard. You were always too wary.
She stopped outside her tent. And I'm supposed to grin at you like a Siamese cat to please you?
That would be nice, but not expected.
He smiled.
So, I'll smile at you and set the example. Good night, Jane.
Good night. She stared up at him. The moonlight was dim, but the glow of the fire in the distance outlined his features, the curve of his lips, the indentation in his chin, the slash of dark brows over his eyes. Everything was sharp and defined in this light, Usually, she was so aware of the power and personality behind those features that she didn't notice the details. But every feature was intriguing. And I don't need examples. And I wasn't worried about Syra. I thought you might fall off that damn pole and bust your head. That happens even to men like you. He laughed.
It certainly does. And if I was that clumsy, I'd deserve it.
And it doesn't change anything.
Then I'll have to work on it.
He turned away.
I'll be back as soon as I finish up my business. Sleep well, Jane.
I will. I won't have anyone to keep me awake by doing... She inhaled sharply, staring at him. Profile. Sharp silhouette. Black and white. He looked back over his shoulder.
What?
Nothing. She turned and bolted into the tent. Her heart was jumping out of her chest. She stood there in the dark for a moment, trying to get control. It couldn't be. Could it? Of course it could. Okay, give yourself a little time to check and then try to make sense of it. She should have been happy and relieved, but she couldn't imagine a worse scenario for her. Chapter 4. An hour later, she was walking quickly up the hill toward the tent Macduff always allotted Caleb when he was here. "I'm coming in, Caleb," she called sharply when she was a few yards away. "I thought I'd warn you. I'd appreciate it if you don't cause me to have a heart attack or use one of your other methods of ridding yourself of people." She pushed through the canvas opening. "Because I sure as hell don't want to be here."
You're angry?
In the darkness, she could see him raise himself up in his bedroll across the tent.
I told you that we don't have to deal with this right now. It's probably best that we don't. Go away, Jane.
I can't go away. She was in the tent and fumbling with his lantern. "Oh my God, you think this is about sex? I'm not here to pay any debts, Caleb." She finally got the lantern lit and turned to face him. "You're naked." She took his blanket and tossed it over him. "Get some clothes on."
Presently.
He was studying her.
I don't feel the need of any barriers against you as I did 2 minutes ago. It may be better that I find out the problem first.
Suit yourself. She came a step closer, reached down, lifted his chin, and glared down at him. "You're the problem."
I gathered that. In what way?
"Here." She rimmed his left eye with her forefinger. "And here." She touched the faint slant at the corner. "I thought I should remember her, but it was you." She dropped his chin and stepped back. "It was always you, damn it!" He stiffened.
I don't like this. I believe you'd better be a little clearer, Jane.
Do you think I like it?
What is this about?
Not what. Who? She tossed the sketchbook she was carrying under her arm onto his lap. Lisa. His face remained impassive, but she saw the ripple of shock that went through his body.
What do you know about Lisa?
Not enough. All I know is that I have to sketch her every time when I wake up after going to sleep. She dropped down on the floor next to him. But I'm going to know more. Look at the sketches.
Oh, I intend to.
He took the sketchbook and opened it to the first sketch. He gazed at it for a moment.
She's changed.
Has she? I wouldn't know. But you would. You're related to her in some way, aren't you? The shape of your eyes is so similar. Nothing else jumped out at me when she started making me draw these sketches, but that was very familiar. I thought I must have known her sometime in the past. Why else should I be drawing those damn sketches?
Why else, indeed?
He turned to the next sketches. He went still as he reached the one that showed the blood pouring from Lisa's cut lip.
When was this one?
The night before I left Lake Cottage. Who is she to you? He didn't answer. He was going slowly through the last sketches, scanning every detail.
This is the last one? When?
Last night. She repeated. Who is she to you?
Every time you go to sleep? She reaches out to you then?
She says that's practically the only time she can. She's very angry about it.
She would be. Lisa's never patient about anything.
I found that out. I should have known she was related to you. You want things all your own way, too.
But I've learned sometimes I have to wait. You should have seen me when I was her age.
What is her age? She looks younger in those first few sketches, but I can't tell now from the most recent ones.
Lisa is 19 now.
He looked back at the last sketches.
And she's evidently maturing rapidly with what's going on with her. That's not good.
He glanced up at Jane.
You mentioned she said it was the only way she could communicate. Then she is reaching you in other ways than through the sketches.
Briefly. She's angry about that, too. She says she's having to teach herself. Jane looked him directly in the eye. And I'm not answering one more question until I get answers myself. I have an idea I was pulled into this because of you, and I don't like it, Caleb.
Neither do I.
His lips twisted.
Or maybe I do. I didn't mean to do it, but it could be a way to get what I want. You know what a selfish bastard I am.
Yes. Now tell me who she is to you.
My sister. Lisa Redondo is my sister.
He flipped back to the last sketch, in which Lisa was gazing down at the cliff.
Did she tell you where this cliff is located?
No. And that's not enough information. Why did you say she's changed? How long has it been since you've seen her?
5 years.
Not exactly a close family relationship.
It was better for her.
Not if it ended with her being beaten up and forced to climb down cliffs.
It was better at the time.
Why?
I was a threat to her.
Evidently you let someone else take over that threat. She's scared, damn it. She won't show it, but she's scared.
I'll take care of it.
Not likely. Not if you couldn't even stand being around her for the past 5 years.
Shut up.
He was suddenly on his knees beside her, his dark eyes blazing in his taut face. He grasped her shoulders, and his fingers dug into her flesh.
Not now, Jane. I can't take it now.
Fury, wildness, and something else that made the response she intended to make die unspoken on Jane's lips. She was silent a moment. Let me go, Caleb. You're hurting me. I'm not the enemy. He slowly released her.
Of course you're not.
He was totally in control again.
But you have a tongue that tends to sting on occasion. Sorry. I'll make it up to you.
And so you should. But perhaps not right now. She scooted away from him. Because I need to know what's happening. I made Lisa a promise, and I have to know why she made me give it.
What are you talking about?
You saw what she wrote in blood on that table. He must not come, only you. I didn't know what she was talking about, but it was clear that any help had to come from me. The mysterious he wasn't to be involved. Tonight, when I was going over everything I remembered about her, and the sketches, that was very clear. And I realized that it was you she was talking about. She paused. I thought you might be an enemy she didn't trust. I still wasn't sure when I broke in here.
Why should you be?
His lips twisted.
I've always been the enemy.
Not always. But you've always been the unknown quotient, she added impatiently, because you won't let anyone close enough to know what you're thinking. Look at you right now. You're still mocking and arrogant, and yet I know you're hurting.
Do you?
Stop it, she said. Or maybe you can't stop. Maybe it's gone on too long. But I have to know what's happening so that I can help that girl. His faint smile vanished.
She trusts me, Jane, he said quietly. She knows I'm not the enemy. I'd sense it if there was any change in that. But I don't know why she doesn't want me to go and help her.
Then we'll have to figure it out, she said. I take it you don't recognize any of the background features, not the mountains, garden, cliffs? He shook his head.
I've never seen them.
I have Joe trying to identify them. He's also doing facial recognition on Lisa. I'll tell him to stop that now. Lisa Redondo? Not Lisa Caleb?
No. I took my uncle's name when I left my home in Italy and moved to Scotland.
He shrugged.
It seemed best, under the circumstances. I was persona non grata among my dear family.
He handed her the sketchbook.
I believe it's going to be a long night. Why don't you make us some coffee down at the campfire while I get some clothes on?
That's right. You're still naked. I'd forgotten.
That would have been a terrible blow if I believed you. He got to his feet. But since my ego won't permit it, I'll survive.
He turned away and reached for his clothes.
The coffee, Jane.
The coffee was hot by the time Caleb joined Jane at the campfire.
That smells good.
He sat down.
I had to make a couple calls, or I would have been down here sooner.
I wasn't timing you. Jane handed him a cup of coffee. Though I was thinking about telephone calls. I was considering the possibility that you might need a little time to pull yourself together like a normal person. Silly me.
Normal? Yes, silly you.
She took a sip of her coffee. Not so silly. Not about Lisa. I think you feel something for her. She frowned. And I think she feels something for you. She wasn't afraid of you. It was for you. She's trying to protect you, isn't she?
I don't know. It's a possibility. At any rate, I can't let her do it.
It may be difficult to stop it. She tapped her chest. Only me.
Bullshit. She belongs to me.
She belongs to herself. And I made her a promise. I may let you help, but I can't involve you. His dark eyes were glittering.
You'll have no choice.
I always have a choice. That's what I've been trying to tell you. She met his eyes. And I won't know how to make it until I know everything surrounding this, Caleb. I want the whole story, not just a glimpse at the outline. He didn't speak. I mean it, Caleb. Lisa said that she couldn't reach anyone else but me because I was the only one who had the connection. I think she was talking about my connection to you and her connection to you. Somehow it enabled her to reach me. But she didn't try to contact you. She was desperate not to involve you. So if she decides I've betrayed her by bringing you into this, she might break her contact with me. She'd be alone then, Caleb. I won't permit that to happen. Her voice was shaking with intensity. She tries to be strong, but she's scared and vulnerable. She's not going to be alone. Another moment of silence.
I can see that.
He looked away from her and down into the coffee in his cup.
Okay. No outlines. But it goes back a long time. You might wish you'd opted for the abbreviated version.
No way. Any more than I'd want my work to be reviewed as a sketch when I'd done a full oil painting. He shrugged.
You know some of it. I felt bound to give you and Eve some of my background the first time we all met.
He grimaced.
It was kind of a necessity, since I'd just caused a killer to have a massive heart attack in front of her. The only thing that saved me in your eyes was that he was going to kill Joe Quinn, too. That weighed pretty heavy in the balance.
Extremely heavy. But we didn't understand how the hell you could do it, or why it didn't make you as much a murderer as that monster you'd killed.
And sometimes you still have doubts.
His lips twisted.
Because of my inimitable talent with blood, it scares most people. I joke about all those vampire myths, but it still lingers in the mind. Tell me, did you ever have a nightmare about me sucking your blood?
No, I have not, she said in disgust. I know your talent has nothing to do with that nonsense, though it's probably more dangerous. And I remember you said that through the centuries it encouraged those imaginary myths about your family.
Yes. And since you want the complete story, let me refresh your memory a little.
He took a sip of coffee.
I come from a very old Spanish family, the Devonesses, who were known to have a number of psychic talents that made them very unpopular with their neighbors, particularly during the 15th century, when they were turned into the Spanish Inquisition for witchcraft. The entire family had to flee the country or be burned at the stake. The Redondo brothers, my particular ancestors, chose to settle in the village of Fiero in Italy. They decided the only way they could protect themselves from informers to the church was to keep the villagers terrified of retribution. His lips twisted. It worked. They became the scourge of Fiero, the purveyors of the black arts, holding the villagers in thrall for decades. They used the blood talent and their other gifts to make themselves seem to be demons of darkness. He shrugged. And perhaps they were. But how much blackness can a soul take? When they decided to leave the village and break free, it was almost too late. They settled a good distance from Fiero. They had children, grandchildren. Time passed. He grimaced. With only a few minor incidents that could be called truly wicked. But the call of the blood never entirely goes away, and neither does the knowledge that it's there, ready to be tapped at will. Most of the Redondo descendants decided it was safer to become hunters, where they could indulge innate violence without falling back into the pit. Our family's talents were very much in demand with governments and armies and heads of states. Of course, we had to pick and choose, but there's a whole world of monsters out there. It's not too difficult to find them.
As you did.
As I did. But I was spurred on by a particularly savage prey that had to be destroyed. As you know.
Jellock. She nodded. He was a serial killer who devoured the blood of his victims. He had the crazy idea that by drinking the right kinds of blood, he could become a kind of vampire god and have supernatural powers. He was connected to a cult that actually sacrificed people whose blood they thought would be of prime value. Jane shuddered. Horrible.
Yes. And, naturally, they'd targeted my family. Why not? There were all kinds of stories floating around in the underground about our wicked past. He paused. And certain other powers they found very desirable. But they didn't want to tackle any of the males in the family. They had a certain respect for us.
His expression hardened.
So they went after my half-sister, Maria. Jellock kept her alive for a long time, taking her blood and trying to see if he experienced any surge of power when he drank it. But he was disappointed. She had no power and was weak and died too soon.
Jane could see the pain as well as the dark fury in his expression. "You don't have to go into this, Caleb," she said gently. "You told Eve and I most of this after you destroyed the cult and killed Jellock." She suddenly went rigid. "Unless you think that Lisa's situation has anything to do with that same cult." He shook his head.
"I've been monitoring a resurgence possibility ever since that happened. I would have known. It has to be something else."
"Then why did you bring all this up?"
"Because you have to get the whole picture so that you'll know I'm the one who has to go find Lisa."
"Why? I don't see any connection then," she added, "unless you're feeling guilty about not visiting her all these years. But you didn't even mention you had another sister when you told us about Maria."
"I didn't tell you about a lot of things then, and I lied about many others."
"Why?"
"I wanted a place in your lives," he said simply. "I found you and your family filled something. So I made myself acceptable. You might have had trouble if you'd known everything about me."
"Then how do I know you're not lying now?"
"You don't. I'm very good at twisting and manipulating the truth. It's one of my talents. It's known as the persuasion. You were very bitter about that particular gift." He met her eyes. "But I've tried not to lie to you since that day. It was at great cost, because I often had to let you see me as I really am. I'm not lying now, Jane."
And she believed him. Crazy. "And what did you lie about then that has any bearing on what's happening to Lisa?"
"Eve asked me if I was close to anyone. I told her, of course, I was close to my family. It was only partially true. Most of my family hated me from the time I was a small child."
Her eyes widened. "What?" He smiled crookedly.
"I realize it's hard to believe when I'm such a charming soul. But I had a few faults that my parents found unforgivable. Imagine that."
"No small child has unforgivable faults."
"They do if they exhibit signs that they are a throwback to family members who are considered completely unacceptable."
He took another swallow of coffee.
"Over the last century, the blood talent, as well as the other psychic skills, had gradually been fading away, and when they did occur, they were weak and almost unnoticeable. My family had the hunt instinct, but no children born in the last 50 years had inherited the talent itself. The family was both relieved and grateful. They'd become very wealthy and liked the social status that went with it. They enjoyed the normalcy and the lack of threat to their lifestyle." He tapped his chest. "Until me. When I started to display troublesome signs of having certain talents that they regarded in the monster category, I was whisked away to the country house and taken care of by tutors for most of the year. I didn't see either of my sisters, except for a few months in the summer. They were both younger than I was and had been told not to become too close to me, but children often don't pay attention to adults." He met her eyes. "And I wanted them to like me. I needed them. So, I made it happen."
"Or maybe it was a case of 3 children thrown together and nature taking its course."
His brows rose. "I wasn't brought up to think in those terms."
"Maybe if you had been, you wouldn't have turned out so damn weird." His lips turned up at the corners.
"And maybe that was why I wanted you and your family in my life. There's nothing usual about any of you, and yet you accepted me under conditions that would have scared off anyone else."
"Maria and Lisa," she prompted.
"You know what happened to Maria. I'd left Italy by then, and we'd lost touch. When I was a teenager, I was tossed to my uncle, who lived in Scotland, to handle when I became too unmanageable for my parents. My parents died shortly afterward, and before they died, they set up a trust fund for Maria and Lisa that was administered by Gino Romano and his wife, Teresa. They were my parents' closest friends and neighbors. One of the provisions of the trust was that I not be permitted access to either of my sisters."
"That must have hurt."
"It's not as if it wasn't expected. I was the pariah, any more than it was a surprise that the Romanos were chosen to keep me at bay."
His lips twisted.
"Because I knew them both very well indeed before my parents sent me away. Gino was an investment banker with old money, and his wife, Teresa, was high in social circles in Rome. They'd become very close to my parents since the time Teresa had decided that it would benefit them to do so. They had no children of their own and appeared to be at least tolerant of Maria and Lisa."
"Tolerant is never good enough."
"Not everyone has someone like Eve Duncan in their lives," he said dryly. "Tolerance has to suffice sometimes. But I was resentful because Maria and Lisa belonged to me. So I spent a month near the Romano estate, watching and seeing how the girls were being treated. Neither of the girls liked the Romanos very much, and they found their lifestyle pretty boring. But they were away at school most of the time, and hardly saw them. And it was far more normal than the life I could have given them at that point. I thought they'd be safe and have a decent life."
He smiled crookedly.
"So I didn't do anything to cause the Romanos to wish to terminate their guardianship. Not violence, not a hint of persuasion."
"I don't believe you'd give up that easily," Jane said.
"I didn't. I'd fade in and out of the Romano estate and see them whenever I was in the area. Maria and Lisa both thought it was a great adventure to keep our meetings secret from their guardians."
"Because you made them think of it like that. I've seen how that persuasion talent of yours works. It's almost like hypnosis."
"They were mine. I had to make sure they were safe and happy."
He nodded.
"And yes, I needed them too. Satisfied?"
She didn't answer. She wasn't satisfied. She was finding out new and different things about Caleb that were disturbing. How long did it go on?
Not that long, for Maria. She was older and went away to school in Paris. Lisa was different. She was just a kid and always in trouble, and I had to stay close enough to help.
"I can see why she'd be constantly in hot water," Jane said dryly. "And why did you break off seeing her?"
"Maria," he said. "After Maria's murder, the Romanos made their estate an armed camp. I didn't know whether they were more afraid the same thing might happen to Lisa, or that they might be on the receiving end of the backlash." He paused. "I didn't give a damn about them, but I couldn't handle the idea of Lisa's being in danger. All it would take would be one monster that I'd missed when I went after that cult that had murdered her sister. If I'd destroyed the security around Lisa, then I might have let in the monsters. If I'd taken her away, she would have been more vulnerable. She was only 14, Jane. She wasn't ready to take care of herself. And I've made myself a target over the years. I'm a magnet that would draw those monsters to her."
"Evidently one might have managed to find her anyway." She paused. "And I don't believe you would have just walked away from her. You don't let go of anything you want." He was silent.
I haven't seen her.
But you didn't let her go.
He smiled. Okay. As you noticed, Lisa and I have a connection. I taught her how to refine and strengthen it. I was there when she needed someone to be there.
A link between the two of you that was stronger than any other element in her life. His smile faded.
I had to be there, for her sake. It wasn't to dominate her life. She was sent to a private school in Switzerland after her guardians felt safer about letting her leave the estate. I had to know she was safe and could contact me.
Which she's refusing to do now. Why would she do that?
I don't know why. I'm trying to find out from you.
She won't tell me. I told you, she won't trust me. She's afraid I'm going to rope you into going to get her out of the fix she's in. Whatever little click you formed between you with that damn connection you developed is messing up everything.
It was necessary.
Why, damn it?
To keep her safe. I had to monitor her.
Monitor, she repeated distastefully. You make her sound like a science experiment. She's a young girl with her whole life before her and has a fixation on keeping you. She stopped, her gaze narrowing on his face. Monitor? Why, Caleb? He didn't speak. Waiting. My God. She's like you. That so-called connection is just the tip of the iceberg.
Very good. What else, Jane?
I don't know what else. You tell me. You said that Maria had no power, that she was too weak for Jelok's purposes, but Lisa is different. You even said it. Lisa was different. She's a throwback, just like you. She did have the power. You needed to be there for her.
And I was, during the crucial period. I knew what it was like to stumble through it alone, with no one who understood. But she was in the same prison I was, and she had to learn to pretend that she was like our parents and not like me. She had to know she wasn't a freak, but that she would be treated as one. Then I had to teach her to smother the impulses and not let the fire inside out at anyone, he added. And finally, to love me and to keep any promise I demanded of her. That was essential.
I think she just broke training, Jane said flatly. And you should have known that if you'd been in touch with her lately.
I've been trying to contact her, damn it. She hasn't been linking with me for the last 2 weeks. I went to the Romano's estate in Italy and it was closed up. The bank shows Romano on an extended leave of absence. I've been trying to track them down by accessing computer and credit card records. Nothing. I hired several agents whom I've used in the past to extend the search to Switzerland and France. He paused. I was afraid that perhaps Lisa had exploded and done something that had caused the Romanos to know about her potential. They might have decided to totally isolate her from me and the rest of their social set. He added bitterly, just as my parents did me.
Could they have forced her not to link with you? She asked skeptically. You brainwashed the poor girl.
I did not brainwash. I suggested, and she is not poor in any sense of the word. He shook his head. But, no, she wouldn't have reacted to force.
Then we're back to her protecting you. She frowned. And us finding and protecting Lisa. She remembered something else he'd said. How much protection is she going to need? Just what is her potential?
Considerable. I was careful not to let her explore the boundaries. It's certain that she has the blood talent. I sense that all the time. She's had no training, so she can't control it. I wanted it entirely subdued while she was a child and a young adult. It could make her life hell. She tilted her head, her gaze searching his expression. Did it make your life hell? He didn't answer. I was going to teach her how to handle it later, after she reached maturity. As for the persuasive skills, she hasn't shown them to me. Nor to me, she said dryly. But I understand they sometimes go along with the power to link. They could come later, when I start opening the layers. Actually, she could use a few layers of persuasiveness. She's definitely a diamond in the rough. He nodded. But you don't appreciate that talent in me. You have a tendency to misuse it. You enter my space. Hell, you violate my space. While you're training Lisa, you might teach her not to do that. I won't get the opportunity to train her if she ends up dead, he said bluntly. I have to know where she is. So do I. You're this great hunter. You spent years tracking down every member of that cult who murdered your sister Maria. Why can't you find Lisa? I'll find her. He threw the rest of his coffee into the fire, and the wood hissed and sputtered. But you're going to help me. I can't wait. I have to know. By using force? I told you, I can't let her break her contact with me. I'll handle it. His eyes were cool. She's mine. Back off, Jane. Go to hell. She chose me. Do you think I like any of this? But she needs someone, and she chose me. Now she's my responsibility. No way. I saw those sketches. She's afraid, and I have to take that away. You have to help me take it away. He got to his feet. I can make you want to do it. He was suddenly kneeling beside her, his eyes holding her own. Just a shift in perception, he said softly. You know I've done it before. You'll just suddenly realize how right I am, how much you want to do what I want you to do. She could feel the waves of power and persuasion he was emitting. She could sense her subtle shifting of will, the heat, the yielding. She glared up at him. You son of a bitch. This isn't about seduction or one of your sex games. Don't you dare try to do that to me. I'll fight you. You'd have to hurt me. And if you managed to do it, then you'd risk destroying me. Do you really want to do that? He stared at her for a long moment. Hell no. He was on his feet in one smooth movement and sat down again across the fire from her. I can't hurt you. Okay. I'm a bit upset. It just seemed a tool I could use that would give me what I needed. As you say, I'm a son of a bitch. More than a bit upset, Jane thought, as relief rushed through her. That persuasiveness was almost more powerful than his more deadly talent. She knew he had no compunction about using it to get his way with other people, if necessary, but he was very careful about stepping over that line with her. It only showed how serious he was about finding Lisa. You care about her, she said quietly. It's not about possessiveness or duty to someone who is going through the same thing as you did as a child. You do love her, Caleb. You find that so strange? His smile was bitter. My parents would have agreed with you. I was supposed to represent everything dark in their own lives. I should be incapable of affection, right? He shrugged. Somehow, it managed to slip in over the threshold, like one of those vampires they thought I might become. I don't find it strange. How could I? You don't let me know enough about you to judge. But I think I might be learning a little tonight.
She shook her head. But I'm frustrated because when I realized that you had a resemblance to her, I was hoping you'd know where I could find her.
Did you get the impression that she knew her location?
I didn't get much of an impression at all. She wanted me to see where she was being kept, and that she was a prisoner, but our link was only with the sketches until recently. She seemed to be trying to teach herself to extend the contacts for a longer period, but it was slow going. She said she'd never been taught, and she had to teach herself. She grimaced, and that I was no help at all. I couldn't keep her with me.
But I could.
She looked at him. Are you back to square one?
No. You're too stubborn to let me try to go to her right now. But I can go into your mind and insert a stay that will allow Lisa not to spin away from you.
She gazed at him warily. I don't like the sound of that.
Because you're finding it hard to trust me after I tried to adjust your perception. You can trust me in this. If I can't do what I need myself, I'll try to facilitate your doing it. Anything to get what I want. You know that's my mantra.
She nibbled at her lower lip as she studied him. Coolness. Mockery. The mask was firmly back in place. But she'd seen something behind it that might give her a chance to help Lisa. Why couldn't she do it herself?
She told you. She's not been taught. You saw what kind of temperament Lisa possesses. She's impulsive, a little volatile, passionate, and she's had no one around her to temper those characteristics. Certainly not Teresa Romano. No gentling influence there. His lips twisted. And I wouldn't teach Lisa anything to do with mind games until she's capable of a little more restraint. He paused. But you said she's teaching herself. That could be a formula for disaster.
Who taught you?
No one. I learned everything on my own. That's why I know the dangers. I didn't want that for Lisa.
Well, it seems to be heading toward her like a runaway train. She was silent a moment. If I let you put that stay thing in my mind, will Lisa know you had something to do with putting it there?
Really, Jane?
None of your damn arrogance. Would she know? He shook his head.
She'd just realize that she has control. If she's teaching herself, she might believe she's doing it.
And then she could be there long enough for me to question her. She frowned. If she'll answer me, she doesn't trust me.
She wants to trust you. As you said, Lisa came to you, not me.
I think I was the only one she could reach. I don't know why.
I do.
He held her eyes.
My link with you is very strong. It's always there. She used it as a springboard.
She pulled her gaze away and looked at the fire. And that's why she's afraid I'll pull you into helping her.
Probably. She knows I usually have a certain influence over people around me.
Understatement. She was silent again. Okay. You can do it. But I still won't have unlimited time to question or influence her. My time with her is triggered by those sketches I do after I wake.
That may change. As she gets stronger, she may be able to reach out to you at any time, as she could do with me if she chose.
He picked up the sketchbook and flipped it open to the first page.
Now, let's go over these sketches again to see if we've missed anything.
His gaze was raking Lisa's face and expression.
This is where she must have realized that she was in trouble, and she might be going to have help to deal with it. There's stress, but not desperation. It's always difficult for Lisa to imagine that she can't handle situations herself.
He pointed to the mountains and flowering garden in the background. Calm, beautiful surroundings. Whoever is holding her here is going very slowly, probably trying to use persuasion. He flipped through a few more sketches. Same background, but her expression is changing. It's becoming more tense, her jaw harder, her eyes alert and fierce. I just thought she looked a little older. She does, but it's because whatever is happening to her is causing her to mature more rapidly. What? I deliberately did everything I could to extend that peaceful period in her life and keep her body and mind from jump-starting. He grimaced. And becoming like mine. But she's feeling a threat, and she's instinctively becoming what she feels she has to be to combat it. He flipped a few more pictures and found the one in which Lisa's lip was bleeding. He paused a moment, as if he had to control himself. You see, the expression is becoming more intense. She's in fight mode. He went to the sketch with the bloody message. And it increases and increases. She's being hurt and knows exactly what she's facing now. It's causing her to change. Childhood's end. He pointed to the letters written in blood. And she's learning to control her blood flow. Those abrasions on her wrists shouldn't have bled that freely. She needed enough blood for her message and caused it to come to the surface. He flipped to the sketch where Lisa was looking down at the cliff with her hand resting on the windowsill. You see her wrist here? It's been only a little over 24 hours and it's nearly healed. She might not even know it's happening, but her blood is doing what it needs to do to protect her. Let's hope that we find her right away and don't have to worry about her making any more progress. She glanced at him. She's being hurt. All the signs are there that she has to be doing this to protect you. Why? Do you have any idea? Not a clue, he said grimly. As I said, it's not a cult. I've been on guard against that possibility since they killed Maria. Why would anyone try to take me down? I'm a hunter. I've killed for armies, police, personal vendettas, and the Devanese family, who's the core of my own heritage. There are always people left behind who could turn hunter too. Whoever they are, they brought Lisa into the middle of it. His lips tightened to iron hardness. That's not permitted. I'll have to demonstrate that to them. Jane was suddenly chilled. She knew what Caleb was capable of doing, and she had never seen him more lethal. Could it have anything to do with the Romanos? They don't seem to be on the scene. Did they have some kind of vendetta against you? You said that they wouldn't permit you to see Maria or Lisa. He was silent. It's possible. I have a way of attracting that kind of feeling, don't I? Sometimes I encourage it. But they had years to try to plan some way to get rid of me, and they didn't do it. The most that they did was to keep my sisters away from me, he added, though I'm certain that they felt the same horror and distaste for me that my parents did. I can remember when they first visited my mother and father and the way they looked at me whenever I was around. Granted, I behaved atrociously. Gino was always nervous and impatient that I was allowed in his august presence. Teresa was more subtle, but she was all sympathy toward my mother. That was somehow worse. He paused, thinking back. Yes, Teresa was far more subtle. I didn't realize until later how much more clever her approach was than Gino's. No wonder they were given custody of Maria and Lisa. What must that have been like for him? Jane could feel the anger begin to stir at the sheer unfairness of it. Good God!
You're beginning to feel indignant for me, Caleb said roughly as he caught her expression. Next, it will be pity. Stop, right there. That's not an emotion I ever want you to feel for me. I didn't need it then, and I don't need it now.
Heaven forbid. I'm just trying to understand those people. If they're that callous, I can see them not caring if something bad happened to you. You apparently didn't exist for them as a person.
You're right, there.
The violence was gone from his voice.
And it's something I've begun to consider. They might not be involved in any plan to rid the world of me, but they might not be moved to keep it from happening. You might ask Lisa a question or two about that when you have the opportunity. He rose to his feet. And now it's time for you to try to go to sleep and see if Lisa will give you a chance to do that. He pulled her to her feet. I'll see you in the morning. Or whenever you choose to share with me. I think you know that I want to be told what's happening as soon as possible.
I'm being sent to bed on a mission? She asked wryly.
Not the mission I'd choose for you.
He picked up the sketchbook and handed it to her.
But the one that's necessary at the moment.
She started to turn away, and then stopped. What about that stay thing you said you had to do?
Oh, that.
He took a step closer to her, and his hands were suddenly moving on her temples with deep, mesmerizing strokes that caused her to inhale sharply at the touch. Then his hands dropped away from her.
That should do it.
Jane frowned. That's all? He nodded.
No big deal. I actually didn't have to touch you to insert the stay. I'd already done it the minute you said I had permission to do it.
Then what was that about?
I wanted to touch you, he said simply. I'm not entirely pleased about having to give in to you about this, so I thought I'd take whatever I could from the situation.
Impossible. She turned on her heel and strode up the hill toward her tent. He is more than impossible, she thought. Caleb was accustomed to winning and manipulating everything around him, and when he couldn't, there was no telling what action he would take to get his own back. Get his own back. Those words suddenly struck home to her. That was what Caleb was attempting to do in a very real sense. He considered Lisa as belonging to him, and he was going to try desperately to get her back. His relationship with Jane might make it easier or harder for him, but she was aware that she would be tied to him until that occurred. It was what she had dreaded when she had realized it was Caleb who had a relationship to Lisa. She was still wary, but she felt a little better that she had faced him down once tonight. How many other times she would be able to hold her own with him, she had no idea. But she had to do it, because they both wanted the same thing and had to find a way to get it. To have Lisa come out of this alive. Chapter 5. The cliff. Lisa wanted her to pay special attention to it. Why? It didn't matter. Just do it. Jane's pencil flew over the page, documenting detail after detail. The cliff. A path. Was that an island in the distance? She finished the sketch. Then she drew a deep breath and, as usual, tried to pull herself together. Lisa, still in that dim room, her gaze on that cliff and path. Dear God, more bruises. Deep bruises on her throat and shoulders, her peasant blouse torn at the shoulder, revealing a long, livid scratch. For God's sake, what's been happening to you, Lisa? The answer came swiftly and with impatience. What do you think? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Sometimes I wonder why it has to be you. It has to be me because somebody up there probably knows no one else would put up with you. I don't deserve this, so now answer me politely."
Lisa was silent, and then said,
"Santara is getting impatient. He's afraid to do too much, but he has pressure, and I don't make it easy for him."
She paused, and then the next thought was hurled with sudden ferocity.
"As if I would do what he wants, as if anyone could make me."
"Santara? That's who did this to you?"
"Yes, Santara. I think he said his first name is Leon."
"Is there anyone else there on the island?"
"I've seen 3 more men, but I don't know their names. I think there are others. Santara is the only one who deals with me."
She paused.
"I feel the link is stronger with you. This time yesterday you were slipping away from me by this time."
"Maybe you're stronger. You told me you were working on it."
"Yes."
Another pause.
"But I didn't expect it would happen this soon."
"I'm just glad it did," Jane said quickly. "If you want my help, I need answers. Do you have any idea where you are? You seemed uncertain before."
"I don't know. I had a blindfold when they brought me here. You saw the mountains and then the cliff on this side of the house. When I was trying to get down the cliff, I saw that island in the distance."
"Did you notice anything else? Something that struck you as different about the place?"
"No."
Silence.
"Except it felt kind of golden."
"What?"
"I don't know. Just an impression." She went on quickly. "But I thought that island might be important. It was pretty far away. I wasn't sure if I could swim that far, but I might try it anyway the next time." "Don't do it." "I'll do what I please. You don't seem to be helping."
"Lisa."
She was silent for a moment. "I have to leave here. Santara's hurting me. He'll make me break my promise."
"Because you'll have to do what this Santara is trying to force you to do?"
"No. Don't you know anything? I'd never do that."
"Then what are you saying?"
"I promised. But I get so angry, and I think that I have to do it. And they'll hurt him if I don't do it."
"Do what, Lisa?"
"Kill them. Kill them all."
What the hell was she supposed to say to that? Lisa might just be capable of doing what she wanted to do if Jane believed Caleb. But it brought up a host of questions. Would Lisa's fledgling talent be enough to take down the people she was facing? Caleb had kept it smothered, and she was only now aware of its power. If she tried and didn't succeed, it could get her killed. And Caleb had said that the people who held her mustn't be made aware of her capabilities. Added to the fact that there were all the psychological and moral ramifications. But there were all sorts of complications in communicating with Lisa. "And are you going to tell me to whom you made that promise?"
"Why? You have to know already. I feel him whenever I reach out to you. It's Seth Caleb."
"Okay. But you haven't been very forthcoming about anyone or anything concerned in all this."
"I didn't have time. I didn't trust you to protect him. But I may have to trust you. Things are changing."
"I see that by the bruises," she said dryly. "How badly are you being hurt, Lisa?" Silence. Then,
"Not bad. I'm fine. I just need to get out of here."
"I'm not sure I believe you."
"Believe what you like. I'm fine, and I might be able to stop them without you."
"I don't think that's wise. I believe you have to do what Caleb wanted you to do. We'll work out something else."
"What?"
The question was passionate.
"It's all about him. They want me to call Seth and tell him to come here, and not to warn him that anything is wrong. I'll never do that. I'll never let anything bad happen to him. Not ever, no matter what they do to me. Love and passionate dedication and the willingness to sacrifice. It was all there in those few sentences. Jane was unbearably touched, and she could feel her throat tighten. As I said, we'll find a way to get around it. Just don't do anything that could get you killed until we figure it out. You may not have any respect for me, but I'm going to make sure that I get you out of this. Silence. Then, I suppose I might have respect for you. Seth must think you're okay, to have such a strong link with you. You were the only one I could reach when I was trying to get help. And avoid reaching out to him. He mustn't come here. You promised me it would be only you. I'll keep my word, unless you give me permission to break it. She added, but you know Caleb will be looking for you. He cares about you as much as you care about him. Don't you think that it would be safer not to let him go at it blind? Not if you get me away from here right away. She was silent. Then she suddenly burst out. He knows, doesn't he? That's why I'm not having any trouble keeping you with me. That's why you're trying to persuade me to let Seth help me. Jane felt an instant of pure panic. So much for Caleb's assertion that Lisa wouldn't guess that he was involved. Now she didn't know which way Lisa would jump. Look, I kept my promise. I just had to know more than you were telling me. I didn't even know he was your brother until I pinpointed the resemblance. And Caleb already knew something was wrong. You must have known he would when you cut off your link to him. He's been searching for you. Only you! I told you I'd keep my promise. I won't let him come near you. But he's not going to stop until he knows what's happening. Listen to you. You're asking me to trust you. I don't like having to trust anyone. I know that, but you don't have many options. Neither do I. I can't let you be alone in this. There was no answer, and Jane was holding her breath. I don't want to be alone. Then Lisa went on quickly. Not that I'm afraid, but I might need someone else to take care of Seth if something happens. Then I'll volunteer for that, too. Just don't think you have to face this by yourself, okay? Okay. The word was definitely grudging. Then I need to ask a few more questions, and then we have to work out a strategy. Agreed? She didn't wait for an answer. Where were you when you were taken? At the Romano estate. I went to bed one night, and when I woke up, I was on a helicopter and had a bad headache, and my hands were tied behind my back. Drugs? I don't know about that. Maybe. Were your guardians taken with you? No. I was alone at the estate except for a couple servants. Teresa and Gino went to Rome 2 days before that. The only one on the helicopter was the pilot and a man who said his name was Leon Santara. He said that I wouldn't be hurt as long as I did what he said. Then a couple hours later he blindfolded me, and later we landed here. That's how it started. And how did it go on? They treated me okay for the first few days, gave me a bedroom, fed me. But Santara kept bringing me into this tower room upstairs and threatening me, telling me what I had to do. And what was that? Seth. I told you. He kept saying I had to call Seth Caleb and tell him I needed him to come here. It was all about Seth. They didn't want me. They wanted Seth. He kept saying that they didn't want to hurt him, that they only needed him to do something for them, but they think I'm just a stupid girl and will believe any lies they tell me. Why should I let them get hold of Seth? She added fiercely. And that's why it has to be only you. I won't give him Seth. Shh. Jane could sense the anger and force that was electrifying the girl. You don't have to keep repeating that. but I think you know that Caleb can take care of himself. No one will use me to hurt him. I won't let that happen, even if I break my promise to him. What promise? Ask him. He's the one who made me give it. But he's wrong. He's wrong. Then I'm sure that the best thing would be to let Santara panic. He's coming. I have to go. I hear him in the hall. At this time of night? Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. He hasn't let me sleep much the last few days. He's opening the door. He's coming into the room and he... Lisa was gone. Jane drew a deep breath and slowly closed the sketchbook. A disturbing and revealing episode, and she still didn't know enough to have a clue about finding Lisa. She would have to wait and see if she could learn more the next time. She glanced at the clock. It was 4:35 in the morning. He hasn't let me sleep much. Bruises, sleep deprivation. What else was in store for Lisa? And it was clear she wasn't going to be able to give them what they wanted. Not a promising picture. Promise. Ask him. He's the one who made me give it. And she would. But she wasn't going to jump up and run down to Caleb's tent again tonight. It was close enough to morning to lie here and try to get her thoughts together before she exposed herself to the disturbing force that was Caleb. She reached out and turned off her lantern. She lay staring into the darkness while her mind skidded at top speed from thought to thought. Lisa, Caleb, what they were together and apart. How she was involved with both of them and was somehow caught in the middle. But it was that last fact that was the only important thing. Caught in the middle, and she had to ignore everything else and concentrate on extricating herself and Lisa from the center of this mess. Okay, she thought. Go over everything and see what you can come up with before you talk to Caleb. But she was too on edge to wait any longer than 6 before she left her tent and walked down to the campfire. Caleb was already there, fully dressed, his hair wet from the shower.
Fresh coffee.
He handed her a cup.
But I wasn't about to cook you breakfast. You can eat later. I wanted to talk to you before Jock and Macduff surface. You've kept me waiting long enough, damn it. I saw your light go on at 4.
He took the sketchbook from her and flipped it open to the new sketch.
Punishment escalating, he said grimly. They're getting impatient. She's probably not only refusing to do what they want, but giving them a bit of verbal abuse. Lisa is never shy about making her thoughts known.
So I've noticed. Her lips tightened. And it makes me sick to see her like this. Is there any chance I can convince her to keep her mouth shut until I can find a way to help her escape?
Probably not.
He lifted his eyes from the sketch to meet her own.
But I could do it, if you give me the chance.
Don't be too confident. Your influence might be waning. She's not at all certain that your advice is either smart or desirable.
Indeed?
He shrugged.
I'm sure you're going to elaborate.
You bet I am. She quickly and concisely went over her recent communication with Lisa and ended by saying, and the word wrong was used very emphatically when connected with you, Caleb.
And you enjoyed it enormously.
I enjoyed the chance to prick your ego, but I'm not enjoying anything else about this, she said wearily. And if I could turn you loose on Lisa to work your magic, I'd do it. But I could tell I was skating on very thin ice when she found out that you'd already become involved on even this limited basis.
I could convince her.
I won't take the risk. She paused. What promise did she make you, Caleb?
You probably have a good idea. I worked with her on initiating her talents when she was a youngster, but I made her promise she would never free them until I judged the time was right and gave her permission.
and reinforced it with that mojo you use on occasion.
It was necessary, he said through set teeth. Look, as long as no one knew she wasn't normal, she wouldn't be treated as a freak by anyone in her circle. She had a chance of what they call living a happy life. What was more important, as she grew older and the talent grew, is that it protected everyone around her from a minor temper tantrum that could prove deadly. He paused. And Lisa, from being victimized or used by anyone who might want to employ that talent.
Like her sister, Maria?
He nodded. And Maria had no talent.
And you, Caleb? Did anyone try to make a victim out of you?
Of course. But thanks to my dear parents, who made me suspicious of who and what I was, I grew up to be wary of everyone around me. His lips twisted. I assure you, I was such a son of a bitch that no one ever had the slightest chance of victimizing me.
But according to what Lisa said, this Santara told her that the reason they wanted to reach you was because they needed you to do something for them.
Which could have been a complete lie. I have a lot of enemies.
That's what Lisa thought. But why go to all the bother of kidnapping her just to get hold of you? Why not go for you directly if they want to kill you?
And your point?
I don't know. Only that they've asked for no ransom. They want Lisa to get you in a position where you see how helpless she is. That's very persuasive if you want to barter something. Perhaps Santara wasn't lying.
Possibly, he said. Or maybe he was. He finished his coffee. Either way, we have to find out where they're keeping her. I'm starting with the Romanos, who conveniently left Lisa alone on the estate for 2 days before Santara went after her. They supposedly went to Rome, but I couldn't find any trace of them when I was looking for Lisa. If the estate was closed up within a couple days of the time when Lisa was taken, they would have had to sign contracts or give verbal orders to get it done. I'll track it down, he added grimly, or track them down.
You think they may be involved?
It's looking that way. I told you that the Romanos had no liking for me. If they're using Lisa to get to me, then they certainly know what they'd get for their money. Maybe they're earning a little extra cash, setting me up for one of my more than plentiful enemies. His smile was reckless, or perhaps they found a use for the freak that they considered so disgusting. We do have uses, don't we, Jane?
He was no longer talking about Lisa, and Jane wasn't going to let him go there. Back off. I made a mistake, but this isn't about anyone but your sister. You saved Eve and Michael, and I'm going to do my damnedest to help Lisa. Neither has anything to do with the other. She turned away. I'm going to make breakfast for everyone, and then I'm going to call Eve and Joe and tell them what's happening. Are you going to help Jock and Macduff today?
Until noon. Then I'll be on the phone checking out Santara. He was silent. And I really need to link with Lisa. It sounds as if she's ready to...
No. I think she's stronger than you think, stronger than she thinks. But we do have to get her away from that bastard who's abusing her. She paused. I don't want to have to wait for her to use those sketches to bond with me. Can you find another way to make it happen? Can I go to her?
He raised his brows. If you let me come along.
No.
It's the only way. You'd be satisfied because it would be visual as well. Actually, you'd be coming along with me. He smiled. You've been down that road before with me, but it would be a little different. No mind games, just a clean link with Lisa.
And risk her breaking with both of us.
Trust me.
She shook her head. I'd have to be desperate. His smile faded.
It may come to that. Don't wait too long. I'm trying to go along with you on this, but there are ways that I can...
He stopped as he saw Jock coming toward them.
Don't wait too long.
Caleb, Eve said thoughtfully when Jane had finished. Yes, I can see the resemblance there, now that you bring it to my attention. It was just that none of us was expecting it. I'll second that, Jane said curtly. We didn't know Lisa existed. He lied to us. Yes, he did, but I imagine that Caleb has had to lie a lot in his life just to survive. You're defending him. No, but I'm trying to understand him. I think you're getting a new view on Caleb, too. Jane couldn't deny it. But it doesn't alter the fact that all of us still have to find ways to survive Caleb, and he doesn't allow anyone close enough to understand what drives him, certainly not me. He let you know that he cares about Lisa. That may be a breakthrough for him. Look, Eve, this isn't about Caleb. It's about Lisa. Caleb is only important because he can help us to help her. But from what you said, getting her away may depend on giving Caleb to this Santara. I didn't say that. The idea sent panic through her. Not that Caleb wouldn't be able to take care, but we'll find some other way to... Shh, I know that's not on the agenda. I'm just trying to clarify the problem. I didn't phone to dump all this on you. I just wanted to let you know what was happening and update Joe on what we have to be on the lookout for. She changed the subject. How's Michael doing? Magnificently. Right now, he's discovering the intricacies of building a skyscraper from his blocks. Nothing simple for Michael. But he's missing you. I miss him, she added lightly, and his parents. I have to go now and see if I can lend a hand with those lights down in the mist. I'll keep you informed. Do that. She paused. Be careful, Jane. I know this situation is driving you crazy, that you have to stand by and not be able to help that girl. Just don't make a move without letting us help. Right now, I can't make any move. I don't know where she is, damn it. She added grimly, but I'll find out. Bye, Eve. She hit the button to end the call. Try not to think about Lisa for the next few hours, she told herself. She was terribly frustrated, and there was a cold feeling in the pit of her stomach. She wanted desperately to reach out and find a way to do more for Lisa, before it was too late. She got to her feet and headed down the bank toward the mist. I'm coming to see you, Syra. I need to think of someone who has already lived their life and solved all their problems. I wish you could give me a hint how I can do that. Lake Cottage.
Stop worrying.
Joe slipped his arm around Eve and drew her closer on the couch.
I sent out a message to Interpol to be on the alert for anything connected to the Romanos or this Leon Santara. It's all we can do right now.
His lips brushed her temple as he added wryly,
and I don't imagine that Caleb is going to stop at Interpol to find Lisa. His contacts aren't nearly as law-abiding. But I'd bet they're so afraid of Caleb that they'll come through for him.
That doesn't mean they'll find her in time, Eve said, or that Jane's going to wait if she's given even a hint about where Lisa is. She's terribly frightened about her.
And you're terribly concerned about our Jane, Joe said. You hate the idea that she's so far away and you can't swoop to the rescue if she gets in trouble.
And you don't? Eve glanced up at him. Bullshit.
Watch your language in front of my son.
Eve glanced at Michael, who was still building some kind of colorful, complicated structure with his blocks across the room. Yes. Everything changes because of Michael, doesn't it? I've been feeling that more and more lately.
I've noticed. Very contemplative.
And grateful. In the end, this isn't only about Lisa. It's about Caleb, too. He saved Michael. We owe him, Joe.
Do you think I don't know that? He said thickly. He saved you, too, that night when he blocked that poison from your bloodstream. You never mentioned that unimportant fact, but it's not unimportant to me. It's my whole life. He paused. Yeah, I owe Caleb. Suppose I take a trip across the big pond and see what I can do about locating Lisa and giving her to Caleb as a gift. He grinned. Lord, that would annoy him if I got there ahead of him.
She chuckled. He might surprise you in this case. He might even be grateful.
Now that would surprise me.
He kissed her on the forehead.
I don't know how I'd respond.
By rubbing his nose in it. She shook her head. And I don't think that I can allow you to be so ungracious. I think we'll have to handle it differently. His brows rose.
What are you talking about?
She gazed thoughtfully at Michael across the room. Just something I've been thinking about for quite a while. Good idea, Michael? Michael lifted his eyes from his blocks and smiled at her. San Leandro. He'd broken her thumb. Santara looked down at the girl crumpled on the floor. Lisa was panting, her dark eyes blazing up at him as she cradled her hand.
I should have broken your neck instead, he said. I might still do it. Make that call.
No. Lisa's voice was shaking. It only hurt for a minute. Do you think I'll do anything you tell me to do? Do whatever you want, but I'm counting it all up. I'm remembering, Santara. For an instant, the passion in her voice caused a ripple of uneasiness to go through him. Then he dismissed it and chuckled. Is that supposed to scare me? You're just a weak little girl who's going to break any time now. And what does that make you? Do you only dare beat up on weak little girls? Santara could feel the rage sear through him.
I think I'll do the other thumb next.
Whatever. But I don't think they want me too damaged, do they? They're afraid of what my brother will do. Why don't you ask them? She licked the blood from her lip. You should be afraid, too.
Then call him and bring him here.
She didn't answer. She just stared at him with eyes that glittered with hatred in her white face.
Bitch.
He wanted to put an end to her right now. Usually he enjoyed the torment, the fear, the weakening, but he wasn't getting any of that from this girl. And he'd better make that call the little bitch had taunted him about. He pulled out his phone and dialed Teresa Romano.
How long is this supposed to go on? You tie my hands and still expect me to get results?
I take it from that explosion that you've done something stupid and are about to make excuses. What is it, Santara?
The girl won't make the call,
he added.
Okay, I broke her thumb, but just beating her up wasn't doing any good. We have to move on with it.
I can see how you'd be frustrated, but you'll have to rein it in. Gino and I value your opinion, but we have a plan, and I won't permit you to ruin it. I told him that you liked that part of the job a little too much. She said slowly and clearly, no permanent damage. Breaking a bone was a little too close to that. We want Caleb to see a token example of what can be expected if he doesn't do what we wish. We don't want him to become angry enough to unleash that ugly temper. It might be counterproductive.
I can handle this, Caleb. I don't know why you're worrying about his temper. He's only one man. I can crush him like a cockroach.
I realize that you don't know why we're concerned about Caleb. You don't have to know. I only pay you to obey orders, she said coldly. Let's just say that Caleb possesses a certain talent that's going to make Gino and me a fortune if we can manage to turn it loose on Harun. A very valuable talent that's absolutely foolproof," she added impatiently. "But Caleb can be very difficult, and he has to be handled correctly. Lisa is the best way to do that. He has a fondness for his sister that we can manipulate to permit me to guide him in the way I need him to go." Her voice hardened. "Now, if you can't find a way to get what I need, in the way that I need it, I'll cut you loose and hire someone who can. Do you understand?" Santara could almost see her, every shining strand of blonde hair in place in that chignon, blue eyes stone cold, no expression on that mature, beautiful face. Gino Romano might control the finances, but Teresa controlled Gino and everything else around her. But not me, Santara thought. I wouldn't let her control me. This young girl lying on the floor in front of him wasn't the only female Santara was tempted to butcher whenever he talked to this frigid bitch. "I understand. But I'll expect a list of acceptable methods you will approve. Evidently you had no better luck than I did with her in the past." "It didn't enter into our relationship. If it had, luck would have had nothing to do with it." She hung up. Santara's hand tightened on his phone, trying to get control. He wanted to kill the bitch. "I told you that they wouldn't like it." Lisa was looking up at him, still cradling her hand. "You don't understand anything, do you? I can tell from listening to your side of the conversations that you're just a tool." "Am I? Well, this tool can cut deep." He kicked her viciously in the ribs. "She doesn't want permanent, but she doesn't mind pain." Lisa gasped in agony and couldn't speak for a moment. She repeated finally. "You were talking to Teresa Romano, weren't you? I thought it might be them." She lifted a shaking hand to her head. "You never tried to hide the fact that you were taking orders from someone else. You even talked to them in front of me." "I didn't mention names." "No, you didn't. But Teresa and Gino left for Rome right before you scooped me up. Someone in that house drugged me, and you had to have had access to the house in some way to get me out of there," she added unsteadily. "And not many people know that Seth might come after me if he thought I was in trouble. I haven't seen him for a long time, but Teresa and Gino knew what he'd done when my sister was killed." She shuddered as another wave of pain struck her, and she tried to get her breath. "But I don't know why they'd do this. Why they'd let you do it. They didn't care anything for me or Maria, but I didn't think they hated us. It annoyed Teresa when I didn't do what she wanted me to do, but she just ignored me and saw that I was away at school all year. I wasn't worth her effort unless I got in her way. And Gino was always just a shadow figure. I hardly saw him at all." She shook her head. "But that's all changed, hasn't it? Now Seth is worth her effort. So I guess I am too. But why now, when they've ignored him all these years?"
"Profit. The name of the game. She tells me it's a big score."
She was silent, her gaze searching his face. "I noticed you're not denying that it's Teresa and Gino. You wanted me to know it was them, didn't you?" She moistened her lips. "Because you don't want them to argue about your killing me later. Otherwise, I'd be a witness against them."
"Very smart. Too bad you can't keep your mouth shut. I decided after the second day with you that you weren't going to last any longer than I had to put up with you."
"Second day? I thought it was after the first day. I could see it whenever you looked at me."
I might change my mind if you make the call to Caleb.
No, you wouldn't. It won't happen. She closed her eyes. Now either keep on hurting me or go away and let me sleep. I don't want to look at you any longer. It makes me want to break my promise, and I'm trying to hold on for a little longer. He broke Lisa's thumb. Teresa grimaced as she turned back to Gino. He wanted me to say that he had carte blanche to do what he wanted with her. We may have to replace him. He doesn't understand that Lisa has to be handled with great skill. She can be almost as stubborn as her brother. I never dreamed she'd be this protective of Caleb after being separated from him for this long. She smiled as she poured tea into her cup. He actually asked for a list of approved methods. Isn't that amusing?
I don't find it amusing, Gino scowled. I heard what Caleb did to some of those cult members who killed Maria. I'm not certain we should be using Lisa.
Of course we should. We had no choice. She lifted her cup to her lips. She was the perfect solution. Everyone knows that he doesn't give a damn about anyone or anything, except, perhaps, Lisa. If Caleb has to be used, we had to have a key.
Then we shouldn't try to use Caleb.
Gino was hyper, too edgy, and she could tell he'd started using the coke earlier than usual today.
You should have listened to me. I told you that from the beginning.
Teresa tried to hide her contempt with a smile. And I told you from the time that his dear parents told me what a monster Caleb was, that I could find a way to make that monster an asset to us. I've put in a good deal of effort to make that possible. I know Seth Caleb. True, there are certain risks, but I can use him. She took another sip of her tea. And if you hadn't been so careless as to almost bankrupt us, I might never have seen fit to put that plan into action. Just 2 more years, and we would have been able to find a way to tap into Lisa's trust fund, and none of this would have been necessary. But now I've tossed all my eggs into the golden basket, and I have to see that I get everything that you've lost back in triplicate. He glowered at her.
It wasn't my fault.
Of course not, she added maliciously. Did I say that? Oh, I did, didn't I? Forgive me. I know how sensitive you are. Now, why don't you get on the phone and check and see how Harun is doing? It may affect how much more time I give Santara before I take over persuading Lisa myself.
I'm leaving,
Caleb said as he strode toward Jane that afternoon.
I'm heading for Rome to check out what's been happening with the Romanos. They have to have something to do with this. It's all too pat. I'll call later to find out if Lisa's managed any other contact with you.
Jane hesitated. Maybe I should go with you.
You're not invited.
He stared her in the eye.
Not until I get that invitation you've been denying me to pay a visit with you to link with Lisa. You've forced me to go out on my own to try to find her. You can't have it all your own way.
I'm trying to have it her way, she said curtly. You were on the phone most of the afternoon. Did you get any leads on Leon Santara?
Not yet. But it might be an alias. I'm looking into it.
Will you let me know if you do hear anything about him while you're gone? He didn't answer. Don't you do this to me, Caleb. I know you're angry, but I have to know about Santara. He's hurting Lisa. Her hands closed into fists at her sides. I think he's doing more to her than she's telling me. I have to know if he's crazy or vicious enough to kill her. I may not have your influence with her, but maybe I can talk her into toning down the rhetoric.
But you won't let me step in and do it.
He didn't speak for a moment.
I'd like to refuse, but I can't do it. I'll let you know what I find out about Santara. but I'm not going to forgive you if you make a mistake that causes me to lose her."
"I wouldn't forgive myself," she said quietly. "Don't you think that's a possibility that's haunting me? But I can feel how willful she is. I think she must be like you before you managed to become a little civilized. She could explode at any moment. I'm just trying to strike a balance between the two of you that will give her a chance."
"Then change your mind, damn it. Let me do what I do best."
He turned on his heel and strode up toward the road where his car was parked. She watched him leave. He was difficult as hell, but she couldn't blame him for being angry. Lisa meant something to him that perhaps no one else on Earth did. Jane realized she was probably lucky he'd been as restrained as he had been with her, but that didn't mean it made the situation any easier.
"He's gone again."
Jock Gavin was strolling up the bank toward her.
"I guess we were lucky to have Caleb as long as we did. He did a good job while he was here. He said he was off to Rome."
"That's what he told me." She smiled at him. "Are you two done for the day?"
"Just breaking for lunch."
His gaze was still on Caleb.
"He's tense. Very tense. You wouldn't care to tell me what's between the two of you at the moment. Besides the obvious, I mean."
She went still. "Obvious?" He shrugged.
"You want me to be blind. I'm blind. It's between the two of you. But there's something else stirring."
His narrowed gaze shifted back to her face.
"Isn't there?"
He was too good a friend to lie to. "Yes."
"And it's bad?"
"Very bad."
"May I help?"
"No." She reached out, her hand closing affectionately on his forearm. "No one can help right now until we get a handle on this. I might ask for help later, so keep on helping Macduff with his darned lights, and I'll yell if I need you."
He grinned. "By that time, I'll probably be ready for a long break. You may like communing with the spirits of the mists, but it gets a bit boring for me. If it wasn't Macduff's passion, I'd be off to something a little more entertaining."
"Do you need my help this afternoon, now that you've lost Caleb?" He shook his head.
"Caleb was here long enough to get us to the point where we start installing the transformers. That's going to be a long and tedious job. And since those Australian components are so damn complicated, it's better if we take our time with them."
He waved at Macduff, who was coming out of the mist.
"And you don't have to worry about Macduff grilling you about Caleb. He's so absorbed right now in the hunt for Syra's treasure. That's all he's seeing. He got what he needed from Caleb, and that's all that was important to him."
He turned and moved toward the campfire.
"We don't actually need you right now, either, Jane."
He glanced back over his shoulder and grinned.
"I'll let you know when Macduff feels like you should be around to invoke Syra to bless his treasure hunt."
It was like Jock to analyze the situation, accept it, and then try to smooth out all the bumps along the way. "Are you trying to get rid of me?"
"Just giving you an opening. I know you'll be here for Macduff when the time comes."
"I wouldn't think of doing anything else." It was nice of Jock to set up a scenario where she was free to leave the camp, but he didn't realize that she had nowhere to go now that Caleb had refused to let her go with him to Rome. Nowhere to go? She was suddenly filled with self-disgust. Let her go? Caleb couldn't stop her from doing anything she wanted to do. Yes, he might be able to get more information on his own, but that didn't mean he controlled what she did. And who the hell knew if Rome was the right place to track down the Romanos or Santara or anyone else? She had her own resources in the sketchbook and the conversations she'd had with Lisa. Now was obviously the time to analyze and try to come up with something of value. "I'll keep that in mind, Jock." She turned and strode toward her tent. "In the meantime, I have to do a little research and a lot of thinking. Have a good afternoon." I'll see both of you at supper. Chapter 6. For the next few hours, she studied every one of the sketches down to the last detail. Since she was seeing what Lisa was seeing, everything about the natural surroundings and the rooms in the house should be totally accurate. She hoped. Don't hope. Assume that Lisa is being allowed to reach you for a reason. Eve had said Jane was chosen. Okay, then there had to be something here she could use. If the mountains were the Alps, where were they located? Question mark. The island? Not a large island, but it seemed to have a long curving road up the side that Lisa was facing. The lower side to the east jutted out in a flat, triangular fashion, lots of trees. The cliff was steep, but not completely impassable if Lisa had made it down to the rocks and the beach. Definitely sea, not a river. What sea? Lisa had been kidnapped at her guardian's estate in northern Italy. She'd been taken on a helicopter to her destination. She hadn't mentioned any stops to refuel. What direction? The sea. Try south. She pulled up the map on her computer. Okay, Lisa, she murmured. If I've been chosen, tell me where the hell I'm going. A few hours after Lisa regained consciousness, she'd reached her destination. But who knew if she'd been unconscious for hours before that time? She might have had time to reach Morocco on the African coast. Then again, the helicopter would probably not have been chosen for a long-distance journey. Wouldn't Santara have switched to another plane? Okay, time to go back to the sketches and conversations. She was becoming blurry from looking at maps and computer screens. But she needed a breath of air and a few minutes outside the confines of this tent. She was getting claustrophobic. She dropped down outside on the bank and looked out at the lake. She tried to relax and just absorb all that information she'd gathered about helicopters and the Mediterranean and the Aegean and the distances from the Romano's estate and 100 other details she'd crammed into her mind. Let it go. Just take this moment. Her gaze shifted to the north bank, where Jock and Macduff were probably moving, working, somewhere in that eternal fog. Looking for the treasure. Searching for the end of the rainbow, searching for the end of the story, searching for Syra. The lake was as beautiful as always, and the late afternoon sunlight was casting a luminous golden glow over the mist. Jane always loved it at this time of day, when it was almost like... She stiffened, her breath leaving her body. Oh my God. She jumped to her feet and ran into the tent to get her computer. 8:40 p.m. Her hand was shaking as she punched in Caleb's number. You come and get me. I'm heading for the Edinburgh airport. Don't argue with me. Just get in that fancy jet of yours and come and pick me up. Something's wrong. I told you that. Something's right. And I don't care what you told me. You come and get me. I'm not going to go through another night wondering what's happening to Lisa. She hung up. Then she turned and went to Jock, who was back now and sitting at the campfire. I need your car. Will you give me the keys? He immediately took them out of his pocket and tossed them to her. Am I allowed to know when I get it back? It will be at Edinburgh Airport. Thanks, Jock. No problem. I offered. If you need anything else, let me know. I will. She headed up the incline. I hope it will all be over soon. I think you should know that Eve was on the phone with Macduff earlier this evening. He didn't tell me why. Is she concerned about this? Eve is always concerned about everything if it has to do with family. But Jane was surprised that Eve had thought she had a reason to contact Macduff. But if he mentions anything, tell him we're taking care of it. You and Caleb? He was smiling that warm, radiant smile.
"That makes me feel better. I didn't like the idea of your bolting out of here by yourself, even though I can see you're full of vim and vigor and ready to conquer the world."
"Only a small part of it," she called back to him. "But I'm praying that may be enough." Edinburgh Airport. 3 hours later, Jane was standing at the private terminal when Caleb's Gulfstream 650 pulled up at the hangar. The moment the stairs were lowered, she was climbing them, and she met Caleb as the aircraft door opened. "Turn around," she said curtly. "I don't want to waste any time. Get back in the air."
"A good many orders seem to be being hurled around," he said silkily. "Am I going to be allowed to pilot my own plane?"
"Yes. I told you to get back in the air, didn't I? You know I don't fly." She went past him into the plane. "It seemed like a long time for you to get here, but it really wasn't. You must have started right after I called."
"I'd hardly dawdle when you were so adamant."
His lips tightened.
"I was afraid something had happened to you."
He went ahead of her to the cockpit.
"Though you were obviously not prepared at the time to confide in me."
"I had to get you here in a hurry. You have a tendency to play games or argue with me." She took out the bottle of water she'd bought at the airport and took a long drink. It tasted good going down, though she probably should have brought coffee. The adrenaline was fading, and she might need a stimulant. She dropped down in the co-pilot's seat. "Could we please leave now, Caleb?" His lips quirked.
"Shouldn't I file a flight plan?"
"Why? You've been known to change them en route."
"True."
He smiled mockingly. He was taxiing down the runway.
"What's this about? Did you by any chance get a hint from Lisa about where we can find her?"
"Nothing new from Lisa. No dreams, no sketches. Did you find anything out in Rome about the Romanos?"
"Only that Gino was on the verge of bankruptcy, and their estate was mortgaged to the hilt. He resigned from his position at the bank 3 weeks ago, and the bank is trying to keep it from the investors. Lisa's trust fund seems to be intact because it can't be touched until she's 21, but I can see how the Romanos could be frustrated about having all that money just out of reach and be bitter toward Lisa."
"And do they have any connection to this Santara?"
"Not that I've been able to establish yet," he said, then added, "And now that you've squeezed everything I know about the Romanos out of me, it's time that you—"
"I haven't squeezed everything out of you. Only what's happening now with them. If they've had anything to do with hurting Lisa, I want to know them like you know them."
"That would be a difficult feat to accomplish."
He made an impatient gesture as she opened her lips.
"Okay, I'll try to give you what you want. Gino is old money. Inherited his estate and partnership in the bank from his father. Likes the good life. Was a playboy when he was younger. Spent money like water. Never married until he was in his 50s. Then he met Teresa Metallo. Good family, but impoverished. They couldn't keep up with the rest of their set. All her life, Teresa was subject to slights from the society that she'd been taught was all-important. When she was 25, she met and apparently seduced and then married Gino, almost 30 years her senior. She took over everything in his life and made him like it, most of the time. She was always trying to find ways to move up and secure her position in society. She's beautiful, totally self-serving, perhaps the most ambitious woman I've ever met." He reached for his phone and brought up a photo, and she has the equipment to make most of those ambitions bear fruit. He handed her the phone. Gino and Teresa. It was a photo of a man and woman sitting at a table beneath an umbrella. The man was in his 50s or 60s, handsome, a little overweight, with black hair threaded with silver and wearing a gray business suit. The woman was much younger, sleek, blonde, blue-eyed, with almost perfect features, and wore a navy blue dress that had to be by a designer.
You're right. She's stunning.
I'm right about the rest, too, he said tersely as he took the phone back. Now stop cross-examining me and tell me what the hell I'm doing here. I believe I told you that you weren't invited, and yet here you are.
Because I'm more generous than you, she said curtly. And since I may not have a choice, I might be forced to issue you an invitation of my own. He went still.
If that means what I think it means, I believe you'd better let me get this plane on course before you make any explanation.
Whatever. She looked out the window at the ground below, gradually disappearing from view. The quicker the better. Now that the decision was made and the action taken, she was being bombarded by doubts. She was working mostly on guesswork, wasn't she? No. Damn it. It felt right. 10 minutes later, Caleb turned to her.
You've changed your mind? You're going to let me link with you and Lisa and question her?
No, I didn't say that. She moistened her lips. In Lisa's eyes, it's probably much worse than that.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm going to do the one thing she's been fighting against from the beginning. I'm going to let you take me to Lisa and try to get her away from Santara. His body became even more rigid.
You lied to me? She did manage to communicate something to you?
I didn't lie. But I suppose you could say that Lisa did manage to tell me what I needed to know. She's been trying to do that all along. Today, I just concentrated and tried to put everything together. I believe I know where she's being held, Caleb.
Talk.
She was taken to that gray stone house in a helicopter, and that meant probably no really long distances or high mountains. The time factor she told me about indicated that, too. She held up her hand as he started to speak. I know that's not much. I was getting frustrated, too, but when I asked her if she'd noticed anything else about the place where she'd been taken, she said she'd gotten an impression it was sort of golden. Very casually, she just threw it into the mix and moved on.
And?
There's only one place on Earth that I've ever been that would have that kind of strong impression on someone who was in the emotional state Lisa was at the time. I spent 6 months there as an art student because I was drunk with the sheer headiness of waking up to that golden light. She paused. The Greek Isles, Caleb. If those sketches hadn't been black and white, I would probably have shown how it cast that wonderful glow on everything that... She shrugged. The light pervades everything. You've been there, haven't you? Do you see what I mean? He slowly nodded.
I never noticed it from an artist's point of view, but I've heard people talk about its effect on them. I guess I don't tend to embrace the light as much as you do. His lips twisted. Maybe I'm more fire and brimstone.
Anyway, the moment I realized the possibility, I started to try to pull it all together. I spent hours on the computer calling real estate companies and tourist bureaus to track down the exact location. A large gray stone house on the coast with a tower that overlooked the ocean and an island some distance away. Mountains to the north, a garden. The island helped. The curving road leading to the top, and that flat, triangular area to the east, that was fairly unusual. But there are so many islands. Over 6,000, but not nearly that many are inhabited. And that road leading to the top of the island indicated it was inhabited. Still, I nearly went blind Googling them all. I found 2 that were similar, and I did a scan of the areas on the coasts within view of them. One in the Aegean Sea had no mountains anywhere near it. The other one had mountains. That was in the Ionian Sea, fairly close to the boot of Italy. She met his eyes. And it also had a gray stone house with a tower.
"Show me,"
he snapped. She pulled out her computer and found the page. The stretch of coastline is called San Leandro. It's hard to tell anything much from this overhead satellite view, but it's
close enough,
he said, interrupting, not taking his eyes off the computer page.
Because I'd bet that square near the house is a helicopter pad.
I wondered about that, but I didn't see a helicopter.
Which only means that they were dropped off.
His gaze was raking the rest of the screen.
But this isn't good enough to show us any details of where Santara's men could be located. It would take extensive reconnoitering to make it a safe hit.
Then you believe me?
I believe you believe it. Show me that sketch you did of Lisa looking at the island again.
She dug into her bag and pulled out her sketchbook. She flipped it open to the correct page. It's the island of Zakios. You see the triangular shape on the lower east side? The island is small, and it has only fishing and a small inn in the hills open to tourists during the summer.
His brows rose. You did some research.
As much as I could on the computer. I need to do more, but that may have to be on the phone. But I had a 3-hour wait for you at the airport, and I didn't want to waste it.
Heaven forbid.
Time's important. I can't stand the thought of her being there any longer than she has to be, she said. I thought it was probably safe to ask questions about the island on the net. I didn't want to risk making any inquiries about San Leandro or that house with the tower. The last thing I wanted was to have Santara know we might have found out where he's keeping Lisa. He might have whisked her away somewhere. She added deliberately, or he might have set the trap for you that appeared to be his intention from the start.
We might just oblige him, Caleb murmured. I believe he might deserve to meet me.
No. Jane had seen that flickering, lethal recklessness before, and she had no intention of dealing with it now. I know you're tempted to indulge yourself, but back off, Caleb. I didn't bring you here to turn you loose on this Santara. I want Lisa out of that house in as safe a manner as possible.
Providing that's where she is, Caleb drawled. No proof. I might have to go in and determine it for myself. We wouldn't want to disturb the neighborhood for nothing, would we?
Back off, she repeated. As you say, no proof. Then she added fiercely, but it's where she is, damn it. Everything fits together. And you think so too, or you wouldn't be so eager to go in and cause your particular brand of mayhem. Admit it. He glanced away from her.
Perhaps.
Then he looked back at her.
I humbly admit it. You did well, Jane.
Her eyes widened. Humble? You? He smiled.
I only threw that in to catch you off guard. He added quietly, very smart, Jane. My small contribution about the Romanos pales in comparison. Yes, I'll have to check it out, but I'll bet you're right. His smile faded. And my particular brand of mayhem is going to be necessary from now on. So step down, Jane.
The hell I will. Do you think I didn't know that you'd react like this as soon as you were convinced? She glared at him. I even thought about not calling you. Jock would have been willing to help me.
That would not have been a good move, he said softly. I like Jock.
But that wouldn't have stopped you from doing exactly what you wanted to do, mayhem or not.
It might have. But I would have had to think about it.
But now you don't, because Jock isn't involved. But that isn't why I didn't ask him. Lisa is your sister, and you share something that no one else does. You have the right to help her. She's wrong about keeping you away from it.
I believe I've made my agreement known on that score, he said dryly.
And you have a greater stake in this than anyone else, except maybe me. She wearily shook her head. No, more than me. Except that Lisa pulled me into this and made me responsible. You say that she belongs to you? I believe she belongs to me, too, now. I think about her all the time. I worry about what's happening to her. I don't think she's been telling me everything. Every time I see one of those damn bruises, it nearly kills me. That's why I called you and told you to come and pick me up. I can't bear to see her hurt any more than she has been, and know that I had a chance of stopping it."
"You have stopped it. Turn it over to me now."
"No. I promised her that I wouldn't let you come after her. I lied to her, and she's not going to forgive me. But there's no way that I'll let you go into that house. She'd fight you. She might not even go with you. Her first impulse will be to push you away. She might even run from you. I've had a demonstration of how stubborn she can be."
"Then I'll take care of it."
"No, you won't. You'll stay outside that house. I'll go in and get her and bring her to you. I'll keep that much of my promise."
"No,"
he said sharply. "Yes," she said fiercely. "You planned something clever and foolproof to get us away from Santara and keep Lisa alive. But if she thinks there's a chance of your being hurt because of her, she's not going to budge from that place. And she'll be so upset that there's no telling what reaction it will trigger. She might go after Santara herself. Possible?"
"Possible," he said slowly. "You've gotten to know her very well."
"I've never even seen her in person. But yes, I know her," Jane said. "Now, can we get any help? Santara is supposed to have 3 men on the island."
"I'll check it out. It could be more dangerous to Lisa if we call in the local gendarmes. Santara's been paid to do a job. If threatened, he may decide to cut his losses and get rid of her and go on the run."
"You're saying he might kill her?"
"I'm saying we have to think about it. We don't know anything about him yet."
She didn't want to think about it. It frightened her too much. 3 men, plus Santara, she repeated. And Lisa thought he might have more men in the north sector where she wouldn't see them.
"I'll make a decision once we've reached Greece. The only thing that seems clear is that we should probably use that island as a place to launch any action. You were right. We need to find out more about it on the flight down there."
"I told you that I'd do it."
"Okay." Caleb glanced at her. "But you still haven't convinced me that I should let you do this."
"I don't have to convince you. I'm the one who invited you. If you don't go along with the rules I make, we part ways once I get off this plane in Greece."
"Unless I decide to tie you up and leave you in the plane."
"You won't do that. You're not Santara."
"There are people who believe I'm much worse."
"I'm not one of those people." She paused. "Neither is Lisa. Don't prove either of us wrong." He chuckled.
That sounded almost like a threat.
He held out his hand.
"Pull up that Google map on your computer again, and let me study it. I can at least memorize the outbuildings and natural features while I'm winging my way toward Lisa."
She handed him the computer. "I'm right, you know. If you walk into that house, she'll go ballistic. It has to be me."
"So she's been saying."
His lips tightened as he glanced down at the computer screen.
"But just because she's willing to sacrifice you on my altar, I find I'm not inclined to do it. She doesn't realize that you have a certain value to me that would be made totally invalid if you ended up dead."
5:40 a.m.
"Go get cleaned up and grab something to eat,"
Caleb said as he opened the door of the aircraft after he'd landed at a private airport near Athens.
"I have details to arrange and a few calls to make before we head for the island."
"Are you going to try to slip away from me?"
"So suspicious." He smiled. "I wouldn't stand a chance. I may be a hunter, but you have a determination that's beyond belief. I was merely being considerate. You look completely exhausted, and I don't want you fading away on me."
"I'm fine." He shook his head.
"Go in the terminal and eat."
He was going down the stairs to the tarmac.
"I'll come and get you at the restaurant when I'm ready to move."
"How far are we from Zakios Island?"
"About an hour and 40 minutes by speedboat."
I knew you couldn't take the jet, but I thought that you'd choose a helicopter.
Too noisy. I have to take a look at the coastline of San Leandro, and a speedboat will probably be more efficient and definitely less suspicious.
He turned and looked up at her.
You did your job. You gave us a chance to get her.
His lips tightened.
Now take a break and let me do what I have to do if I'm going to let you go into that house without me. Okay?
It wasn't okay. Her nerves were stretched taut, and she wanted to move at warp speed now that she could almost see a way to free Lisa.
I know.
Caleb's gaze was on her face.
I want it too. Just give it a few hours, Jane.
He turned and strode into the terminal. Jane stared after him, and then slowly followed him down the steps. Follow. That was the last thing she wanted to do. She wanted to take the initiative and move forward. But it wasn't what she wanted. It was what was good for Lisa. Caleb was a hunter, and the lethalness of his talent had been proven over the years. She had brought him into this not only because of his love and connection to his sister, but for that very skill. She knew the fundamentals of self-defense because Joe had taught her from childhood, but she was an artist, not a warrior. She was very much afraid that it was a warrior who would be needed before this was over. So she decided to accept that she would have to follow for a while and grit her teeth until the situation changed.
Come on.
Caleb strode up to her table at the restaurant 2 hours later and threw down some bills.
We need to get on the road. I want to lease the fastest speedboat in the harbor and be at that island by late afternoon.
He turned and headed back toward the door. Jane jumped to her feet. It's not as if I was holding you up. But she didn't like this sudden urgency. Caleb appeared both grim and electrified. She caught up with him at the door. What's wrong?
Leon Santara.
He showed her a photo on his phone of a tall, 40-ish, sandy-haired man in a khaki jacket and army boots.
Or Gilbert Monlaghi, as he's known in 6 countries in Europe and the Middle East. According to my contact, he was getting a little too notorious, so he's been using the name Santara for the last 2 years and trying to stay under the radar.
He held the door open for her.
He's what's wrong. Very, very wrong.
Bad? She whispered. He followed her toward the taxi waiting at the curb.
Born in Naples. Grew up on the streets and became a thief and drug runner. Then later a mercenary in Africa, where he combined both careers. He was with the death squads in Angola and took money from the Iranians and the Taliban. These days he sells his services to the highest bidder, usually works with his own team, all of whom are very competent.
His voice was harsh, and he wasn't looking at her.
He likes what he does. He likes the money, and he likes the power. Santara won't hesitate to kill, but he prefers to make sure that his victim suffers enough to be aware who holds that power. He may be hurting Lisa to get what he wants from her, but he's enjoying it. He paused. And he's been known to lose control on occasion.
You're afraid he'll kill her?
He didn't answer directly. I think we'd better get her out of there fast. He's no longer an unknown element, and what we know isn't good. Considering that Lisa is probably constantly provoking him, it's the only way we'll keep her alive.
He opened the taxi door for her.
It's just as well. I don't believe either one of us could wait around and take the thought of the punishment he may be inflicting.
He got into the cab.
So we head for the harbor and get to Zakios Island as soon as possible.
Zakios Island, Ionian Sea. The sun was low on the horizon when Caleb and Jane anchored the blue and white speedboat in a bay on the far side of the island. He jumped onto the beach and lifted her out of the boat.
You know what to do?
She nodded. For heaven's sake, of course I do. You went over it with me in detail. I go to the inn up on the hill and ask if we can have a room for the night. I say you're an accountant who's also a fanatical fisherman, and you heard that the fishing was particularly good here. I tell the reception clerk that you're talking to the fishermen down here at the beach and sent me ahead. Then I sit down in the pub and ask casual questions of any guests or employees about whether there are any strangers or other interesting tourists on the island, just to make sure that there aren't more men who were sent here besides the 3 that Lisa knew about on San Leandro. She made a face. But all that sounds fairly unimportant, and like you're trying to get rid of me. She stared him in the eye. Are you?
Yes, for a little while. I'm going to go over this island so that I'll know it like the back of my hand myself. I'll try to recruit a couple men from here to help us, but everything I asked you to do was absolutely of value. It just might not be absolutely necessary, but then again, it might.
But you're not going to get back in that speedboat and go get Lisa without me?
Tempting. Caleb. He shook his head. I've been thinking about Lisa, and you could be right about her reactions, he said grimly. And if I force it, I could damage her. So I'll have to figure out a way to make it as safe as possible for you. You just have to do exactly what I say, or I won't be able to keep myself from doing what I want and not what you want. Understood?
She nodded. I know how to obey orders. I grew up with Joe Quinn, a police detective, remember? The orders just have to make sense to me.
That's what I'm afraid of. Sometimes I have problems communicating that concept. He handed her sketchbook to her. I promise I'll be only a few hours. Go up to the inn and play artist.
I don't play artist. I am an artist. She started up the twisting road that led to the inn. But I'll do a sketch or two to lend authenticity when I'm in that pub. She stopped and looked around her. Zakios was incredibly beautiful. Set like a jewel in that deep azure blue sea, it was green and flowering, with that golden Greek ambiance that was like a heady wine. Be careful. This place is like something from that movie, Mamma Mia. When something is too good, it sometimes hides a rotten core.
Now that sounds entirely too cynical coming from you. Who have you been hanging around with?
I won't answer that. She heard him chuckle, but when she looked back, he was gone. This island might be as balmy, golden, and breathtakingly wonderful as she'd told Caleb, but she was as uneasy as she'd said. It seemed impossible that this magical small island could be the place that Lisa had seen from that tower window. Had she made a mistake? There were so many islands, so many. A gray stone house, looming over the cliff, dominating everything around it. San Leandro. Jane had turned a corner in the road and was suddenly facing the gray stone house with the tower across the expanse of blue sea. She could see the white-capped mountains in the background. It was as if she'd been given an answer to all those doubts. She stood there staring, her heart beating hard. Was Lisa in that tower room now? If she looked out that window, could she see Jane standing here only miles from where she stood? No. It wasn't likely that she'd be able to make out a figure on this road from that far away, but the thought gave Jane a feeling of closeness to Lisa that was banishing the uneasiness and uncertainty that had been plaguing her. "We're here, Lisa," she whispered. "We're coming for you. You're not alone anymore." 9:40 p.m. Paid in full. Jane smiled as she tore off the sketch she'd done of Risto, the young teenage boy who worked in the kitchen. "Save it. Once I'm famous, you'll be able to sell it for a small fortune." He shook his head and grinned. "No, I'll keep it forever and tell everyone that I won it playing darts with a beautiful woman who was foolish enough to bet against the great Risto.
That's a much better story." He looked critically at the sketch. "Yes, you've made me as handsome as I really am. It's clear you wish to do more with me than just draw my face." "Oh, does she?" Caleb had appeared in the doorway of the pub, but I might have a few objections to her doing that.
Risto stiffened as soon as he saw Caleb. Jane couldn't blame him. Caleb's tone was casual, but there was seldom anything casual about Caleb. Power, electricity, force, possessiveness. Risto said quickly, "I meant no offense. She is—" Jane interrupted. "He knows you didn't, Risto. He's obviously a little bad-tempered at the moment, and no one has the right to make objections but me." She smiled at him. "Take your sketch and go back to the kitchen. Maybe tomorrow you can play against my friend here and beat him, too." Risto nodded quickly, grabbed his sketch, and vanished in the direction of the kitchen. She turned to face Caleb. "That wasn't necessary. You didn't need to intimidate him. He's only a boy."
"Who kept you entertained?" He shrugged. "You're right. I'm a little bad-tempered at the moment. The sight of you spinning your web and drawing him to you annoyed me."
"Spinning my web?" She gazed at him incredulously. "I'm no vamp, and you know it. I was being me and trying to do exactly what we agreed I'd do." She drew a deep breath. "Okay, why are you so bad-tempered? What went wrong?"
"Nothing. I accomplished everything I set out to do." He paused. "And perhaps a little more. I just knew that you were going to fight me on a couple things."
"What things?" She stiffened. "We're still going after her tonight?"
"Yes."
He turned on his heel.
"But not right away. You got a room for us? What floor?"
"There are only 2 floors." She headed for the stairs, which curved upward on the left side of the reception desk. No elevator. "It reminded me of the hotel I stayed at when I was a student." She unlocked the door and preceded him into the room. He glanced around the room at the simple white wrought-iron bed with its blue and white embroidered spread, the rocking chair, the mirror over the sink in the corner, the white-framed French doors leading to a balcony against the far wall.
"Nice. I can almost see you sitting there on the balcony drawing. I would have liked to have known you then."
"Are you stalling?" She turned to face him as he closed the door. "What aren't I going to like?"
"I have to know everything about that tower room and where Santara is in the house and his schedule. And I can't rely on waiting for Lisa to reach you using those sketches anymore. I'm going to need the information fast and clear so that I can act."
"What are you saying?"
"You're going to go visiting. Visual, auditory, the works."
"No," she said flatly. "You said that could happen only if you were there to link us. Tonight's going to be difficult enough. I told you what her reaction would be to you."
"Yes, you did."
"So I won't do it."
"Yes, you will." He paused. "Because I lied."
Her eyes widened. "What?"
"I lied. I thought it was important that I be there to influence Lisa, so I lied to you."
"You son of a bitch!" He nodded.
"I thought it was worth a try. I was going to give it a day or so and then give in on the link if I didn't get what I wanted, or sooner if I saw an urgent reason for it."
"But it was going to be your decision. You were tying my hands and anchoring me to those sketches."
"For a little while."
She was struggling to smother the anger tearing through her. "Damn you! I don't know if I can forgive you for this, Caleb."
"That was the chance I took," he said simply. "But I should point out that it was important to me, or I would never have done it. I knew it might take me a long time to regain what little trust you have in me."
"That goes without saying."
"But I said it anyway, because you have to realize that I knew exactly what I was doing. I have to get Lisa out of there, no matter what I have to give up."
He meant every word. No mockery. No mask. Jane could see that for once Caleb's emotions were raw and visible for her to see. She stared at him for a long moment, and then turned and walked toward the French doors that led to the tiny balcony. "A very long time, Caleb." She looked out at the moonlight, shimmering on the dark sea. Get a grip. She couldn't afford this anger. "But there's no way that I'd punish Lisa because I'm furious with you. I believe you were aware of that. So tell me what's going to happen tonight."
"In about 2 hours, we take the speedboat to an inlet on the beach at the foot of the cliff. It's about 1.5 miles from the house. I located the 3 men Lisa mentioned. Actually, there were 4 more. 4 on sentry duty on the path leading to the mountains, 1 patrolling along the cliff, the other 2 in the back garden."
"You went over there to San Leandro already? You said you wouldn't do that."
"I said I wouldn't go after Lisa without you. I had to see what we were up against. Now I know."
She kept her gaze fixed on the sea. "Only half a lie this time?"
"Yes."
He went on quietly.
"You wait in the boat while I take care of Santara's men. Hopefully you will already have found out where Santara is in the house. So then you go in and bring Lisa out to me while I take care of him."
"All by yourself?" she asked. "What the hell do you mean? I thought you intended to try to recruit a couple men on the island to help."
"I did, but that's for later. They'd get in my way during this initial bit." He added soberly, "And if they made a mistake, they could get Lisa killed."
"Initial bit? It doesn't seem like a bit to me."
"I can handle this, Jane. It's not as if I'm going to have to defend myself from an assault by those men. It's just a matter of picking them off one by one."
"That's right. You're a hunter," she said bitterly. "You know all about things like that."
"Yes, I do. I'm an expert, and we're both going to be grateful that I am."
He was silent.
"Are you ever going to turn around and look at me?"
"I don't want to look at you."
"But I want to look at you."
He was close behind her now.
"It's going to be a rough, hard night, and looking at you makes me remember all the good things, and not the ugly ones. Do you know I actually feel as if you fill me and complete me? Isn't it bizarre you would have that effect on a man like me?"
"I have no idea, since I don't know if you're telling me the truth."
"Ah, there's the rub."
He turned her around to face him.
"But let's pretend that I'm telling you the truth this time."
His dark eyes were holding her own, and she thought she could see a reflection of the sea in them.
"Yes, that's what I wanted."
"Let me go, Caleb."
"I'm only indulging myself a little," he whispered. "I wouldn't be fool enough to take more than you'd permit at a time like this."
He was pulling her across the room, toward the bed.
"But you might as well be comfortable when I link you with Lisa."
"Now?" She couldn't look away from him. That overpowering persuasiveness and charisma were in full force. He was smiling, and she felt as if he were wrapping her in dark velvet. "It's time to do it?"
"Yes."
He was pulling her down on the bed and holding her with the most exquisite gentleness.
"It's time."
His fingers were moving with mesmerizing tenderness on her throat, and then up to stroke her temples.
"Find out everything I need to know. Prepare, Lisa."
"And how do I do it?"
"I have no idea. That's up to you."
The velvet surrounding her was no longer dark, but glittering and swirling around her.
"You don't trust me. But I trust you, Jane.
Chapter 7. The tower room was darker than Jane had drawn it in her sketch. That was the first thing she noticed when she opened her eyes. She drew a deep breath and tried to get her bearings. It was like Caleb to throw her into this situation where she had no experience and no way to judge what was real and what was not. Okay, it wasn't as if she hadn't been down this road before, except that then the entire scenario had been orchestrated by Caleb as a sexual fantasy. This time, that wasn't the case. But she still felt everything about her was absolutely real, nothing dreamlike about it. So, assume that, and accept it, she told herself. And get the job done. She looked around her again. Yes, there was the narrow window overlooking the cliff. The room was also more cluttered, and there were also books on the far wall, which Lisa had not been facing. But where was Lisa? Jane felt an instant of panic as her gaze wildly searched the room. Was she still here? Had she been moved? Had Santara taken her away from the house and put her on a helicopter and sent her? "What are you doing here?" Lisa asked harshly. "I couldn't get to you all last night, and now you just appear? I thought you'd left me." She came out of the shadows beside the door. "And I don't like this." "Neither do I." Jane's gaze was raking the girl's face and body. Dear God, more bruises, a black eye, and she was favoring her right side as she came toward her. "That's why I'm here. You look terrible. I knew you were lying to me." "I didn't lie. I just didn't tell you everything. I could tell how soft you are. I know I had to be careful, or you'd do something dumb." Her eyes were glaring at Jane. "And you did it, didn't you? There's no way you could link this way with me. I can't even do it. Only Seth. It was Seth, wasn't it?" "It was Seth, Caleb." Jane glared back at her. "And you're not dumb. You're absolutely crazy. Look at you. How long were you going to take that kind of punishment? I didn't want him involved either, but you're his family, and he does have a right." "Not unless I choose to give him the right," Lisa said fiercely. "And I won't let them touch him." "Bullshit. You're going to get him killed just trying to protect him. You came to me because you want to live and you didn't want him to die. Then you put all kinds of restrictions on me, and I'm sick of it. We're going to get you out of here, and you're not going to give orders. You'll take them." Her voice was steel hard as she added, "Because I broke my word and brought Caleb into this, and I'm not going to be responsible for either one of you getting killed. I won't have that on my shoulders. Do you understand?" "If you'd done what I wanted, it would have been fine and everything—" Lisa stopped and closed her eyes. "Or maybe not. I'm confused right now," she said wearily. "I've been confused since this all began. I knew I had to protect him, but I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how you could do it." Her eyes opened, and Jane could see they were glittering with tears she refused to shed. "But you seem to know, so I have to believe you. I don't want to do that. I'm scared to let go and do that. I've never believed anyone but Seth." "Then heaven help you," Jane said dryly. "Better you than me. However, I do think you can trust him to help us get out of here. He cares about you." "Of course he does. That's why I'm the bait." The fierceness was suddenly back. "And you shouldn't talk like that about him. You don't know anything. I thought you were close, linked, or I would have never tried to get you to help." "Caleb's relationship with me is complicated," and this was no time to go into the nuances. Lisa was clearly passionately defensive of him, and once again Jane was feeling that urge to reach past that wall of anger and hostility to touch her. Lisa seemed so terribly alone, and the fact that she wasn't battling to save herself, but the brother she loved, made her appear even more appealing. she said gently. But the only thing that's important is that we're both here tonight to get you out. Lisa froze. Here? What do you mean? Her gaze flew to Jane's face. This is just a link, right? I'd know the difference. And I know practically nothing about these damn links. She paused. But I do know that Caleb wanted to use this one to prepare the way for us. You're leaving here tonight. No, she whispered. You're scaring me. I can't do this. Yes, you can. We've found you, and we're going to take you. Seth is here? How could you do that? That's what I didn't want. This place is a trap. Then we'll spring it on that bastard who's been beating you up, she said roughly. Get used to the idea, Lisa. I can't get used to it, she said through her teeth. Not Seth. Tell him to leave here. I made him promise not to come into the house after you. I'll be the one coming here to get you. He'll be waiting down on the beach with the boat. She grimaced. That should please you. That way you and I are the only ones running the risk of Santara. It doesn't please me. She moistened her lips and then said stiltedly, I never wanted Santara to get hold of you or hurt you. I just didn't know what else to do. And you had priorities, I understand. Do you? I don't know how. She lifted her chin. But they can't have Seth. Maybe I could just run down to the beach by myself. I don't need you to come here. But I need to do it. I made a promise, and you look as if you're barely able to stand, much less run anywhere. Then, as Lisa opened her lips to protest, Jane said quickly, It's going to happen. Stop arguing. But I have to have information from you to help it along. She looked around the room. 2 doors. Where do they lead? One is to a small bathroom. The other leads to the hall and down the stairs to the foyer and front door. And this door is locked? You mentioned one time that Santara was unlocking the door. It's always locked. I stole the key once, and that's how I got out and down the cliff. And the front door? I don't think so. It wasn't locked that time. He might even be more careless now. Santara may not be afraid I'll get out any more. She paused. I think he'd like it if I did. It might give him an excuse to kill me. He wants to do that now. She made the last statement almost without expression, Jane realized. It just underscored all that Lisa had gone through during these last days. Then we'll see if we can't please the bastard by getting you out of this damn house. Does Santara have his quarters in the house? Yes. He has a room at the far end of the hall. Her lips twisted. He likes the idea of having me at his disposal at all times of the day and night. Does he leave the house to check on his men at regular periods? I think so. I know he phones them a lot, and I hear him going down the stairs 2 or 3 times during the evening, but not at all later at night. Then he would still be in the house when she and Caleb came to get Lisa tonight. That was not good. You weren't expecting that. Lisa's gaze was on her face. You don't have to come for me tonight. It can be any time. Whatever's best for Seth and you. And any delay would mean that Lisa would face more pain and abuse. Jane couldn't stand the thought of it. We didn't know what to expect, Jane said, but we'll make adjustments. It does have to be tonight. It will be okay. She added, I do have to know what kind of shape you're in. As I said, you don't look like you could make it down that cliff. That could be bad for all of us. No stoic bullshit. I need details. Lisa was silent a moment. I have a few burns on my arm, but that's nothing. My wrists are completely healed now. You see the bruises. I have 2 more on my back that you can't see. I think he may have either bruised or cracked my ribs when he kicked me. It's kind of hard to breathe. I have a broken thumb on my left hand. I tried to bandage it and didn't do such a good job, but I don't think it will bother me. None of it will be a problem. That's all, Jane."
That was all? Jane tried to stifle the pity and rage she was feeling. She had to steady her voice.
"No. We'll make certain that none of that will be a problem for you. I'll get you down that cliff. Be ready." "I will." Lisa hesitated. "You'll keep him safe?"
Not herself. Caleb.
"I'll keep him safe. He'd laugh at that, you know."
She smiled shakily.
"Yes, but that doesn't matter, does it?"
She paused, and then said awkwardly,
"I thank you, Jane Maguire."
"Say that when we get you out."
"Don't tell me what to do. I wanted to say it now."
Darkness. Velvet. Caleb's dark eyes were looking down at her, she realized vaguely. His eyes were so like Lisa's. She should have realized that sooner.
"You didn't even know I had a sister."
He was stroking her hair back from her face with that gossamer, gentle touch.
"You did well. Ever since this started, you've done everything you could do. I'm proud of you. You should be proud of yourself."
Why did it mean so much to her that he said that? She had thought she had been wandering around in a daze, getting nowhere. Even with Lisa tonight, it had... But she wasn't with Lisa any longer, she realized suddenly. She was lying on that white wrought iron bed with Caleb holding her. She stiffened and pushed him away. "There's nothing to be proud of until we get Lisa out of there." She sat up in bed and ran her hand through her rumpled hair. "I suppose you did a little eavesdropping?"
"I thought it would save time."
He raised himself on his elbow to watch her as she got off the bed.
"And I didn't hear anything that you wouldn't want me to hear."
"Well, I heard a few things I didn't want to hear," she said jerkily. "Though I think I knew it all along. That's why I wanted so desperately to get her out of there. I knew she was going through more than she was telling me. Dear God, she has courage."
"Yes, she always did."
His voice was without expression.
"From the time she was a little girl."
But there was something in his tone that caused Jane to turn to look at him. His face was as hard and without expression as his voice had been. "You had an idea Santara was putting her through this."
"Operatives like Santara can be very determined. Yes, I thought there was a possibility. I deliberately kept myself from dwelling on it. The confirmation tonight wasn't pleasant for me."
He met her eyes.
"That was why I'd lie and cheat and kill to get her away from him. That's why I'd even lie to you if I had to do it, without either hesitation or question."
And the cold mask he was wearing wasn't hiding either his hurt or the terrible rage. He might be able to hold everything inside, but she had known him too long not to see it. Well, she shared that rage, and she wasn't going to pretend otherwise. Then let's stop talking about it and go do it. She went to her suitcase, which was tucked in one corner of the room, and pulled out her Beretta pistol and tucked it into her jacket pocket. Then she turned toward the door. "But you'd better start worrying about that locked door and the fact that Santara will still be in the house." San Leandro, 11:35 p.m.
"No one will be able to see the boat unless they're on the beach itself,"
Caleb said as he pulled the speedboat onto the sand.
"The overhang on the wall of the cliff will hide it from anyone above."
He reached in his pocket, brought out a key, and handed it to her.
"Skeleton key. It's specifically crafted, and it's very good. You should have no trouble. I've used it many times before."
As the hunter stalking prey? How many houses? How many kills?
I'm sure you have. Her hand closed tightly on it. No wonder you weren't worried about the lock. I hope you have an answer for all the other problems.
All it would take is one for which I don't have the answer, but I don't believe that will come up.
He was out of the boat.
It will probably take at least 40 minutes to an hour for me to take care of securing the perimeter and then get back here.
He handed her a slim silver cylinder.
Press the button on this if you see anything that worries you, and I'll be back in a heartbeat. Otherwise, don't get impatient if I'm a little late. I'm going to have to do a little rigging.
With that, he was gone. She could see only a shadow as he moved up the twisting path toward the top of the cliff, sleek and lithe and purposeful, and he was probably enjoying himself. No, that wasn't fair. Caleb was dead serious and driven tonight. It was just that she had watched him before on the hunt and knew the instincts and barbaric pleasure that took over when it drove him. 7 men. 3 guarding the house, 4 guarding the path to the mountains. He might not be worried, but for her, this hour would be excruciatingly long. Try not to think of what Caleb was doing right now, she told herself. Think about Lisa. Her hand closed on the gun in her jacket pocket. Think about what you have to do to that monster Santara if he gets in your way. 12:58 a.m. He was back. She hadn't heard Caleb come down the cliff, but he was suddenly there. His dark eyes were glittering, and his face held that same wild exhilaration she had been expecting to see. Come on. He swung her out of the boat and was pulling her toward the path leading up the cliff.
I want you in position in the next few minutes.
Position? She was running to keep up with him. What do you mean? I'm supposed to go inside that house. Lisa is expecting me.
And she'll get you. I just don't want either of you to get anyone else there as company.
Did you manage to take out those sentries?
The ones I wanted to take out.
He'd reached a shelf in the cliff wall 20 yards from the top.
Now, we do the cleanup.
He pulled Jane onto the shelf and pushed her against the cliff. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a small graphite device.
And a slight deterrence for Santara to keep him busy. I don't want him phoning and checking on his men and not getting an answer.
He leaned against her as his finger went to the black button on the device.
Hold on to me. We're going to rock.
She instinctively grabbed hold of him. What are you... Kaboom! The earth shook, and boulders and earth rained down over the sheer face of the cliff. Caleb held her steady as the shock waves rippled through the ground above them. What did you do? She gasped.
C4. A present for the sentries closest to the mountains.
So that's what you meant by rigging. The rumbling had lasted only a couple minutes, and then he was nudging her back on the path. Why? She asked as he pulled her up toward the top of the cliff.
Why not? I believe that should catch Santara's attention and get him out of the house, don't you?
He was smiling recklessly as he moved up the final 20 feet to reach the top of the cliff. He put out his arm to keep her behind him and stop her from joining him as his gaze zeroed in on the house.
Front door, wide open and ajar.
His eyes shifted to the burning inferno of fire in the trees leading to the mountains, and the tall, sandy-haired man disappearing into the smoke.
Oh yes, that did it. He'd have to go see who was attacking that sentry outpost.
He turned and pulled Jane the rest of the way up the path.
Go, get Lisa. I'll stay down here on guard, just in case Santara changes his mind and turns back.
Jane was already flying toward that open front door. Until this moment, she had not been certain that Caleb wouldn't go himself at this last moment, in spite of what she had told him. No time to try to analyze anything Caleb would do or not do. Just get Lisa out of here. She was inside the house, running up the stairs. An oak door at the top of the steps. She twisted the knob. Locked. Her hands were shaking as she pulled the skeleton key out of her pocket and inserted it in the lock. It didn't work. Don't panic. Caleb said it would work. She inserted it again and slowly, carefully, turned the key. It clicked. She threw open the door. "It took you long enough." Lisa was standing there with a faint smile on her face. "But then, I didn't expect you to blow the place up either." She was hobbling out of the room and heading toward the stairs. "Seth?" "Yes." Jane was on the other side of the girl, supporting her weight as she started down the stairs. "I didn't expect it either." "Get out of my way," Lisa said impatiently. "I can do this by myself. You're being too careful. We have to hurry." And falling down the steps won't help anything. They had reached the bottom, and Jane pulled her across the foyer. "Okay, we don't have time to be careful now. We have to go at top speed." They were out the front door, and she pushed Lisa toward Caleb, who was standing at the top of the path. "I kept my promise to her, Caleb. Now get her down that damn path." Lisa stopped in her tracks, her gaze on Caleb. "She told me you were coming. I didn't think you'd be waiting practically on the doorstep. You might just as well have come knocking on my door upstairs." Her hands clenched at her sides. "You were stupid to come at all. I didn't want you here. I would have handled it."
"You weren't doing too well."
"That was your fault." He smiled.
"Yes, it was."
He held out his arms to her, and his next words were softly coaxing.
"Now come here and help me make it right."
Lisa didn't move, her gaze on his face. Jane inhaled sharply as she saw the expression on the young girl's face. Total love, total devotion, total bonding. Lisa took one step toward him, then another. Then she was running toward him, and he was enveloping her in his arms. He held her close for just a second, and then he was lifting her in his arms.
"And you're the one who's behaving stupidly," he said lightly as he started down the path to the beach. "You should have walked instead of run to me. And you got yourself entirely too damaged, and I know it was because you couldn't let Centaura have the last word. Now I'll have to spend some time healing those damn ribs."
She clung closer, but said gruffly, "Serves you right."
"I may drop you over the cliff. Jane, go down ahead and start the damn boat."
"Absolutely." Jane moved around them and down the trail. "I can handle only one of you at a time, and neither of you seems worried enough that we're not out of this yet."
"I'm worried."
His gaze went to the baleful glare lighting the mountains in the distance.
"And a little regretful."
"Regrets? That's not like you. About the explosion?" She was frowning, puzzled as she ran down the twisting path ahead of them. "I suppose those guards didn't actually hurt Lisa."
"But they didn't help her either," he said coldly. "No regrets there. I just wish I'd been able to set it up so that Centaura had been caught in the blast. It would have been more efficient than having to go after him later."
"You don't do that," Lisa said sharply. "Do you hear me, Seth? You don't do it."
"Hush."
His gaze was lifted toward the top of the cliff.
"I thought I heard something."
He increased his pace and was close behind Jane when she untied the boat and started the engine. He set Lisa down on one of the rear seats and pushed the boat off the beach. Then he jumped in the boat beside Lisa.
"Gun it, Jane."
Jane pressed the accelerator, and the speedboat leaped forward with magnum force. And a bullet exploded on the teak console next to her. She could hear Caleb cursing behind her. She glanced up at the top of the cliff as she started zigzagging over the water. A tall figure was silhouetted in the moonlight, and he was aiming an automatic rifle. Centaura? She couldn't tell for certain in the darkness, though he looked as if he fit the description of the man in the photo Caleb had shown her. She shouted back at Caleb, "Is it Centaura?"
"That's my bet."
Another bullet seared by her ear and ricocheted off the windshield. It didn't matter who he was. That shot had been too close. He was very, very good. Even in the darkness, he knew his target and was accounting for all the evading maneuvers she was making. And, as the one driving the speedboat, Jane was the target.
"Move over."
Caleb had slid over the top of the seat from the rear and was pushing her down on the floor.
"Keep down and let me."
Another bullet hit the console. "You can't do anything more than I was doing," Jane said fiercely. "Keep zigzagging and keep down yourself. Or let me do it and just stop him from shooting. I'm sure you're better with guns than I am."
"I don't like guns."
"Oh, shit."
"I didn't say I didn't know how to use them."
He had his gun out.
"Grab the wheel. Give me a minute."
He turned and carefully aimed at the figure on the cliff.
"This gun won't have near the range of that automatic rifle he's using. The shot would have to be just right to take him down, and he knows it. Arrogant bastard. He thinks he's in control. Let's show him he needs to reassess."
He took the shot. Santara fell to the ground.
Yes!
But Santara was rolling over, aiming, and the next moment another bullet tore through the windshield only inches from Caleb's head. "Seth!" Lisa was suddenly on her feet and launching herself at Caleb from behind, trying to cover him with her body. Her face was white, her eyes frantic. "No!" "Get down, Lisa!" Jane reached back and tried to jerk her away from Caleb. "For God's sake, get away from—" Another shot. Lisa jerked. She gasped, her back arching. Then she collapsed and fell forward against Caleb. Dear God. Jane could see the blood seeping from the wound in Lisa's upper back, staining her white peasant blouse. Her eyes closed. Limp. So terribly limp. Another shot. Close again.
"Take care of her,"
Caleb said hoarsely. He pushed Lisa gently toward Jane.
"I've got to get us out of here."
He aimed once more.
"But first, I have to make sure the son of a bitch stays down."
Jane was already crawling into the rear seat and cradling Lisa in her arms. Blood. And still. So still. Caleb fired several times in succession and then lowered the gun.
"I saw him jerk once. I might not have killed him, but he won't be getting up any time soon."
He turned back and started zigzagging once more over the water. He was looking straight ahead, his face even paler than Lisa's.
"Was I too late, Jane?"
he asked jerkily.
"Did he kill her? Is she dead?"
"I don't know." But she was terribly afraid. Her fingers were probing the pulse point in Lisa's throat. Nothing. She frantically pressed harder. Her own heart skipped a beat. "I think I feel something. I think she's alive, Caleb."
"Then keep her that way,"
Caleb said, his eyes on the island just ahead.
"Just keep her alive until I can stop and get to her."
"And how am I supposed to do that?" Jane wondered desperately. "Try to stop the blood." It looked as if the bullet had entered from the back and gone straight through, close to the shoulder. She could only pray it hadn't struck anything vital. She took off her blouse and tore it into strips and tried to bind the wound. Then she applied pressure, but it only lessened the bleeding, not stopped it. "What am I doing?" she thought in frustration. This was Caleb's area of expertise. "She's bleeding. I'm putting pressure, but it's not doing much good. Do something."
"I can't do much right now. Maybe I can lessen it, but I can't heal it. And I can't sense what's happening inside her while I'm driving the damn boat. Give me another few minutes. Keep the pressure steady."
Give him another few minutes? She wasn't the being who could dispense either time or mercy. All she could do was pray and keep up the damn pressure. Lisa was young and vital and had everything to live for, and she had tried to give her own life for Caleb's. Surely that would count in her favor. Keep the pressure steady. But whatever Caleb was doing must be working, because the bleeding seemed to be lessening. Relief rushed through her. She didn't know what else was happening with Lisa, but she'd take any good sign she could get. "The bleeding isn't as heavy."
"No, but that may not be enough."
Caleb was pulling into the dock at Zakios Island. He jumped out of the boat and took Lisa from Jane and laid her gently on the beach. Then he was kneeling beside her, holding both her hands, his thumbs on the pulse points of her wrists. Jane got out of the boat and dropped to her knees beside them. She didn't speak. Caleb's expression was intense, and whatever he was doing, she didn't want to risk disturbing that concentration. She had no idea of the intricacies of how he adjusted blood flow and kept damaged arteries and veins from interrupting vital life force functions, but she had been present before when he had done it. But damn it, Lisa was so still. Oh. Kay. It was only a breath of sound. Lisa's eyes were open, Jane realized thankfully. She was looking up at Caleb, and that word had definitely come from her.
"Hush," Caleb said.
His hands tightened on her wrists.
"I'm trying to repair some of this damage you did to yourself. Now be quiet and let me work."
"You're okay," she repeated.
"Why shouldn't I be okay? You saw fit to take that bullet for me. Now relax and let me see what you've done. I don't suppose it occurred to you that you could have been killed."
"No." Her eyes were closing.
"Didn't
think. But you wouldn't let anything bad happen to me?" She was unconscious again. He knelt there, looking down at her. Then he reached out and gently touched her cheek with his forefinger.
"No, I'll never let anything bad happen to you. Never again."
Jane could feel her eyes sting as she gazed at the two of them. She wasn't certain what she was seeing, but it was both moving and bewildering. "How is she?"
"Not good."
He turned to her.
"But it's mostly blood issues, thank God. She's going to need surgery, but I don't detect any serious damage to her lungs or heart."
"You're sure?"
"Could I be mistaken? Yes. But the blood is everywhere in the body, and I know how it behaves around any injury."
His gaze went to San Leandro, which was still aflame.
"Santara may have been able to call for reinforcements, and might have that helicopter on top of us at any minute. We've got to get Lisa out of here."
"Should we move her again?"
"Yes, no choice."
He picked her up in his arms and was carrying her down the beach. "Wait!" Jane was running after him. "Where are you going? We're not taking the speedboat?"
"Not that one."
He'd stopped by an orange and beige speedboat down the line.
"I told you I'd hired some help from a couple of the islanders. I traded our speedboat for this one, and a small service from Pieros Naxon, one of the fishermen who was hanging around the beach admiring it."
"What service?"
"When they see activity on San Leandro, and any boats heading in this direction, they just jump in our blue and white beauty and lead them a merry chase."
"A distraction?"
He nodded. "And they know these waters so well that they'll be able to lose them with no trouble, and give us the time we need to get back to Athens. I'll call him once we've started." He nodded at the wheel. "You drive. I have to be in back to work on Lisa."
She nodded and jumped into the driver's seat. "Right. Do we take her to a hospital?"
"Not here. I'll call and have a doctor meet us at the plane in Athens with X-ray and other equipment and fly with us to Glasgow. I know those doctors at that university hospital from the time when I worked with them to remove the poison from Eve's bloodstream, and I have a better chance of being in control."
"Not that you wouldn't be anyway." She watched him settle carefully with Lisa in his arms, and then started the speedboat. "It would just be more difficult for you."
"If you'll notice, I haven't had any real degree of control since all this started."
He was looking down at Lisa, his thumbs once more on her wrists.
He whispered, "Yes, that's definitely going to change."
South Glasgow University Hospital, Glasgow, Scotland.
"Stay here,"
Caleb said over his shoulder to Jane as he hurried down the hall, following Lisa's stretcher toward the emergency room.
I'll be out and give you details as soon as I can. I think we're okay. The x-rays the doctor took on the plane didn't show too much damage."
Then he was gone. Jane stood there in the hall, looking after him. It had been a breathless, frantic journey from Athens to Glasgow, and Lisa had only stirred one time when the doctor's assistant had positioned her for the x-rays once they were in flight. She had opened her eyes, frowned at the doctor, and then looked up at Jane. "Don't like this. Can't you stop them?" "I could, but I won't." She'd taken Lisa's hand. "Because we have to know how to get you well." She'd smiled. "And you're probably thinking, if you can't give me what I want, then what good are you, Jane Maguire?" "No." Lisa's eyes had begun closing again. "I know what good you are." Her hand had tightened on Jane's. "Stay. You couldn't pry me away." Jane hadn't known if Lisa heard her or if she was unconscious again. It didn't matter. She'd made a promise. She'd sat down on the floor beside Lisa's stretcher and held her hand throughout the flight. Now that Caleb had whisked her away from Jane down that corridor, she was feeling strangely empty and without purpose. Foolishness. Lisa was in the best possible hands, and Jane's role had been played and was over. Caleb would see that she was no longer needed, and Lisa had appeared to be more annoyed with their interaction than pleased. It was probably healthy that she was free to walk away now. Not now, but soon. Not until she was sure her responsibility for Lisa was completely over. After all, she'd been chosen. She smiled as she remembered Eve's words that night on the porch, which seemed so long ago now. The opportunity to make things brighter, to help them go right instead of wrong. It had been a very close call, and she was still uncertain what the outcome would be. The fact that Lisa was in that ER was a testament to that narrow escape. "Did I do okay, Eve?" She'd have to call her and ask her, as soon as Caleb came out and gave her a definitive answer. She dropped down on the bench and leaned back against the wall, waiting for him to come out of the ER.
"I just called Jock and told him to come pick you up and take you back to the camp," Caleb said as he strode back toward her over an hour later. "He should be here within the hour." He held up his hand as she opened her mouth to speak. "Lisa is going to be fine. They're keeping her a couple days longer for observation, but then she'll be released."
"What are they going to observe?" Jane asked as she got to her feet. "She was shot, for God's sake."
"The arterial damage." He shrugged. "Everything else is fairly clean, but they're always doubting Thomas's when it comes to repairing veins and arteries in a patient whose status is critical."
"But not so critical that you can't help her."
2 days, he said. "And I'd need those 2 days anyway."
Her gaze narrowed on his face. "Why?"
"I think you know."
"Tell me."
"Let's just say I have to rebuild more than those arteries." His lips twisted. "It's been 5 years."
From the expression on her face when she saw you, it could have been yesterday for her. She loves you.
Then she has to learn not to love me quite so much. I don't want her ever to be put in that position again.
"I don't believe you're going to be able to convince her," Jane said. "If a 5-year desertion didn't do it, it's not going to happen. She's very stubborn."
"I'll find a way."
"You usually do." She looked down the hall. "May I see her before I leave?"
He shook his head. "The next 24 hours are all mine." "But she said she wanted to see you before they wheeled her out of the ER. I'll call you day after tomorrow and you can come."
"She wanted to see me?" Jane shook her head. "She's a constant surprise. I thought once she had you again, I'd be history."
"Because she's difficult and self-centered and sometimes completely rude?" He smiled. "That's another thing I have to take up with her. But it's hard to do when all of this was about her trying to give her life to save mine. Just accept that you'll have to put up with a good deal from both of us if you're going to permit us to hang around."
"I haven't noticed the concept of permission being brought up very often with either of you," she said dryly.
"I'll have her work on it."
She raised her brows.
"Too late for me." He shrugged. "Too late for most things. She's young enough to be molded. My molding took place when I was very young, and most of it was negative."
She wondered what form that molding had taken. She wanted to ask him, but she knew he wouldn't answer. "I want you to call me and tell me how Lisa is doing." She paused. "And I've been worrying about Santara. From what you said about him, I wouldn't think this would be the end. We still don't know what was behind his taking Lisa."
"No, but I'll find out," he said grimly. "Stop worrying. On the way here, I phoned Pollock, one of the agents I use, and told him to get to San Leandro and keep an eye on Santara and the situation there. I told him not to let Santara out of his sight. I don't want to lose him while I'm dealing with Lisa."
"And then you're going to do exactly what Lisa didn't want you to do." He shook his head.
"She didn't want to be bait. I'm sure Lisa's enough like me to have no qualms about removing Santara in the most painful way possible."
His expression hardened.
After all, he inflicted enough pain during their time together.
"She wouldn't want you to endanger yourself because of something that happened to her."
"I disagree. It didn't happen. It was planned. We'll see. At any rate, I won't address it for another 48 hours.
He turned away.
"I need to get back to Lisa."
He looked back over his shoulder.
"By the way, did I say thank you?"
"I don't believe you did. Nor should you. I didn't do anything for you. It was all for Lisa."
What a relief. Gratitude is so boring and interferes with my basic egocentric philosophy.
Jane watched him walk down the hall before she turned and headed for the elevator. She never knew when to take him seriously, and this time was no different. But if there was one thing she had learned from this time with him, it was that he was dead serious about Lisa. With the emphasis on dead, she thought ruefully. There was not going to be any stopping him from going after Santara as soon as it was possible. And maybe that was good. Both Caleb and Lisa could be in danger if he wasn't eliminated. Oh, she just didn't know. She couldn't think straight. She was tired, and the events of the rescue and the stress of Lisa's injury had taken their toll. She'd have to forget about Caleb and Lisa until she could do something about them. In a short time, she'd be seeing Jock and be on her way back to Loch Gaelcar, back to Macduff and Syra and her own life, and not being drawn into that passionate, dark torrent orchestrated by Caleb. It would be a relief. Once she was certain Lisa was safe and out of all danger, life would return to normal. And it was only the after-effects of the crackling high energy of the last 24 hours that made that normal seem flat by comparison. The last thing she needed was to walk down that path where Caleb stood beckoning. Chapter 8. The hospital room was dark, but Lisa knew that Seth was sitting there in the darkness as soon as she opened her eyes. She could feel him. His force was always too dominant to ignore. Even when it was a mere link with her, it was powerful, but also soothing. Yet there was an underlying vibrancy in him that was like no one else's in the world.
"Go back to sleep, Lisa," he said. "The minute you open your eyes, your mind lights up and blows everything I'm trying to do with you."
She could hear the humor in his voice.
"Can't you do anything right?"
"You should talk." Her throat was painfully dry and she was hoarse. "I saved your life, didn't I? If you were going to rescue me, you should have done it better. I shouldn't have been put in that situation."
"There's a possibility you may be right."
He came toward the bed, and she felt a straw slipped between her lips. Cold water slid down her throat, easing the dryness.
"So I'll refrain from giving you a scathing retort that would completely devastate you."
"It wouldn't devastate me." But she knew it would. She could accept disapproval from anyone else, but never from Seth. "How long have I been here?"
"In this hospital? About 12 hours.
He sat down on the edge of the bed.
You were obliging enough during that period to sleep and let me have time to heal you. But I'm not finished, so go back to sleep."
"I will." She took another sip of water. "So I'm not going to die or anything?"
He chuckled. "No, though I'm not sure what you mean by anything. You know I wouldn't let that happen to you, though you made it very difficult for me."
"I had to do it. They wanted to hurt you in some way. I don't know how, but I knew I couldn't let you come."
"So you called Jane instead?"
His voice was suddenly steely.
"Not a good idea, Lisa. It can't happen again."
"That made you angry?" "I didn't want to hurt her. I like her. But it was either her or you. It couldn't be you."
"And it can't be her. Understood?"
"Maybe. She didn't fight it. She just came."
"Because that's Jane. Not again."
She knew that tone, and she couldn't bear for him to be angry with her. "Not again." She reached out and touched his hand in the darkness. He felt warm and hard and alive. "Turn on the light. I want to see you."
"And I want you to go back to sleep."
"I'll turn it on," she said, then added deliberately, "though it might hurt me to do it."
"Brat."
He reached over to the bedside table and flipped on the lamp.
5 minutes.
"Maybe. If you're so good at this blood stuff, you might be able to spare a few more minutes." Her eyes hungrily raked his features. "Though I don't know why I should want to look at you anyway. You didn't come to see me for all those years."
"It was for the best. It wasn't as if I neglected you."
No. The link had always been there when she needed him. But it wasn't like seeing him, being able to reach out and touch him. "But you left me with those people. Teresa and Gino didn't like you any more than our mother and father did. You shouldn't have done that."
"It was safer for you." He smiled crookedly, "and I knew that you wouldn't be exposed to them too much. Gino and Teresa were always completely self-involved. You had the best tutors, you went to the best schools, and had the safety of a normal household when you weren't at school." He paused. "And there wasn't anything normal about me. I was trying to save you from that."
"I never asked you to do it," she said fiercely. "I don't want to be saved from you. You're my brother. You're the only one in the world I love. I don't care about normal." Her hand tightened on his. "And you told me a long time ago that I wasn't normal either. I'm like you. So stop shutting me out."
"I also told you that pretense could save you," he said quietly. "And it did, for a long time."
"But it didn't save me from Santara." He slowly shook his head.
"No, it didn't."
He reached down and gently touched the bruise on her cheek.
"And that's when I realized that it was time for the pretense to be over."
She felt a rush of relief. "Thank heaven. I don't think I could have kept my promise much longer. You were wrong, Seth.
So Jane told me. He tilted his head, but not entirely. I release you from your promise, but I'll ask another one. That you don't volunteer the fact that you're a freak, like me. Use the talent if it becomes necessary, but I don't want you to become a target. A talent is always weakened if an enemy knows you have it.
She grinned at him. No other rules?
In the end, you'll make your own rules. He grimaced. And mistakes. And I'd be a hypocrite if I gave you rules when I don't obey them myself.
I think you do have rules. She gazed at him, trying to put it into words. They're just different. She paused. And I've never wanted to use the blood talent on anyone but Santara. Then I really wanted to do it.
It will probably come again. Maybe you'll have a perspective on it by that time. He smiled recklessly, or maybe not. If you make mistakes, come to me and I'll try to get you out of them.
She shook her head. That would mean getting you into trouble to save myself. I couldn't do that.
You see? You're already far ahead of me on that scale. I must have been right to keep you to that promise all these years.
You weren't right to keep me away from you. She lifted his hand to her cheek. I don't care what anyone thinks of me. Do you know how angry I got whenever our parents called you a freak? They had no right to hurt you like that. I wanted to hit them. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have.
You came close enough. I was far beyond being hurt by them by the time you were trying to come to my defense.
He smiled.
But I remembered it later, and it gave me a certain warmth.
Good.
And it also drove home the fact that you were extremely emotional and could be hurt. He took his hand from her grasp, and that I had to make certain no one would ever call you that until you were old enough to have developed a tough skin.
She grinned. So it comes back to your always being right. He grinned back at her.
Of course. What else?
He reached over and turned out the lamp.
You're only 19. You have many lessons to learn and many rivers to cross. I'll start teaching you how to control the blood talent tomorrow. It won't take that long. Your body is instinctively teaching you on its own. We'll let the persuasive talent go for the time being. It takes a lot more time and study, and you may not have the knack for it. He chuckled. Though Jane believes it might do you a world of good.
She giggled. Attitude adjustment?
I believe that might help you. He got to his feet and moved back to his chair across the room. Now go back to sleep, and let me finish that arterial healing. We've got a busy schedule ahead.
I don't want to go to sleep. I want to talk to you.
Do it anyway. I don't want to have to help it along. His voice was suddenly coaxing. Consider it a first lesson assignment.
Okay. She was quiet for a while. But I'm never going to let you send me away again. Not ever. Not unless you just don't want me. Then I'd go. Could that ever happen, Seth?
He was silent. Not in this lifetime, Lisa.
Relief. Joy. Hope. Then I'll go to sleep. She closed her eyes. First lesson? She concentrated and felt the blood in her body slow and her mind blur. Easy, Seth. You fool! Teresa Romano could barely control her voice. She wanted to reach through the phone and strangle the stupid son of a bitch. You said you had the perfect setup, Santara, that there was no way anyone could find you on San Leandro. Well, someone did, didn't they? You're sure it was Caleb?
I'm sure. I showed his photo on my phone to the people on Zakios Island, and they identified him. He was with a woman who registered at the inn as Jane Maguire. She was here too. I caught a glimpse of her on the boat. You never mentioned her.
I don't know her, but I will soon. She added icily, and you will too. You'll know everything about Caleb and Maguire and anyone else who is protecting Lisa.
You want me to go after her again? I told you that I shot her. I'm not sure she's still alive.
And you may have eliminated her use to me. Her rage was rising by the moment. But perhaps not. I'll have to see. Caleb wanted Lisa badly enough to come after her this time. If you're not too much of an ass, you might be able to gather him up if you can get hold of her again. She was trying to think. I didn't want to handle it that way, but I may have to make a change. We have to use every bit of everything we've got to make this come out right.
It would be simpler for me to just go after Caleb now.
Simpler? Her voice was shaking. He made a fool of you, and he didn't even do half of what he's capable of doing.
He didn't make a fool of me, Santara said harshly. I don't know how he found us. The girl didn't contact anyone, and she sure didn't call him. But it doesn't matter now how he found her. I'm going to find her and find him and serve them up to you. Okay, Caleb is good, or he wouldn't have been able to do what he did to my men. But I've known men in the field who are probably just as good. I'm just as good. He just caught me by surprise.
He made a fool of you.
Don't say that. I won't take that from anyone.
Teresa knew she'd better back away for the moment. Santara was obviously angry and humiliated, and that might serve her well. Also, he was a bird in the hand, and she didn't have time to go looking for another man with his qualifications. Then prove to me that you're the man I hired. Give me what I want, and there will be a bonus for you. Maybe you won't underestimate Caleb from now on. Just realize that he's lethal, and we need to keep him under control until we get him in a position where I can force him to finish Harun. Find his Achilles heel, damn it.
No doubt about it, Santara said roughly. How much time do I have?
Harun is still not critical, but it could change at any minute. Keep that in mind. She hung up. Teresa sat there trying to compose herself. It was going to be difficult to go back to Gino and face him with Santara's failure. She was gradually easing all power away from Gino, but she was not there yet, and he was always ready to blame her when things went wrong. He never took into account that almost every positive thing in their lives was there because she had stepped forward and made it happen. He had always dragged his feet in the mud, and she had made their life a glowing success. And in this disaster she would do the same thing. She stood up and lifted her chin and strode from the room to tell Gino that son of a bitch Seth Caleb had managed to spoil her plans. But only for the moment. I'm relieved, Eve said. Lisa is going to be all right? So Caleb said, and you know no one argues with Caleb, Jane replied, except you. I didn't want to argue about that. I was too scared. I haven't heard from him since yesterday, but I think he would have told me if she'd gotten worse. I'm just grateful we were able to get her away from Santara without getting her killed. I'm grateful, too, Eve chuckled. But I think that Joe will be a little disappointed that you managed to wrap it up in just these last couple days. He was all set to fly over to help you find her. Was he? Jane found herself smiling. That's like him. But I'm glad that it wasn't necessary. You need a backup team with Michael. True, But we had it all worked out. In fact, it was Michael approved. She changed the subject. How are the lights working out? Still installing. Macduff is wildly enthusiastic. I was down in the mist this morning helping out. I imagine he was glad to have the help. We ought to do something about that. Caleb's still at the hospital, working with Lisa. Macduff will survive until he's able to get back here. She paused. Providing Caleb doesn't find something else he wants to do. Santara? He hurt Lisa. Caleb loves her. Do the math. I already have. I remember what Caleb did to Jellock after he killed his sister Maria. Eve was silent. Macduff might have to do without Caleb. So be it. He's not irreplaceable. He only thinks so. Eve was laughing. I believe we'll have to show him he's wrong. In fact, it's already in the works. What? Nothing. I have to go now. Joe's on the other line. I'll have to break the news to him that you don't need him to find Lisa, but I believe I can substitute something that will mollify him. Love you. Bye. She hung up. Jane was smiling bemusedly as she put down her phone. Those last few sentences had been a bit cryptic, and Eve was seldom cryptic. She was always honest and above board. Oh well, not to worry. Eve had sounded cheerful enough. She would ask her what she meant when they next talked. She got to her feet and moved down the hill to the campfire. She'd grab a cup of coffee and go back to the north bank and see if she could help again. As usual, the mist was calling her. Syra was calling her. We got Lisa back, Syra. Maybe you already know that. Do you care? She's just as contrary and difficult as I thought. But she knows about love and sacrifice, and that might even the balance. I think it would for you. The late afternoon breeze was ruffling the surface of the lake and turning the mist into shifting phantom figures. Jane cradled her cup of coffee in her two hands and gazed into the mist, trying to see if one of them was Syra. Her phone rang, and she looked away from the lake to the ID. Caleb. She accessed the call. Is she okay?
Fine. Healing fast and becoming more difficult with every passing minute, he said. She wants to see you. Can you come right away? If not, I'll put up with her until you can. But I really need to get away from her before she... He laughed. She threw her pillow at me. I don't believe she's supposed to be able to do that in her condition. Perhaps she's even better than I thought, except for her foul temper.
But you want me to put up with it?
Fresh blood.
That's between the two of you. I prefer to keep mine intact.
Are you coming?
Yes. You knew I would.
Yes, I did.
He chuckled.
I promise I'll give her a lecture on how to treat guests.
Which will only antagonize her.
Exactly, but she has to learn how to handle it. She's clearly not been properly taught by all those schools and tutors, which she blames solely on me.
And probably rightly.
Possibly. I'll see you when you get here.
He hung up. She threw the remains of her coffee into the flames after pocketing her phone. Then she started up the hill to her tent to clean up. It appeared she wasn't going to be spending the rest of the day with Syra, but with an equally challenging female. She was actually looking forward to it. After all, anyone who would throw a pillow at Caleb couldn't be all bad.
At last, Caleb drawled mockingly. You took your time. Have you no sense of my suffering?
I thought you'd survive, she said as she walked into the hospital room. I had to clean up. I spent the morning down in the mist with Jock and Macduff.
And Syra?
Yes, and Syra. She looked at Lisa. You look much better than when I left yesterday. It was an understatement. Lisa's eyes were bright and alert, and she was only a little pale. How do you feel? I want to leave here. She looked challengingly at Caleb. I should know when I'm ready, shouldn't I?
No, he said. I should know. And you're not, and you'll leave here tomorrow, after I find a safe place for you. Right now, I need to go and shower and change and make a few phone calls. He turned to Jane. I expect Lisa to be here when I come back. He glanced at Lisa. And I expect Jane to be happy with you and not telling me that you misbehaved.
Children misbehave. Lisa met his eyes. I'm not a child. She'll have to take her chances. No, you'll have to take yours, Jane said with a smile, as she dropped down in a chair beside the bed. Run along, Caleb. We can get along fine without you.
That's what I'm afraid of, he murmured. Enjoy.
The next moment, he was gone. I really do need to get out of here, Jane, Lisa said immediately. You can see I'm doing well, and I don't test the waters. I agree with Caleb. If I didn't, we could talk about it. Jane leaned back in her chair. But what we could talk about is the real reason you want to leave here. Because it's sensible for me to do it when I don't need to be here any longer. I'm a little weak, but I can take care of myself. Caleb doesn't think so. What does one more day matter? She grinned. I get impatient. It's my nature. So convince him to spring me from this place. Jane tilted her head and gazed at her. Is that why you couldn't do without my company, and I had to run, not walk, here? I thought it was a little strange. Caleb seemed to be all you needed or wanted. Lisa's smile faded. I did want to see you. I wanted to thank you. Seth wasn't pleased with me that I used you and put you in danger. I told him I didn't want to do it. I like you. But you love your brother. Yes, she said jerkily. I love Seth. I had to save him no matter what. She lifted her chin. I can see why you wouldn't understand. I can understand. I just regret being in the middle of your problem. She met Lisa's eyes. And I believe that if I'd been hurt or killed because I was trying to help you, you'd regret it too. You try to be very tough, but you couldn't feel as strongly as you do about Caleb if you didn't have some empathy for people around you, though you do try to hide it. I think if you made the wrong choices, it could devastate you. It couldn't be a wrong choice to save Seth, she said flatly. Who else will do it? Everyone else has someone to reach out to when they're about to fall into a pit. Not Seth. There's never been anyone there for him, not even me. I was too young. He wouldn't let me fight for him. She gazed at Jane defiantly. But I'm here now, and he's promised he's not going to send me away. I'll try never to involve you again, but you have to know that he has to come first. I'm not arguing that point. How could she? The passion and intensity of the girl was overwhelming. Hopefully you won't need me again, and the question will be moot. No, that's not what I mean. What if you need me? Jane blinked. What? Well, you helped me, didn't you? I couldn't not help you if you got in trouble. She frowned. Though I hope you don't. It could be very inconvenient. Jane's lips twitched. Sorry, I'll keep that in mind. But I usually can take care of myself. Lisa nodded. And when you can't, Seth would be there for you. His link with you is very strong. She tilted her head curiously. Do you sleep with him? That's not a question you should be asking. Very rude, Lisa. Is that a yes? No, she said. Our relationship is complicated. Caleb and I have known each other for a long time, and that's probably the reason you could link with me. I don't think so, She shrugged. It would have to be stronger than that. I just thought that sex might be it. Seth probably sleeps with lots of women, and you're beautiful. She gazed at Jane appraisingly. More. You have character. Seth would like that. I hate to break it to you, but the decision wouldn't rest solely with Caleb, she said dryly. Most of the time it would. After all, he has the persuasion. She chuckled. Which he's refusing to teach me right now, even though you think that he should. I'd be content with politeness and diplomacy. That abrasiveness must be a problem for you, and anyone with whom you interact. Tell me, how did you get along at school? Fine. I was there to study, not socialize. She made a face. Though that's what Teresa wanted me to do. She wanted me to make contacts to spread her influence among all those billionaires and minor royalty who sent their kids to my schools. All the more reason why I shouldn't be either polite or diplomatic. Why should I give her anything she wanted when she wouldn't let me see Seth? Maybe because it might be lonely without a friend or two? I was fine. I didn't need anyone. She smiled. But it wasn't as if I didn't have company when I wanted it. I made super grades, so they couldn't kick me out. But I did pretty much what I pleased. You broke all the rules. Jane nodded slowly. And there's something very alluring about that to teenagers. I don't doubt that you became a kind of rebel rock star to them. And not only to the young. Caleb was an outlaw, too, and no one could deny his fascination. No real friends, though? I didn't need them, she added impatiently. Why do you keep going on about it? Just trying to understand you. You're 19. Are you going to the university this year? Maybe. I don't know what I want to study. Maybe I'll travel a little until I decide. She looked at Jane. You're an artist. Did you always want to be one? Most of the time. It was always there, in the background. I became distracted now and then. Life does that to you. Syra. She went still. Yes, Syra. What do you know about Syra? Only what I picked up while being linked with you. It's not as if I could read your mind or anything. I don't even know if Seth could do that. I sincerely hope not. But then, I don't have any idea what he can do. He doesn't share it. I think he learned not to do that when he was a kid. Her face became shadowed. They punished him, you know, all the time. My parents never treated him like they did me and Maria. Any little infraction and they'd bring out the whip. They said that he shouldn't be permitted any lapse or he might fall deeper. He couldn't do anything to please them. All they saw was the bad in him. She moistened her lips. He was wild, but why wouldn't he be? They hurt him. But he had you, Jane said gently. That had to be a comfort to him. I don't know. I was much younger. All I could do was love him. I was almost glad when they sent him away to Scotland to his uncle. At least he wasn't being punished. She drew a deep breath. No. I'm lying. I hated it when he left me. I thought together we might be able to do something about it. And now you are together. Time to put the past aside. Jane wanted to pull Lisa away from those bitter memories. They had shocked and appalled her, and she could see how those experiences had tied the brother and sister together in an unbreakable bond. That sounds a little saccharine. I guess I mean that new starts are good. I know memories are forever, but we can build on them. And I'll make a new start. She paused. As soon as I'm certain that Seth is safe. Jane was silent, gazing thoughtfully at her. And we've made a full circle back to why you frantically wanted me to visit you. Not frantically. Frantic sounds very weak. I'm not weak. No, you're not weak, she smiled faintly. So tell me why I'm here. I need to leave here. I need to find a place to hide until I can heal a little more. Hide? Santara will be coming after me. Teresa and Gino will make him do it, she added bitterly, and even if they didn't, he'd still come after me. He hates me. I made him hate me. She looked down at her bandaged thumb. I wouldn't give in to him. You heard Caleb. He's looking for a place where you'll be safe. But then he'll stay with me and protect me. I don't want him to do that. It's going to happen, Lisa. And that will make me the bait that they wanted to make me. Can't you see? If they can't get their hands on me, maybe they'll threaten to just shoot me or poison me or whatever. Anything to get him to do what they want. I'll be playing the same role as at San Leandro, only with a different location. You said he'd promised to let you stay with him. You know what that means. You can't have it both ways. Yes, I can. I've got to, she said. Her eyes were bright with eagerness and determination. Look, everything's different now. I can take care of myself. She made an impatient motion with her hand. Or I'll be able to do it soon. Seth released me from my promise. She wrinkled her nose. Well, he actually modified it. Anyway, I'm not helpless any longer. I can fight back. I don't want you to have to fight. Haven't you gone through enough? Yes, and so has Seth. I won't go looking for trouble, but he might decide to do it. I don't want to be a pawn. You get me out of here and find me an apartment or condo to stay at. I don't have money right now, but I'll owe you. I'm good for it. I've got all kinds of money in my trust. So I've heard. It's not a question of money, Lisa. It's a question of either Santara finding you and killing you, or Caleb finding out that I did this and killing me. He won't kill you. It's too strong a link. He was angry with me for putting you in danger. Did I forget to mention that I'd be worried to death to have you out on your own? Protection is not a bad thing. Then protect Caleb, she said harshly. Keep me away from him. It's what I wanted from the beginning anyway. Look, I'll just disappear. Find me an apartment. You'll probably want to get me a nurse to check on me now and then, and that's okay. Then just leave me alone until I'm a little stronger. Jane shook her head. Too dangerous. Lisa gave a sigh of exasperation. Okay, then I'll find another way to do it. It's not as if I'm asking very much, Jane. It's only until I'm strong enough. Then I'll go back to Seth, when I can help him, not hurt him. Jane went still. Strong enough for what? To protect him, she said simply. My blood talent is getting stronger and stronger all the time. Seth said it was really teaching itself, though with this wound it's slowing me down a little. But soon enough I'll be able to do what I need to do. For God's sake, Jane said. I take it you're not speaking of the healing aspect of it, and you're not working toward defending yourself either. You're going the Caped Crusader route. She looked away from her. Don't be silly. You weren't able to protect Caleb when you were a child, so you're going to do it now. He won't put up with it, Lisa. Don't lecture me. I'll do what I please. I'm just telling you that you don't know what you're doing. I know. I thought about it. I told Seth that I've never wanted to use it to do any harm, except for Santara. Her hand clenched on the coverlet. But if I had to do it to protect Seth or anyone else I cared about, I could do it, she added. Of course, I don't care about anyone but him, so that leaves me a narrow field, doesn't it? She frowned. But I do it to protect you too, Jane. So I guess that means I do care about you. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not pleased that you came to that conclusion by deciding that you'd cause some slimeball to have a heart attack to protect me. There's something basically wrong in your reasoning. I'm trying to do the best I can, Lisa said fiercely. I'm what I am, and I won't apologize for it. Seth fought to make sure I wouldn't have to do that. He might not have always been right, but I won't have him lose what he gave up for me. But you're not your brother. You might not be able to do... She paused. I just don't want you to do anything that would cause you to be hurt. Sometimes the things that Caleb does are the stuff of nightmares. And the people he gives them to probably deserve them. And sometimes he saves lives instead of taking them, she said defiantly. Then her belligerence faded. You're trying to be kind to me. There was a touch of wonder in her voice. And it's not phony. Genuine. You really care, don't you? I really do. Somehow or other, you managed to make that happen. She took Lisa's hand. And you didn't even have to use that persuasion talent. Imagine that. Lisa gave Jane's hand an awkward squeeze. How do you know? Maybe I'm using it right now. She released her hand, and her smile widened. Okay. How can I use this to get what I want? Jane chuckled. You can't. Nice try. She was silent. But let me think about it. Maybe we can come up with something. South Glasgow University Hospital, 24 hours later. Good afternoon. Jane moved brusquely into Lisa's room with a young black nurse in tow behind her. This is Beth, Lisa. She's going to help you dress and pack. Be nice to her. Why? She asked blankly. Because she's a nice person and is going to help you get what you want. She turned to Caleb. Come out in the hall with me. You aren't going to get exactly what you want, and I don't want you to set a bad example for Lisa.
Indeed.
He got to his feet and strolled behind her into the hall.
What are you up to, Jane?
Trying to save myself time and trouble. She turned to face him. And the possible prospect of having to start drawing any more sketches of Lisa. I can't let that nightmare happen again, Caleb.
The situation has changed. I have her safe.
Do you? I don't think so. You have her safe as long as she wants to stay safe. That's going to last only while she thinks that her presence doesn't make you unsafe.
What are you talking about?
He asked impatiently. She has this thing about wanting to protect you. You saw it at San Leandro. It shouldn't surprise you. It seems to run in the family. She met his eyes. And it's been ingrained in her since childhood. Did you know how bitter she is that she wasn't able to help you then?
I know,
he said, without expression. Well, I didn't. It's no wonder she was so fanatical about not letting you help her with Santara. It would be her worst nightmare to cause you any hurt.
That's all in the past. What's this about?
The fact that she's not going to let you take her someplace and stand guard over her. Not when she thinks she could be thrown into the same position she was at San Leandro.
I'll convince her it's best.
She shook her head. And she'll run from you. Just as she would have that night at San Leandro if we hadn't handled it right. Her lips twisted. Only now she might decide to come back when you least expect it and stand guard over you. Since you obligingly lifted restrictions so that she could go out and make people bleed to death or have massive coronaries.
It wasn't like that.
He was scowling.
I was actually fairly moderate. For me.
I can imagine.
No, You can't. He was suddenly smiling. You would have to have been there. But don't worry. She'll understand me.
I do worry. That's why I'm here. You have a major disadvantage in caring for Lisa. She loves you. That could be fatal. She's afraid of being used to hurt you. But if you force her to run, that has a greater chance of happening. She looked him in the eye. And you know it. Silence.
Perhaps.
No perhaps, she said. So I decided to take matters into my own hands.
What?
I'm taking her to the camp with me. I talked to Macduff and got permission to let her stay at Loch Gaelcar. He's going to put on more guards and bring them closer to the camp. Lisa will be more than safe. I'm not even mentioning Jock and Macduff. You couldn't ask for a more lethal escort, could you? Caleb thought about it.
I guess we could go.
Not we. You're not invited. He stiffened.
Bullshit.
You can come and visit her occasionally, but you can't hover over her. That's what she's trying to avoid.
And that's what I intend to do, he said coldly. Back off, Jane.
No way. Do you think Lisa and I don't know that you'll be going after Santara? Only you'll be forced to stay close to Lisa while you're doing it if you insist on guarding her. Dangerous for her. Let me take care of Lisa. You go do whatever you have to do.
She's not your responsibility.
I can't get out of the habit of thinking that she is, so that must make it true. She grimaced. And I believe that she's fast moving to a place where she won't allow that to be a factor much longer. Jane tried to see if she was getting through to him. He was always hard to read, but his eyes were narrowed and they were flickering with intensity. Let me have her, Caleb. I promise you that I won't let anything happen to her. He didn't speak for a long time, and she thought she might have lost him. Then he smiled.
Heaven help you, Jane. She's difficult for me to handle. She'll put you through hell.
She felt a rush of relief. No, she won't. I actually think she's mellowing a bit. Just keep in touch with her so that she won't think she has to go and rescue you.
I'll do that. And you're not going to get rid of me so quickly. I intend to be the one to take her to the camp and check to make sure that everything is as it should be.
He turned and headed down the hall.
I'll go to the administration office and sign her out of the hospital. Have her ready to go when I get back.
Chapter 9. It's beautiful. Lisa stood on the road, her gaze taking in the mist wreathing the lake. I saw lots of cool lakes when I was in Switzerland, but this is different. Yes, it is, Jane said. No other like it. She started down the incline. I wanted to invite you to meet Jock and Macduff, but that will have to wait for evening, when they come out of the mist. That sounds like some kind of horror movie, Lisa chuckled as she started down the incline. I think I like it. She broke off as Caleb picked her up and began the trek down toward the encampment. I can make it, Seth. Stop treating me as if I'm a baby.
You need a couple more days. You could make it and then have to stay in your bedroll tomorrow and rest. Moderation in all things.
She laughed. That from you?
Do as I say, not as I do.
He was looking around the camp as he spoke.
4 of Macduff's guards in plain view. 2 more in the trees over there.
I told you that I'd take care of her, Jane said. Macduff was very agreeable when I asked him for extra security. He said that he'd been planning on putting more guards on anyway.
The treasure?
I don't know. He just said it was going to be necessary right away. Jane looked over her shoulder. So, does the situation meet with your approval?
He nodded. Probably. I'll still go over numbers and check-in procedures with Jock. I thought it would. I just had to be certain.
He smiled faintly.
It was my responsibility. You're making me give up control, and it doesn't please me.
No one makes you do anything, Seth, Lisa said. You only realized that Jane is right, and you were wrong.
And you had nothing to do with it?
I had everything to do with it. She caught Jane's look and amended her statement. But she made it happen. And that's good, too. I'm glad that you think my small part is worthy of your master plan, Jane said dryly. You can drop her now, Caleb, preferably on her head.
Not yet.
He put her carefully on her feet beside the campfire. Then he held her close for a moment before releasing her.
Next time.
He turned and headed down the bank.
I'll see you before I leave, Lisa. I'm heading down to the mist to thank Macduff for taking on a headache like you. I'm going to owe him.
I won't be a headache, Lisa called after him. Jane said I've got to make myself useful and not be a bother.
Excellent idea. He looked at Jane. I'll be curious as to how you implement it.
So will I, Jane said. We can but hope. Lisa watched him until he disappeared into the woods. I will do what you want, she said quietly. I don't cheat. You gave me my chance to keep Seth away from me and safe. I'm not going to cause you any trouble. Yes, you will, Jane said, but perhaps not intentionally. You're Caleb's sister, and you're very like him in many ways, so trouble goes with the territory. Maybe. Her tone was abstracted as she looked out at the lake. This is Syra's lake? The one where the treasure is supposed to be hidden? Yes, but right now, supposed is the key word. We're not certain of anything. How could you be? Lisa murmured as she took a step toward the lake. It's not a place that reveals its secrets. It's kind of wonderful. Oh, Syra, have you captured another one in your spell? Yes, totally wonderful. Jane moved to stand beside her, and secrets can be wonderful, too. She frowned. But you're trying to find out her secrets. Only if she wants to whisper them to us. She's held them close to her for centuries. Maybe she'll find it's time to let us share them. Maybe. She was still looking out at the mist. But you know some of her secrets now, don't you? Seth said that you had dreams about her. Yes, I did. But that could be fantasy, not secrets. Do you think it's fantasy? For a long time I thought I was having delusions. It became an obsession to me. You didn't answer me. Do you think it's fantasy? Sometimes. Her story has become my story, and that makes it true to me. But I'm a realist. I have trouble with anything that's not grounded in reality. She smiled. But then I started having to draw sketches of you. So if I believe in you, I have to believe in Syra, don't I? I guess you do. Her gaze shifted back to Jane. I want to know about her. Will you tell me? What do you want to know? Everything. Jane laughed. I don't know everything. Well, almost everything. She looked back at the mist. I think she's there, don't you? I can feel something. She hadn't expected that from Lisa. It was clear the girl was caught and held by the mystique. Sometimes I've thought her spirit may be there. Tell me. Jane gazed thoughtfully at her. It was probably only curiosity and Lisa's usual intensity about everything in her immediate world. Yet hadn't Jane had that same intensity when she had started to dream about Syra all those years ago? Who was she to judge or question? She turned away from the lake. "Why not? Providing you sit down by the fire and rest. I have a sketch I have to complete of my brother, Michael. I'll work on it when I tell you about Syra and her husband, Antonio, and her son, Marcus." She headed for the campfire. "Would you like coffee or tea?" Caleb didn't come back from the north bank for over 4 hours. When he did appear, his shoes were covered with mud and his shirt was open.
"Don't ask," he said as he came toward them. "Macduff needed some temporary help, and he drafted me. The man is totally ruthless."
"And you just couldn't say no?" Jane asked. Poor Caleb.
"He's taking care of Lisa."
He looked at his sister, curled up asleep on a blanket in front of the fire.
"Is she okay?"
"Fine. She just overdid it a little today. The nap will be good for her." She smiled. "Or maybe I bored her into a coma. She wanted me to tell her all about Syra."
"And did you?"
She nodded. "Anyone who is in Syra's world should know her. Lisa seemed to have an empathy for her."
"Of course she did. It's a family thing. I keep trying to convince you that Syra likes me."
His gaze was still on Lisa.
"I'm too dirty to carry her up to her tent now. I'll go and clean up and come back for her."
"She can walk up to the tent area. That hill is only a slight incline. You don't need to help her."
"And she'd probably be indignant."
He gave Lisa a last glance.
"Okay. Maybe I'm overcompensating. I wasn't there for her for a long time, and I'm leaving her again within the hour."
Her brows rose. "Guilt?"
Perish the thought. When did I ever feel guilty about anything?
He turned and strode up the hill toward his tent. She watched him until he disappeared into his tent. "When did you feel guilt, Caleb? What do you feel about anyone or anything?" The more she learned about him, the more mystery she found surrounding him. Like Syra's mist, she thought suddenly. Like Syra herself. But she knew most of that story. She wasn't sure that she'd ever know Caleb's. And she wasn't going to stand down here and let herself worry and puzzle about him. The only part of her life that was connected to Caleb right now was this girl sleeping by the fire. She'd taken responsibility for Lisa, and she had to be made aware of anything that might concern her. She drew a deep breath and quickly moved up the hill after him. "I need to talk to you, Caleb," she called as she reached the tent.
"By all means, come in. This is very reminiscent. Only the last time I was naked."
He came to the entrance.
"This time I'm only half naked."
He'd stripped off his shirt, and his body and hair gleamed with drops of water.
"But if you're disappointed, I'd be happy to recreate."
"In your dreams," she entered the tent. His lips twitched.
"No, that's your category."
He tilted his head.
"And I thought we'd already been talking."
"Not about what I need to know. And I didn't want to discuss it in front of Lisa. She has a tendency to become involved and try to run things."
"I've noticed."
He took a towel and began drying his hair.
"A passion for control. I wonder where she gets it."
She ignored that and said, "I know you've been on the phone and tapping every source you have since you took Lisa to the hospital."
"I've not made a secret of it."
"But you haven't told me what you learned." She paused. "Or where you're going when you leave here. I know that you'd have fought much harder to keep Lisa close to you if you hadn't had an agenda already in mind. Do you know where Santara is now?"
"No."
She took a step closer to him. "Don't lie to me, Caleb. I have to take care of Lisa. I don't want to be dancing around your half-truths."
"It's not a lie." He shrugged. "But I knew I'd be fighting this battle for a long while."
"Because you admitted you lied to me before."
"Then you have to take your chances, don't you? However, I'd be foolish not to ration my untruths a bit. After all, I've already demonstrated that I have a vested interest in maintaining our relationship. Lies seriously damage that goal." He nodded. "I do have an agenda. I'm very angry with Santara, as you know. I've become certain that Gino and Teresa are involved too." His voice dropped to lethal softness. "So the agenda is to kill them all in the most painful way possible. I don't believe that comes as a surprise to you," he added. "But you want a progress report, don't you? Like Lisa, you have to be involved."
"I am involved."
"Yes, you are," he said gravely. "And I only hope that involvement remains long distance. I admit that was one of the reasons that was most persuasive when you ambushed me about bringing Lisa here with you."
"Progress report," she prompted.
"I've had Dimek Pollock, my info agent, investigating both the Romanos and Santara while I've been tied up here. He was to concentrate on both their actions during the last 6 months, also time and depth of any interaction between them."
"And?"
"Santara was working as an enforcer with a drug dealer in Morocco until 3 months ago. Very violent, very lucrative. But then he suddenly parted ways with his employer and left the country." He paused. "He went directly to Rome and rented a villa on the edge of town. He stayed there for a week and then flew to Dubai."
Jane frowned. "Dubai?"
He nodded. "He stayed there for 5 days and then returned to Rome. But this time he checked into a palatial hotel on the river until he disappeared about the time when Lisa was kidnapped."
"And what was his interaction with the Romanos?"
Pollock didn't find any interaction. They were never seen together. None of his cohorts knew what Santara was doing in Rome. They did think it was odd he rented the bungalow. Santara likes the high life when he's not on a job. He tilted his head. But the Romanos had an apartment in Rome, and they were in the city at the same time as Santara. It would have been easier for them not to be seen with Santara if he wasn't in the center of the city.
"What about Dubai?"
"The Romanos weren't in Dubai at the same time as Santara," he smiled faintly. "But they happened to be vacationing in the ancient city of Petra, which is 3 hours away. It appears that they've been visiting the area frequently over the last 3 years. Gino had many clients among the royal family and the important businessmen who are the power figures in Dubai. Teresa has given parties for them and entertained extensively when she visited in Dubai."
"If they're that familiar with the country, it would be easy for them to move around and meet with Santara and make plans," Jane said.
"Very easy."
"But why in Dubai?"
"I have no idea. That's why I'm going to meet Pollock there and find out. Rome is a natural choice for a meeting if you want to hire scum like Santara, but there must have been a purpose about going to Dubai."
"Pollock can't find out for you?"
"He might, given enough time. He's most efficient at gathering information and seems to have cousins and uncles all over Europe and the Middle East who do him favors. But I'm in a hurry, and I have certain advantages."
"Yes, you have," she said dryly, "and you don't hesitate to use them."
"Oh, I hesitate. Sometimes."
He reached out and tucked a stray hair behind her ear.
"You have no idea, Jane. Do you want to know anything else?"
"Is there anything else to know?"
"Not that I can think of at the moment."
"Will you call me if you find out anything?"
"I could do that."
"But will you do that?" He smiled.
"Trust. I'm not playing word games with you. Haven't I been good today?"
She was silent, and then nodded. I think you have.
See? I'm trying to regain that trust.
And you know I'm like Lisa and will go after the answers myself if I'm not satisfied. He laughed.
That too. I wasn't joking that I was glad to have the two of you here, under heavily armed guards.
His smile faded.
And I'll call and keep you informed because I want to be certain everything is safe here. I've already promised to call Lisa every night. We still haven't located Santara.
I'll keep her safe. I promised both of you.
You did, didn't you?
He tossed his towel aside.
And I believe you. But we've discussed how I have this thing about control. Now, suppose you go down and see if Lisa is awake so that I can say goodbye. I think I should go. Very, very soon.
His eyes were suddenly twinkling.
Unless you want to change your mind about my shedding the rest of these clothes. It would be awkward with Lisa so close, but I'm sure she'd be understanding.
Heat. Her breasts were suddenly swelling, pressing against her shirt. She was achingly aware of his being only inches away. The tight muscles of his abdomen, the drop of water still caught in the thatch of dark hair on his chest. The scent of him. Totally sexual, totally Caleb. And he wasn't smiling any longer. She had to get out of here. She whirled and headed for the tent opening.
It wasn't me, Jane,
he said quietly.
It just happened. Believe me, I'd pick a more convenient time and place.
She didn't look at him. She knew he had been joking and he wouldn't do anything to endanger her relationship with Lisa. She wasn't about to blame him. I know that. She steadied her voice. You're right. It just happened. After all, it's only sex.
Only?
It was the last word she heard as she started running back down the hill toward the campfire. Only. I don't want him to go. Lisa's hands were clenched as she watched Caleb walk up the steep incline toward the road. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Lisa. Okay. Lisa turned to Jane. It's a good idea. I just don't like it right now. I want to be with Seth. She glanced back at Caleb, who had reached the road and was heading for his car. He told me he was going to Dubai. What's he going to do there? I have no idea. I don't believe he does right now. Why didn't you ask him? I did, she grimaced. I didn't like his answer. So I thought I'd see if he'd told you anything more. You're as manipulative as he is. Jane shook her head. Look, you wanted to keep him away from you for a reason. Now you're trying to insinuate yourself into his life long distance? That's not why I arranged for you to come here. I took you at your word, Lisa. Now back off from this. It was only a minor slip, Lisa sighed. Then she grinned. And I'm glad he didn't tell you anything more. When I woke up, I could tell your link with him was stronger than I've ever sensed it. I didn't want to be left out. Jane looked away from her. No one is leaving you out. We're all just trying to survive you. That's easy. Just keep me busy. I usually get into trouble only when I get bored. Then I'll definitely keep you busy. That's what I was thinking anyway. What can you do? Well, I can't draw wonderful pictures like you, but I'm not stupid. I'm a whiz at a computer. I can usually make people do what I want when I make the effort. She held up her hand. No, I don't have the persuasion like Seth, but I can make people see my point of view. Jane cocked her head. That seems remarkably like the beginning of that particular talent. Does it? She shrugged. I thought it was just showing them that my way is more intelligent. Because it's your point of view? Maybe. What else can you do? I'm a wonderful swimmer. I'm good at most sports. Exceptional at climbing. None of that would help here, since I have to be careful because of the wound.
I'm glad you realize that.
I'm a fantastic cook. I took a course at the Cordon Bleu in Paris one summer on a break from school.
She glanced at the grate on the campfire.
But that would be a challenge.
French sauces would be more than a challenge, Jane said dryly.
And I speak 7 languages fluently, and I can pick up others in a very short time.
How short? Jane asked curiously.
On a visit to Beijing, I was able to learn enough Chinese in a day and a half to get around comfortably.
Impressive.
Seth speaks a lot more of them than I do, and it's not helpful out here in the Highlands.
She paused.
I thought perhaps I could go out on that north bank and help with those lights you told me about, she added quickly. Not climbing poles or lifting anything, but maybe I could hand people stuff or be a kind of gopher.
No, she said firmly. You're not in shape to do even that kind of work yet. Lisa opened her lips to speak, and then closed them again.
Probably not. But maybe in a few days I will be. I'd be very careful, Jane.
I'm sure you would be.
But there's no way that Macduff would want to have to worry about taking care of you while he's caught up with the hunt. He'd probably drown you if you got in his way.
Her grin deepened.
No, he wouldn't. I told you, I'm a very good swimmer.
You'd have to be. She tried to read her expression. Is this about Syra?
Of course. This entire place is about Syra. Can you blame me for wanting to go and see if I can help them find her treasure?
No, but I'll be the one blamed if you injure yourself. She frowned. I wouldn't want that to happen.
I'm not going to let you be hurt. Don't worry. I'll handle this myself. I can make it work.
Oh, dear. Jane shook her head. I'm afraid to see exactly how that's going to take place. Her gaze went to the north bank. But evidently I'm going to find out soon. There's Macduff and Jock coming in for the day. Lisa's gaze flew to the 2 men coming toward them.
Good heavens! The Highlander and a Greek god!
Her eyes went to Jock.
Why isn't he in Hollywood? He's spectacular.
Her gaze shifted to Macduff. He's the one who might throw me in the lake? That's the Laird, Jane said. But neither of them are easy, Lisa.
Sharp,
she murmured. Her eyes never left the men as they approached.
They're important to you, Jane?
Yes.
Do you sleep with the Greek god?
No, I do not sleep with Jock, nor Macduff. I told you that we're not discussing my sex life.
I just thought that might be the reason you don't sleep with Seth.
Jane had a sudden thought. Lisa was both vibrant and beautiful, and it wasn't unusual in this day and age for girls her age to have sex. And I don't believe Caleb would like it if you decided that you should sleep with either Jock or Macduff to get what you want.
I wouldn't like it either. Sex confuses me.
Confuses? But she dismissed the thought, because Lisa was taking a few steps forward and holding out her hand to Jock.
I'm Lisa Redondo. You're perfectly wonderful looking, but I'm sure you're much more than that, if Jane is your friend. She shook his hand. I just want you to know I won't get in your way, and I'll do anything you need me to do.
Jock's brows rose as he gazed at her curiously. Thank you, Lisa. But she was already turning to Macduff.
And you allowed me to come here, and I'm grateful. You've probably been told that I can be difficult, but you'll never see it. I can keep it hidden. She smiled. And Jane says that you might throw me into the lake, and that's okay if it makes you feel better. I can handle it.
I'll keep that in mind, he said dryly. Welcome to my Gale car.
His gaze raked her from head to toe. Should you be wandering around? I hear you were wounded.
I'm fine. You'll be surprised how quickly I'll heal. She turned and moved away from them. But you're tired and hungry and don't need someone like me getting in your way. I'll go to my tent and rest if Jane will show me the way. I just wanted you to know that anything you want done, I'll be glad to do. Phone calls, computer work. I could probably translate if you needed it. Anything. I know you want to be freed from that kind of drudgery. You have something more important to do.
Jock chuckled. What an offer. Maybe a little too generous.
You think I'm conning you? She gave him a level look. I'm absolutely sincere. Syra is important to all of you. I think she's important to me, too. I'll have to see. But until I have the opportunity to find out, I'll do whatever I have to do to get you to accept me. She turned away. But I'm tired and hurting a little, so I'll have to start tomorrow. Or maybe the next day. Jane was right beside her, helping her up the slight hill leading to the tents. She glanced behind her and saw Jock and Macduff still looking after them. Well, I do believe you made an impression. That doesn't matter. I don't think either of them is going to believe words. I'll have to show them that I meant what I said. She looked at Jane as they stopped beside a tent. Just as I'll have to show you. Lisa was standing very straight, but Jane could see the paleness of her face and the tightness of her mouth. Not only was she obviously struggling with pain, but she was alone here with strangers, and she had temporarily lost even Caleb, who was the only person she loved. Right now, you don't have to show me anything. Jane whisked her inside the tent and lit the lantern. We'll get you to bed, and then we'll start new tomorrow. Lisa nodded. Tomorrow. She started to unbutton her shirt. It's been kind of a long day. She was fumbling with the buttons due to the bandage on her thumb. But a night's rest, and I'll be ready again. Jane brushed Lisa's hand away and unbuttoned her shirt. That's right. She finished helping her undress and tucked her in the bedroll. There you are. I'm in the tent next door. If you need me, call. Lisa bit her lower lip as she gazed up at Jane. I hate to be this helpless. I know you do. She headed for the tent door. So get well, so you can tell me to go to hell. Lisa shook her head. I couldn't ever do that. Too late. She closed her eyes. Not you, Jane. 5:50 a.m. What on earth? Jane stood outside her tent, her stunned gaze on the scene at the campfire below. Macduff and Jock were sitting eating before the fire, and Lisa was sitting across from them, drinking a cup of coffee. She was smiling and talking, and her demeanor was a world away from the fragile girl Jane had tucked into bed last night. The scent of bacon and coffee drifted to Jane, and she heard Macduff laugh at something Lisa had just said. Jane slowly started down the hill, her eyes still on the three at the campfire. She had gotten up, prepared to go in Lisa's tent and help her again before she went down and made the coffee. But it appeared that Lisa didn't need help, or if she did, she was hiding it with amazing efficiency.
Good morning, Jane. Jock had seen her and rose to his feet. Let me get you a cup of coffee.
His eyes were twinkling.
Otherwise, our Lisa will be jumping up and waiting on you too. Macduff and I are feeling quite guilty enough as it is.
Our Lisa? Jane took the cup of coffee and sat down beside Lisa. Really? We wouldn't want that. She looked at the remains of food on the men's plates, something that looked like eggs, bacon, pancakes, and a delicious hash brown casserole. I take it you're feeling better this morning, Lisa? She grinned. I felt better before the hash brown casserole. That took a surprising amount of arm movement. I didn't think it would."
"You must have gotten up early to prepare a feast like this," Jane murmured.
"Not too early. It's all in the prep." She smiled at Macduff and Jock. "I wanted them to get a good start on the day."
"Aye," Jock said, "and so you did." He finished his breakfast. "What else could a man need?"
"I'm certain you can think of any number of things," Lisa said, "and I'll guarantee to try to supply them. Dinner will be much better than this once I can send someone for the ingredients I need and pick up a camp oven." Her gaze shifted to Macduff. "And I'll get those Munich contracts you mentioned translated and ready for your signature by the end of the day. You say they're in the briefcase in your tent."
Macduff nodded wryly. "Where they've been sitting for the last 2 months. I've been preoccupied."
"With Syra," Lisa nodded. "But I'll try to make certain you're not disturbed by things like this again. You'll have to make decisions, but I can do the donkey work."
Macduff studied her for a moment and then smiled. "We'll see how it goes. You don't remind me of any donkey with whom I've made an acquaintance." "But she does remind me a little of her brother," Jock said quietly. He lifted his cup in a mock toast to Lisa. "Drive and determination. Long may it rain."
"It will," Lisa said. "You know Seth. Are you friends?"
"Sometimes. We have a good deal in common." He finished his coffee and set his cup aside. "We understand each other as much as either one of us can bear being understood."
"What is that supposed to mean?" Lisa was frowning as her gaze searched his face. "I want Seth to have friends. He's always been alone. If you understand him, then you should realize that he'd be a good friend."
"And if you understood him, you'd realize that he'd still be alone, even if I called him my friend."
His smile was suddenly gentle and lit his face with a warm radiance.
"But it's good that he has you, Lisa. You give him a gift beyond compare. That's one thing that we've both learned to appreciate."
He got to his feet in one lithe movement.
"And now it's time we got to the task of giving Macduff a gift beyond compare." He turned to Macduff. "Come on, you've indulged yourself too long. We have to get to work. Do you believe that treasure is just going to emerge like Venus from her shell?"
He grabbed his backpack and headed toward the north bank.
"I wasn't the one who had seconds on those pancakes,"
Macduff called after him as he got to his feet. He gave a half bow to Lisa.
"My compliments to the chef."
He glanced at Jane.
"Keep an eye on her. She's one of those who will go until they drop."
"I know," Jane said. "But it didn't stop you from taking advantage of that gourmet breakfast."
"She wanted to be tested."
He grinned.
"So, we tested her."
He headed down the bank after Jock. She turned away from watching them to look at Lisa. "And how did you survive the test? You look normal." "Pretty normal. A little rouge on the cheeks helped quite a bit." She was watching Jock and Macduff. Her back was ramrod straight and there was a smile fixed on her lips. "And I believe I came out of the test with flying colors. I gave them something wonderful to eat. We got to know each other a little better, and they know that I won't stop until I'm part of Gaelcar." She watched the two men disappear into the mist. Then she gave a deep sigh. Her smile vanished and she slumped over. "But the test is done now." Her hand was shaking as she put her coffee cup down. "They're very, very smart, both of them. Did they see through me?" "Probably, but they liked what they saw," she said. "Did you eat anything yet?" "No, I was on stage. Besides, I was afraid I'd get sick." She swallowed and said wryly, "I wouldn't tell anybody else that. Aren't you lucky?" "I think I am." She put bacon and a small bit of egg on a plate. "Eat this. Do you need that wound rebandaged?" "No. I told the truth. I'm getting better. I'm healing." She was eating the bacon. "And I spent time last night concentrating on repairing. Seth taught me how to do that." "Well, good for him. Now all he has to do is teach you how to avoid exhaustion. She took 2 slices of bacon herself, and then one of the pancakes. The pancakes really were excellent. What's this about Munich contracts? It's something of value for me to give. Food is good, but I had to go a step further. She finished the eggs. And it was easier for me to get Macduff to talk about it after he'd eaten his breakfast. Jane chuckled. Lisa, I believe you may have the makings of a temptress. I'd never have believed it from where we began. She made a face. That kind of thing is easy. It's more like business negotiations than seduction. And you only saw me when I was fighting for Seth's life. You couldn't expect me to act reasonably around Santara. Which you certainly didn't. She sat back on her heels. Are you planning on doing this every morning? Yes. It's a gift I can give. I judge people like Macduff and Jock like to return gifts. She smiled, even though Macduff's already given me one in this safe haven here. But you want something else, Jane said. Syra? Syra. It's something to look forward to. Something to work for, she said simply. It's going to drive me crazy worrying about Seth until I'm well enough to go to him. I have to keep busy. Nothing about Syra is easy. You're right. Not one thing. Obviously, Lisa had been captured, like the rest of them. So by all means, wriggle your way into working with Macduff and Jock in the mist, if you can. You won't mind? She hesitated. I won't try if you do. After all, Syra does belong to you. Jane laughed. Syra belongs to herself. If anything, she sees that we belong to her. By all means, if she welcomes you, then who am I to put obstacles in your path? She looked out at the lake. Eve told me that I might have been chosen to find and save you, that sometimes we're given those choices. It's strange that all this happened at the same time I was planning on going into the mist to find Syra's treasure. She smiled. Maybe you were chosen too, Lisa. That's all a little too mystical for me, Lisa said as she unfolded one of the blankets beside the fire. All I want is to keep busy until I'm ready to go help Seth. Syra will do that. She lay down and pulled the blanket over her, but one step at a time. First, I have to prove myself so that when I'm ready, Macduff will be ready for me. I got too tired today, and I have to take a nap. It's only smart to ration my strength. When I wake up, I'll make out a grocery list. Can you send one of those guards to a town close by and fill it for me? If you don't get too fancy with ingredients. I won't. But I think I'm going to need some kind of portable oven, too. It was kind of hard today. I'll have to think about it. Her eyes closed. And while he's gone, I'll tackle those Munich contracts. You do that. Jane got another cup of coffee and sat back down, her eyes on Lisa. She could see that the girl was drifting off. She'd planned to go down into the mist herself today, and she might later. But right now it seemed to be more important to get Lisa settled at the camp. Or maybe just to do what Macduff had said and keep an eye on her. She was settling in herself at lightning speed and probably doing too much. She might not be able to stop Lisa, but she might be able to modify her behavior. Lisa was being more thoughtful and accommodating toward her than she had dreamed possible. Astonishing in a girl as willful as Lisa. At moments, she had touched her and amused her and frustrated her, but she had not bored her. Of course, she might be lulling her into a false sense of security, but somehow she didn't think so. She thought perhaps Lisa was beginning to reveal facets of her personality that were as complex and changing as the sketches she had made during that last week. So she'd sit here and have her coffee. Then she'd work on Michael's sketch. And when Lisa woke, she'd set herself to doing what was necessary to keep her promise to Caleb to take care of his sister. and explore what new facet Lisa was going to show her next.
There was no way I'd be able to make the shot, Santara thought with frustration as he sighted his rifle carefully on Lisa Redondo lying by the fire. The distance was much too far, and Macduff's men would be on him the minute he fired. He had reconnoitered the entire area, and the damn place was an armed camp, he thought sourly. Teresa Romano didn't want a dead girl. She wanted something to trade. But he wanted the bitch dead. Lisa was proof of his failure, and he did not fail. He shifted the sight to Jane Maguire, who was sitting, sketching now. No, not her yet, either. All his work, and he couldn't touch either of them until he got Teresa's okay. His finger caressed the trigger, his gaze on a point in the center of Jane Maguire's temple. She had been there on San Leandro with Caleb and been part of his humiliation in front of his men. He had decided that night that no one who had witnessed that degradation was going to live to tell about it. "I'll have you too," he murmured. "Just not right now."
He took out his phone and punched in Teresa Romano's number.
"I've found your Lisa," Santara said as Teresa picked up the phone. "I located the little bitch today. I traced her through Jane Maguire, who had to show her passport at the inn on Zakios when she checked in. She's some kind of artist. And I went to her gallery in London and questioned the receptionist, and found out she'd been submitting paintings of a lake in the Highlands of Scotland for the last 2 years. That's where I am now, and lo and behold, who would I find but Maguire and Lisa Redondo?"
"But not Seth Caleb."
"I haven't caught sight of him yet, but I can't move around too freely. This place is too well guarded."
"Of course it is," Teresa said with disgust. "Caleb wouldn't leave her any place that wasn't safe. I'd bet that he stashed her away and then took off looking for you," she added harshly, "and me. He'll have put most of it together by now, and he'll be on the hunt."
"He won't be able to find out anything about Haroun. We were too careful."
"You'd better hope you didn't make a slip, because if you did, he'll find it. I won't have all my plans ruined by your incompetence." His hand tightened on his phone.
"No slip. All the people I put in place are beyond reproach. No one will talk. Now what do you want me to do? I've told you that I've found Lisa and the Maguire woman. It would be really difficult, but I might possibly be able to pick off one of them to send a message. Or I could get some guys from Liverpool and try to go in and get Lisa. The only problem with that is Macduff, who owns this property, is some kind of bigwig, and it might bring the local magistrates down on us."
"That's all we need," she said sarcastically, "and that would mean Interpol and publicity."
"What do you want me to do?" he said through set teeth.
"What do you expect me to say? What did I hire you for? Find a way. Find out everything you can about how to get to Lisa."
"I'd rather go after Caleb."
"Ask me if I care. You're so angry that you might try to damage him. That's the last thing I want. He's the key to Haroun."
"You could use me instead. I could do what you want if I'm given enough time."
"And you had so much success with Lisa?" She paused. "Haroun is scheduled for 2 weeks from tomorrow. If you don't manage to find me a tool to get Caleb here and cooperative by 2 days before that time, I'll put all the money I've agreed to pay you for this job as a bounty on your head. How long do you think you'll last among your very greedy and bloodthirsty cronies?"
"Longer than you will, if I decide to go after you."
"We'll see. It would be more sensible not to put either of us to the test. I'm going to concentrate on finding a way to correct this catastrophe. Do your job, Santara." She hung up. The bitch would do as she threatened, he thought savagely. He struggled to smother the anger and the bloodlust. Later. Now he would work and give the cobra what she wanted and decide later how to make it bite her in the heart. He put his rifle down and punched in a number on his cell phone. Jacob, I need you here in Scotland. Bring your equipment. Chapter 10. They're coming back early. Lisa was frowning as she watched Macduff and Jock walk out of the heavy mist. It's not even sundown. Yesterday they didn't show up until almost 9. Do you think that something went wrong with the lights? It wouldn't surprise me. Something always appears to go wrong with the lights. Jane looked up from her canvas with a mischievous grin. Admit it. You're not really worried about the lights. You're frantically doing math and ingredient adjustments in your head to make certain your dinner won't take a hit because you thought you had more time. It would have helped if they'd called and let me know, she grimaced. Dear God, did that come from me? Only 3 days and I sound like the nagging wife in a sitcom. It's good that I'm almost well. Not so good, Jane thought. It was true that Lisa had made tremendous strides in the last 3 days, but she wasn't as well as she claimed. She was just impatient and had conquered every challenge she had set herself. She knew that Caleb had kept his word and called Lisa every evening, but when she got off the phone, she was always restless and brooding. For heaven's sake, she was only 19. What could she expect? But she wasn't about to argue with her right now. Tackle it later when she knew what problems Macduff was facing. Well, neither of them appear to be too depressed. Jane put her brush down and watched them come around the bank. Maybe it's just a little glitch. Lisa brightened. And maybe it's something that I can turn into a new job opportunity. What do you think? I think that you're optimistic. You hit Macduff with that yesterday. But today something changed. She gave Jane a sly glance. Maybe Syra told him she'd chosen me to be his primary gopher out in the mist. You said yourself that your Eve told you that, and you only believe what you want to believe. You're very cynical for a youngster. But you told me you were a realist, too. She was cocking her head and looking at Jane's canvas. But that's not true. That picture of your little brother is like a love song. Very soppy. No kid looks like that. Jane's lips twitched. No? No, some of them are cute, but they don't. I yield to your vast experience on the subject, she said, interrupting Lisa. You're right. I'm merely a sister who sees qualities in him because I'm besotted. You're making fun of me, Lisa said. Okay. My mother used to tell me I saw things in Seth that weren't there either. She was wrong. It doesn't matter. It's going to be a wonderful portrait anyway. Thank you. Then you won't mind if I continue to see him from the heart and not the mind? She shook her head. It's kind of nice. She turned to Jock, who was now only several yards away. Is something wrong? You said the transformers were going in well. They are, but Macduff got a call while we were in the middle of installing them and said we had to get back to camp. Jock smiled. I made no objection. I think you promised us some exotic delight of a Calcutta dish tonight, didn't you? Which takes time. I might have to put it off until tomorrow. I think you'll have time, Macduff said as he came up behind Jock and unslung his backpack, as long as you keep the coffee coming for a while. Or maybe I'll break out the wine. Wine? Jane's gaze narrowed on his face. Is this a celebration? Her eyes widened. Did you find something in the mist today? He chuckled. Aye, this is a celebration. And no, I found nothing but that constant damnable cold and dampness today. He turned to Lisa. But don't the meals you've been serving deserve fine wines? Of course. I was going to suggest it, but wine should breathe, and you're usually hungry when you come back from the mist, Lisa said. And that's not the celebration, is it?
No.
He looked at his watch.
It's more of a surprise for Jane. The call I got was from Darren, one of the perimeter guards.
A surprise? Jane was frowning. She looked at Jock. What's this about? Jock held up his hands.
It's Macduff's surprise. Let him tell you. The bastard just saw fit to tell me today. Well, actually, I was merely an instrument.
Macduff was grinning.
As you'll agree, we all are, on occasion.
He glanced up the slope toward the road.
But the wielder of that instrument should be getting out of the car now. So I believe you should go to meet and greet, Jane.
What? Jane's gaze followed Macduff's to the road. She saw nothing and had no idea what Macduff was. Then she heard a car door slam. The next moment, she saw the sunlight shining on red-brown hair. Eve? She whispered.
Come help me, Jane,
Eve called as she moved from the road toward the slope. I've had to stay up here to keep an eye on Michael in the car, and I don't want him being introduced to Gailcar by rolling down this steep slope. She laughed, though he'd probably love it. You brought Michael? Jane was tearing up the slope. Why? What are you doing? She reached Eve and enfolded her in a bear hug. Is something wrong? Where's Joe? Why didn't you... Hush! Eve was chuckling as she returned the hug. Give me a chance. Though I know I let myself in for this when I didn't tell you what I intended to do. Macduff said a surprise. Jane took a step back. That's an understatement. Why, Eve? She had a sudden thought. It wasn't because of Lisa. I told you that we have her safe. She shook her head. Well, I told you that Joe would be disappointed, but these particular plans had nothing to do with Lisa. Michael? She had a vague memory of Eve saying something about how she'd like to have a painting of Michael at the lake, but she hadn't thought that Eve had been that serious. Oh, yes, Michael was a huge part of it. I'll explain everything if you give me a chance. Eve smiled. Now stop guessing and help me to get down this slope with both Michael and my dignity intact. I left him in the car until I could flag down some help. Jane followed her toward the black Toyota rental car. You left him with Joe? No, Joe had something else to take care of, so we decided I should bring him on my own. She opened the passenger door. Michael didn't mind. Everything is an adventure to him. We're just his guides on the path. I'll take him. Jane was already unfastening his car seat. Hi, Michael, she said softly. I've missed you. I think you're going to like it here. He was smiling, his tea-colored eyes bright and shining as they looked up at her. He reached out and gently touched her cheek. Jane. Right. She turned her face and kissed his palm. You'd better remember me. I've spent a heck of a lot of time living with that last sketch of you I did. I always remember. He touched her hair. Jane. And missed. Her eyes widened, and they flew to Eve. Missed? That's weird. Did you? No, she said quickly. But who knows what he might have picked up. I always think of that song, Children Will Listen. We're lucky he doesn't repeat anything obscene. Yet. She grabbed a brown duffel out of the back seat. Let's go. I'll come back later for the rest.
No, you won't.
Jock was suddenly beside them and taking Michael from Jane.
Grab that other suitcase and I'll take the lad. We've got to get down there fast, or we'll have Lisa climbing that slope to help you. Jane would not be pleased. She's been tactfully trying to keep Lisa from doing damage to herself for the last 3 days. He held Michael up above his head. Good day to you, he said to him. You've grown since I last saw you. I'm Jock. Michael nodded, and a brilliant smile lit his face. Kara's Jock. An indefinable emotion flickered across Jock's face. Aye, something like that. Clever of you to make the connection. He brought him down and then lifted him on his shoulders. Hold tight. We're going fast and hard. Michael was squealing and laughing uncontrollably as he rode Jock's shoulders while he ran down the steep slope. Jane and Eve stood at the top and watched them. So much joy and beauty in this moment, Jane thought, the sun shining on the child's chestnut hair, and Jock, who was as beautiful in his way as Michael. Come on. Eve took her arm. Michael's body clock must be out of kilter, but he should still eat something. He didn't want to have anything on the plane. Her gaze was searching the people below. And that must be Lisa. She smiled. Restless. Lovely. And she's coming toward us, looking determined. She hurried forward down the slope. Lisa, I'm Eve Duncan. She extended her hand. I'm very happy to meet you. I guess Jane has told you that I feel I have a connection with you. She told me, Lisa said. Her voice was polite but reserved. I know she's happy you're here. If there's anything I can do to help you, let me know. Eve's gaze searched her face. I certainly will. Did she also tell you how grateful I am to your brother? I consider him my good friend, and I can never pay him back for all he's done for me. No. She was still reserved, but the ice was melting. You should be grateful. He's wonderful. I'm glad he could help you. So am I. She looked at Michael, whom Jock was still holding. With all my heart. And I hope we can be friends, too. Lisa nodded. That might be nice. She turned away. If there's nothing I can do for you, will you excuse me? I have to start dinner. Is there anything I should make for your son? I'll come and look everything over after I say hello to Macduff. I brought some food with me, but Michael usually likes everything. Fine. Lisa moved toward the campfire. I'll see you then. Not easy, Eve murmured, looking after her. But then you told me she wasn't. You hit the right note. She adores Caleb. And she likes you, Eve said. It was obvious. It was you she wanted to help, not me. Well, I like her, Jane said. I think you will too. She chuckled, though she couldn't believe that Michael could ever be as wonderful in real life as in my painting. I know you'll hold that against her. Not at all. She's ignorant and misguided. Michael will straighten her out. While I straighten you out. She took the duffel Eve was carrying. I'll take these up to your tent while you chat with Macduff. I can't believe you were able to con him into letting you come and surprise me.